getting closer. Evil soul, I can't surrender at the turning point of destiny. Right now it's do or die. My life is on the line and I will not flee. By my power, whoa, it's clear to me. My spirit calls and I will face this demon war with burning energy. The day of fate has finally Feel it right behind you, a grinning monster out to kill. Feel it grow inside you, a burning flame and force of will. Thoughts of a broken earth in every corner of my mind. A loveless world devoid of life is what you hope to leave behind. Hear me crying, whoa, can't hold me down. No doubt left in my mind, I will not forgive. Whoa, prepare to hit the ground. I'll turn your laughter into fear. Though you might turn the tide, I'll hold the line forevermore. This flame inside of me burns brighter than it ever has before. Let's get going, whoa, it's clear to me. My spirit calls and I will face this demon war with burning energy. The day of fate has finally come. It's clear to me. My spirit calls and I will face this demon war with burning energy. The day of fate has finally come.
We're warriors, unstoppable. We feel the evil coming and shadows all around. Danger surrounds us but won't bring us down. We're on the edge of greatness, turning darkness to light. We're right beside you, ready to fight. We must be strong, we must be strong, and we must be brave. We must be brave. We gotta fight every bit of strength that we have and never let it go. We're bound to this struggle with mighty sword and flame. We'll never fail you when you call our name. Together we'll be heroes, joining forces as one. Strong as the steel we carry, we rise like the sun. We must be strong, we must be strong, and we must be brave. We unstoppable, nothing's gonna get in our way. We're gonna win in the end. We must be strong and we must be brave. We must be brave. We gotta fight every bit of strength that we have and never let it go. We must be strong. We must be strong and we must be brave. We must be brave. We gotta reach inside, stand together and fight, never let it go. We must be strong.
This is Garnet, back together. And I'm never going down at the hands of the likes of you, because I'm so much better. And every part of me is saying go get her. The two of us ain't gonna follow your rules. Come at me without any of your fancy tools. Let's go, just me and you. Let's go, just one on two. Go ahead and try and hit me if you're able. Can't you see that my relationship is stable? I can see you hate the way we intermingle, but I think you're just mad cause you're single. You're not gonna stop what we made together. We are gonna stay like this forever. If you break us apart, we'll just make you up, and we'll always be twice the gem that you are. This is who we are, this is who I am. And if you think you can stop me, then you need to think again. Because I am a feeling, and I will never end. And I won't let you hurt my planet, and I won't let you hurt my friends. Go ahead and try and hit me if you're able. Can't you see that my relationship is stable? I can sing down the something you're afraid of, cause you think that you see what I'm made of. I am even more than the two of them. Everything they care about is what I am. I am their fury, I am their patience, I am a conversation. I am
Disclaimer: I am a law student, and the legal information provided is not legal advice. For that, please hire an attorney. Hi! Let's begin with a hypothetical. Let's say that we have a trans YouTuber. All right? And let's say, this is an allusion to me, don't worry. And let's say that this trans YouTuber has, not necessarily as expressed to other people, but has the goal of trying to normalize trans people, the existence of trans people in society, as much as possible, by any means necessary. Okay? And let's say that in the course of doing this, this trans YouTuber ends up making a couple arguments, all right? Or rather, a lot of them, but a couple in particular that we're going to be talking about here. And let's say that a lot of these arguments end up going towards defining what is transphobic. Okay? And let's say that she ends up usually coming down the side when someone comes under attack for being transphobic, that she is often on the side saying that the person is not. All right? Now that's where we're starting from. Now let's also say that this same person, the same trans YouTuber, in the course of making these arguments, ends up making a lot of the same arguments made by people who would go out of their way and constantly argue to invalidate her and other trans people's existence. Question: by making the same kinds of arguments as those people who would see to have society believe that this trans YouTuber is not who she makes herself out to be, a woman, do you think that her making those same arguments in fact furthers the goal of normalizing trans people in society. Hey everyone, how's it going? Blair White, I presume? Well, hey, maybe it's a good time to get into the first segment. So, in case people are not aware, something that I've been trying to do a lot more recently is I've been trying to have a lot of other content creators come on to my show to talk about various issues that I want to discuss. Normally, I would do them alone, but hey, collaboration is awesome. In unity and on the left and solidarity and all of that good stuff, right? And so this week we actually have a full we have a full schedule, all right? And we got to get through it because I want to get everyone in and I want to get everyone out. We got an hour for each. And so for our first subject, we're going to be talking about J.K. Rowling, Blair White, and one other person that we'll be getting into. But we have a guest. So without further ado, our first guest for tonight, some of you might know him, one of our up-and-coming video essay boyos here on the left, makes really good content, member of my Discord, cool all-around person, Lonerbox. So let's go ahead and bring them into the call, and let's start chatting. Hello, Lonerbox, can you hear me?
Oh shit. Yeah, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm very good. How are you?
I am living. Listen, this week has been let me make sure. Interviewee, got you. Yeah, this week has been crazy for me. But fortunately, I've gotten through basically all the work that I've wanted to do. So I'm ready to stream tonight. But hey, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience?
I'm Lonerbox. I make video essays about usually just whatever was on my mind at the time. Generally covering racism, xenophobia, strange right-wing theories about Africa. And yeah, it's been about 4 months now, and it's been quite good.
That is crazy. How many subscribers do you have at this point?
Let me have a look. 21,000.
Well, you're
No, 27,000. Sorry.
27. All right, 27,000. You're making a name for yourself. Hey, you're getting out there. But that's awesome.
Yeah, I got quite lucky. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. That's great. So thank you so much for coming on. But yeah, so to introduce the subject a little bit more to everyone, there are going to be a couple videos that we're going to be looking at. Now, I should be able to share my screen. Let me make sure. Stream 1, live. All right. Now, let me know if you're able to see that.
Should be a second. Can't see anything yet.
You can't see anything?
All right. Should it be on where your name is, right?
Yeah, like there should be like the little live button. It's fine. Like sometimes we run into this problem.
It says I can see you on Twitch, but I can't see the stream within the Discord.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Instead, I'm going to just call you, and we're just going to do a call, and then I should be able to share my screen. I've run into this problem before. I don't know what causes it. It's something weird about Discord, but it's fine. We'll deal with it. So I'll just call you, all right?
Okay, good.
Hello?
Hello.
All right, there we go. Now let's try this one more time, sharing my screen. All right. Now now you can see it?
Yeah, there's the boy. Look at him.
Awesome. We did it. All right. We defeated the obstacles that the internet has. All right. So, yeah, our first boya, we got Sargon of Akkad. Let's introduce the video title. So, the first video, Sargon of Akkad, J.K. Rowling turns trans people into serial killers. It's quite an interesting title that we got to start off there. Very, very catchy, very, very in your face and all of that. So yeah, I don't know. If you're ready, then if you have any preliminary thoughts, then you can share them. Otherwise, I'm looking to just get straight into the video. I want to get into the meat and potatoes of it.
Yeah, no, let's go for it. Let's let him speak.
All right, let's see what he got.
We defend J.K. Rowling quite a lot on this channel, which is remarkable because I am in no way a fan of J.K. Rowling's work.
Oh no, I can't hear.
Never read a Harry Potter book.
What's happening there?
Wait, you can't hear?
No, I can't hear your stream. The volume's up.
Wait, do you have me... Hold on. Right-click on me and see if you have me muted or something.
Let's have a look. That would be here. No, you're not muted. Check here. Oh, I can obviously hear you through the call.
Yeah, but the video.
Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, the volume's way up. Pop out.
I'm too old for that.
You're not able to hear this?
It wasn't my generation.
Oh, let's see this. Yeah, stream volume's all the way up.
Chat on the call part. Riley screen share, rather. Come get your pot. Right click on Riley stream, see if she's... check your audio settings. So go down to the left, user settings.
Yeah.
Voice and video.
Okay.
All right, what do you have for the output device and the input device?
It's everything. It's just my interface. I can change this actually. Yeah, no, it's all working. I can hear beeps and everything.
I've never watched the films.
And
or
you
at least
can't
the
hear this?
complete-
All right, hold on. I'm going to try one more thing.
Okay.
We're going to figure this out, damn it. Go live. All right.
Complete film.
How about now?
And it's fine.
What?
Yeah, there he is. Got
Oh,
it.
so we're finally good. All right, I'll edit this out I'll edit this out in post. It's fine. All right, we're getting into it. Basically, all he said is we defend J.K. Rowling pretty frequently, so that should tell you a lot about the kind of person that we're dealing with. All right, let's get into it.
Fine. I don't hate it. I don't like it. I simply don't care about it. And I don't care about anything else that she's written. But J.K. Rowling has decided, as she did back in June, but has done
I'm gonna turn up
much
the speed a little bit.
often prior to this, to weigh in on the culture war around the definition of what a woman is. And this is an agenda that's being pushed by radical left intersectionalists we call critical theorists.
The radical left pushing this theory of what a woman is. I always gotta love the posturing of this because, mind you, like literally, like all that we're doing is kind of following the academic consensus on what it means to be a woman, right? Like that's all that it is, right? Like there's no like radical left kind of ideological agenda behind this. Like that's complete speculation and posturing. It's just kind of like what academia is saying nowadays, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very pathologizing kind of approach, but yeah, that's the very...
Yeah,
that's the
it's just
very
kind of
jargon.
right.
Mhm.
Like it's an argument without substance. I mean, like so far it's not like too much. Like I don't want to make too much of a deal about this. It's just something that I noticed.
Who are trying to deconstruct the categories of man and woman and then down right way to sex. And so now sex, biological sex, is no longer a real thing. And so
Nope. Holy shit. All right, hold on. He's made this argument before. We don't have to get into it right now because right now, like, it's a simple rebuttal. No one is saying that biological sex doesn't exist. I said this, if people want to see the specific rebuttal that I had to this in when he responded to, like, Lindsay Ellis, and Riley J. Dennis. I have a previous video on that. People want to go see that. But basically, the TLDR is no one is saying that biological sex doesn't exist. It's just that it exists on the spectrum, a bimodal distribution more specifically, and it's not binary. That's it. No one is saying it doesn't exist. It's a complete straw man.
J.K. Rowling has come out and made her defense of it. If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. She carries on this argument, but it's a perfectly cogent...
So the thing about, like, this J.K. Rowling tweet is that, like, it basically encapsulates the same problem that he does. Both of them are responding to imaginary positions, right? If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. Well, yeah, no one's saying that sex isn't real. Also, like, same-sex attraction, like, historically, like, that's been used as a way to try and, like, negatively posture, like, LGBT people as basing their identity, like, their identities purely based off of, like, their sexual attraction, right? Or their sexual function, right? Like, it is, like, fundamentally, like, if you are, like, to be gay is to be attracted to someone of the same gender, right? Like, it doesn't really, like, this is kind of, like, a straw man, and also is like it's fighting against an imaginary position because no one is saying that sex isn't real, and also it's relying on like a faulty understanding of what it means to be like LGBT, right? If sex isn't real, and then the lived reality of women, yeah, this is also just like posturing that like, oh, you know, well, this is erasing womanhood, and it's like, no, there's no erasing of womanhood. It's just like broadening the understanding of what it is to be a woman. Yeah.
And accurate argument. There is such a thing as sex. Biological sex is a real, although imperfect, thing that exists. It's
I gotta love that, right? Like, he's gotta acknowledge that, like, the model that he uses, specifically as far as I'm aware, he uses the gamete model of sex, right? Which is outdated, which, like, he has to acknowledge that it's imperfect because like that's because like he knows that if like anyone pushes back on him, and mind you, plenty of people have, like the model doesn't stand up to scrutiny, right? And so like literally he acknowledges here, like he just blatantly acknowledges that like he holds this position even though it's not logically consistent, right? Even though it goes against like the prevailing scientific consensus, like he acknowledges it. He's just like, oh no, well I really want to keep this position. I just really like it. I just personally like it. That's not
He does have a very good way of agreeing with all the science when it's presented to him, and still weaseling in a way to think he's countering it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed. Did you ever watch the debate he had maybe a year ago? Him and Destiny talking about sexual identity.
Oh no, I didn't.
It's really good. It's basically Sargon just getting kind of bullied down into the position of why he thinks it's trying to make a utilitarian argument for why he believes there's a problem with calling trans women real women. And his have you ever seen him getting eventually kind of pushed back into this position where it's just
I mean, I know that he's made the position. I know that he's made the position that that it's somehow more preferable because of like I know that he's made an argument I've observed before that, oh, well, it might be something that some people might prefer because, like, you know, there might be some women who don't want trans women in women's spaces, even though there's actually evidence to show that really most people don't actually care. Like, most cis women, like, prevailingly, like, don't care about trans women being in women's spaces. That's a minority position. But I know that he's made that position. I know he's made the position that it would just be easier to keep the old model because that's totally not the sunk cost fallacy. I've definitely heard him, like, essentially, when he gets pushed back on the super hard, just make an argument like, well, I just prefer this model, right? And like, mind you, models, like scientific models don't have like inherent scientific validity. They're just like ways to be able to discuss what is empirically observable phenomena, right? Like everyone has XY chromosomes. It's just a matter of like which model is best at kind of like posturing that or like framing that in like relative to the rest of like someone's sexual identity, right? It used to be that like a binary model of sex was preferable based on what we knew about sex back then. But like as we discover more and we discover that sex is a lot more complicated, well, a different model seems to be where the scientific community is overwhelmingly going. But he's just like, no, I just really want to keep the old model. I just really want to keep it. It's just
the appeal to Darwin. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. Yeah, I've looked into that.
That's just so like, because Darwin, someone who changed views on science based on what was newly discovered at the time, more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
Charles
I mean, like
Darwin's not the kind of guy to just hang on to a 200-year-old idea. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Charles Darwin.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. You know, like he essentially just makes like an appeal to like ethos, right? Like just a pure appeal to authority. Like, oh, well, this is a Darwinian model of sex, and clearly, if Darwin came up with it, well, it must be credible, right? And you're exactly right. You know, like it basically relies on this assumption that like we have basically learned nothing about the nature of biological sex in like 200 years since whenever Charles Darwin was fucking alive, right? So I don't know, like I don't know. I really want to, like, I know that in the recent Creationist Cat video, like there was a little bit of an invite that he should debate me. I'm still waiting on it. I'm still waiting on it. I put the invite out when I originally covered him. I feel like it would be a really good chat. I feel like it would be a really good chat, but let's not meander on the point. We have a lot of ground to cover.
I don't know, you could call it a process perhaps, but it is a thing that exists, and we don't need to further justify it. We have seen it with our own eyes, we live it in our own selves, and just because some people don't, that doesn't mean that we don't.
Wait, is he literally just saying, hold on, I need to rewind this a little bit. I need to hear that argument again.
We have seen it with our own eyes, we live it in our imperfect thing that exists. It's I don't know, you could call it a process perhaps, but it is a thing that exists, and we don't need to further justify it. We have seen it with our own eyes, we live it in our own selves, and just because some people don't, that doesn't mean that we don't.
His argument, hold on. This is some galaxy brain shit. He's literally arguing biological sex exists because it exists. And we don't have to justify it. We just know it to be true, right? This is the most galaxy brain, like, circular logic I've ever fucking heard. How do people take Sargon of Akkad fucking seriously? He's literally just assuming his way into the conclusion without justifying it whatsoever. I'm sorry.
Very a priori appeal. Yeah, because I've seen him try to, when he was talking to Destiny about this, he was trying to give like real world examples of why it's damaging to allow trans women to call them real women. And he said it was because it disrupts the biological imperative of women to have children. And then obviously it's, what about if infertile women, are they not real women?
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually he's explaining this scenario. I thought it was so bizarre. He was talking about if you're on a date with a trans woman, and you're sitting there because dating is only functional for reproduction, then you're getting deceived. And that was his whole argument, was that it might lead to people who accept the breaking down of the gender binary to effectively just decrease their chances of procreating, because they're going to be on dates with trans people who they think are fertile, and they're going to get like lumped into these relationships without finding out that the person they're expecting to produce children with is not fertile, you know? And
I'm sorry, I'm just like amazed at this, because I think I've heard him make similar arguments before. I've heard him make similar arguments that like there's this, like I've heard him make this biological imperative argument, which is completely like, I'm sorry, I think it's a pretty normal thing to say that like most people do not go around in society thinking about like someone else's reproductive capabilities, right? Or like what genitals someone has, right? Like I think it's a pretty easy thing to sell that like that's not something that goes through most people's minds when they're like first meeting someone or first learning about someone's identity, right? Like that's not a normal thing that most people think about in society. And like extending that to dates, literally he's arguing that the only reason that people date, or the primary reason that people date, is for like furthering a reproductive function. Like what the fuck? I'm sorry, that's just so like it's got so many levels of fucked up in it, because it just assumes that like there's no other main reason to go on a date. I'm sorry, but I've been on a number of dates for like a lot of different reasons, and like, you know, I'm a pretty gay person, right? I've been on a lot of dates with a lot of people who I could not biologically reproduce with, and I can say they went over very well. Most of the time, those have gone over exceptionally well. So yeah, to say that like that somehow like those aren't like valid dates or whatever, like I feel like that's just like complete. I feel like that just flops on its face, you know?
well, here's my theory. I think before he did YouTube, Sargon was on a date. Sargon of Akkad. That was his Tinder profile name.
Oh
He
my
ends up
god.
on a date with a trans woman. He's sitting there across from her, and they're getting into what do you want for the future. And then Sargon says, "Well, I want to hopefully have children one day." And then trans woman says, "Whatever, I would too. I am infertile though." And then this is where Sargon's taken aback. It's like, "But I thought your profile said you were a woman."
A biological
Yeah,
female.
well, yeah, but yeah, no, she says I'm a trans woman, and then well, that's not women in the Darwinian sense, is it? You should have maybe presented yourself in your profile.
And
as
then she walks off
adult
and fucking
human
leaves him with
female.
the bill.
Yeah.
I would
no,
just
and then
immediately
she,
walk the fuck out. All right.
then she just sits back and says, "Okay, have you considered a career in talking absolute shit to an audience of highly suggestible tweens whilst harassing feminists for no reason?"
And that's where he got the channel from. That's the whole
That's the birth of Sargon of Akkad.
Oh my god, I love that. That's my headcanon now until forever. I love it. I love it. All right, let's go on.
Some people might not, but we certainly do. It doesn't have to be true for every single person. It is just true for the overwhelming majority, and that is frankly good enough. That is a high enough standard for which to hold the idea of sex as a real thing.
Also, literally, I'm sorry, like, he's saying so much stupid shit. He literally, like, now he's making the argument that, oh, just because, like, the majority of people believe that biological sex is, like, on a binary, just because he thinks that, like, the majority of, like, the average people, probably people who don't know anything about, like, the scientific consensus, or people who don't study this shit for a living, you know? But since most people in society believe this, then that's the reason why it should be true. Which is just kind of asinine, right? Like, we don't base what we believe empirically based off of, like, what most people, like, want to personally believe on a particular subject, right? Like, we don't base, like, what we teach in math classes based on, like, what most people think or what most people feel is the best thing to teach about, like, whether 2 + 2 = 4, you know? Like, it's not like that's a democratic system, right? Like, it is, like, based on, like, it's based on empirical fact. It's not based on, like, what the majority of people just, like, casually want to believe about it, right?
He's very honest in that his feelings don't care about the facts.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, no, he's very, yeah, no, this is actually amazing. Let me see if I can you turn your volume up just a little bit? Someone is saying that.
Yes.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
If, as I said, imperfect. And so this has made J.K. Rowling the world's foremost transphobe. She is apparently now a hater of trans people because she does not accept that trans women are women. She believes that trans women are biologically male, and to be a woman, you need to be an adult human female.
Yeah, that's about right. Because he has accurately surmised why she is in fact a transphobe. Not only because she believes those things, not only because she continues to believe those things even in the face of overwhelming criticism, but because she continues to peddle those beliefs to an audience of how many people are follow J.K. Rowling. Let's do some quick investigative journalism. Because I actually have forgotten how many people follow J.K. Rowling just on Twitter. She has 14.2 million people following her on Twitter. 14.2 million. Hold on. I can't remember.
That's twice the population of Scotland.
I actually can't remember.
More than twice. More than double the population.
Okay, he doesn't.
of
All right, she doesn't have as
country.
much as Donald Trump. I was about to lose my shit. But yeah, literally, you said it was double the population of Scotland.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Yeah. So not only does she hold these beliefs, not only does she continue to believe them in the face of criticism and like being empirically wrong, but also continues to peddle them to like a population twice the size of Scotland. Yeah, I feel like if that is not transphobe, I don't know what is. So yes, Sargon, you have correctly surmised why she faces this criticism.
So this means that the radical lefties really don't like her very much, and
The radical lefties. Also, I won't make a big deal out of this every time he says this because he's gonna say this a lot. It's just posturing, right? There's no argument, there's no substance. It's just posturing and trying to make the opposition look delegitimized. Yeah, that's all it is.
recently she released a new book. Now, I'm just going to say I haven't read this book. I don't even know if it's out yet, actually. So I don't think anyone's had the chance other than a few critics. But her latest book, as Pink News inform us, is about a murderous cis man who dresses as a woman to kill his victims.
Big yikes. Yeah, I mean, like I talked about it a little bit last week with Vera Wild. Before we get into it, do you have any immediate thoughts about the book?
I've been reading it today.
Oh, you've been reading the book?
Yeah, because it's going to come up. You know, the Blair White videos.
Yeah,
next, right?
Yeah.
And she very smugly says, anyone who criticizes this, I'm just going to ask, have you read it?
Oh shit.
Which is very, I don't know, like, I mean, I applaud Blair White for admitting that she'll never make fun of Muslims again until she reads the whole Quran. Or
Oh,
that she'll
shit!
never make fun of Marxists
Oh,
or communists
shit!
unless she reads the entire works of Karl Marx. But
Oh,
yeah,
fucking
no,
shit.
I started reading this morning, so I'm 40 chapters through. It's bad, but yeah, we'll probably get into that as the
Yeah.
the progresses. But,
All
yeah,
right, well then, yeah, I won't probe you too much on it, but
I've had a bad fucking day just because I don't want to be haunted by Blair White coming across this segment and asking us smugly if we've read the book.
did you read the book? Did you read
Yeah,
the book?
I read the book. I read the book.
Damn. All right. Well, shit. Then we are adequately prepared. Let's see what they got to say.
That's going to go down well with the alphabet people, isn't it? You can imagine how
The alphabet people, literally every single chance. Also, mind you, like any time that, like, I think he's tried to say that he's not like anti-LGBT, or like I think he's tried to like defend the claim that he's not like just bigoted against like LGBT people. But like if you're referring to like LGBT people as like the alphabet soup, new emote, y'all can do what you want with that. Yeah, y'all can do what you want. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, like if you refer to LGBT people as quote the alphabet soup, that doesn't really say a lot about like what your views of LGBT people are. Just personal hot take, you know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like one of those things that kind of tells you a lot more about a person's mindset than anything else they might say about it directly.
the response to this has gone, but let's find out some details first. Again, we haven't read this book, so we're just going off what Pink News and their wonderful investigative LGBT plus investigative journalism has found. The new book finds her private detective protagonist Corriman Strike, that's a horrible name, investigating a cis male serial killer who dresses as a woman to kill his cis female victims, according to an early write-up. That's interesting, because, and again, I haven't read it, but what that says to me is not that trans people are the problem, because after all, it is a cis man attacking cis women. It appears, in fact, that trans people are not even involved in this conversation. But what it seems to be is a highlighting, perhaps a warning, of the possibility that there will be men who, males, I guess, cis males, which we would normally call men, who might well dress up as women because the rules will allow it in order to further their own.
Okay, hold on. We have some things to talk about, right? So first, right? There's like two questions in here. I talked about one with Vera, so I'm not gonna like berate on it. Like I'm not gonna like meander on it too much. Just because it doesn't directly talk about trans people doesn't mean that doesn't like directly affect trans people, right? Like this is the same kind of argument that would say, for people who paid attention to my Twitter, last night Adley, why are you fucking calling me? I was just about to... Hold on. Or actually, no,
Are you all right?
Wait, hold on. All right, you're not muted anymore. All right, say hi to the stream.
Hello, stream. How are you?
All right, there you go. All right, hey, I gotta go. I was actually just about to talk about Silence of the Lambs. So
Oh,
this is,
perfect.
yeah, because we're talking about the J.K. Rowling book. So yeah, that's
Well,
gonna.
remember to put the lotion on his skin.
Oh my fucking god. All right, listen, we're gonna get into all the great quotes. Yeah. So all right, I'll talk to you later. All right.
Alright, talk later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Random cameo. All right. Anyway. Oh my god, chat's going nuts. Anyway, so
Is that
for
something
example,
natural?
what? Yeah. Wait, what?
Oh, wow.
No. Yeah, no, that was not. Anyway, so the story, that was like perfect timing because I was gonna talk about like last night she was over and we were watching Silence of the Lambs, and it's literally it's the same thing as this book, right? Like in the movie, they actually go out of their way to specify that Buffalo Bill, the person, like mind you, for people who haven't seen the movie, basically the TLDR is that the movie is about this serial killer who the movie will specify is not a real transvestite because it's from the 90s, right? So it didn't, like, transsexual wasn't even used back then. It was transvestite. But they said that he wasn't a real transvestite because he tried to use what do you call it? Because he tried to he was just like trying to make his body into something that it wasn't because he was upset with his body. Effectively, like the like Hannibal Lecter, the person who conveys this information, is like the original True Scum. If you take it to its logical extreme, I don't know. It's kind of funny to look at it nowadays, with like the whole trans discourse in perspective. But basically, like the movie Buffalo Bill, serial killer goes around killing cis women to peel their skin to make a skin suit so that he can wear it and look like a woman. Specifically, I think his mother or something. The movie does not technically portray him as a trans person. In fact, the movie like specifically goes out of the way to say the opposite. But because of two things, right? A, as pointed out by Vera Wild, the fact that there are no like counterbalancing trans characters to sort of indicate to the audience who probably doesn't know much about the subject what a actual trans person looks like. And B, the fact that the audience probably doesn't really understand the difference fully and will just look at this scary psychopath man trying to be a woman and will associate that with any other like trans person, right? Like that's the problem with this book, you know? Like the problem with this book in particular is that yeah, it doesn't technically talk about like trans people, but like it's portraying like a cis man or what someone might perceive as a cis man who dresses as a woman to try and harass and kill women, right? J.K. Rowling would probably look at like a lot of non-passing trans women and identify them with this category, right? So she's essentially just like, even though she's not like technically like directly calling out trans people, she's fear-mongering. She's doing the same thing that people have done with like these kinds of films with this trope for like years upon years. And it's had like demonstrably terrible effects on the lives of trans people. So this isn't anything new, but to say that like just because it doesn't like specifically talk about trans people, it won't negatively affect them or it doesn't target them, that's complete bullshit.
Well, it's almost like men who dress up as women to go and murder cis women in bathrooms and trans people are the same thing if you're a transphobe.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't know the difference. So that's it's not that like a normal person reading that would necessarily see the killer as a trans person, but every transphobe would.
Yeah. No, that's exactly
and also,
right.
Just the idea of men dressing up as women to go into bathrooms to kill women is just that is the number one fear story for transphobes.
And let's be
despite
clear,
there being no evidence for it.
Yeah. There's actually like some studies on this, right? So to go over this like very briefly, are concerns of trans predators in bathrooms, changing rooms, etc., empirically valid? So like there's a lot of empiric study on this. In 2018, a study was published in the Journey of Sexuality Research and Social Policy which discussed how legislation, regulations, basically like how a lot of recent regulation, which has promoted things like trans bathroom bills, have been based on fears about like trans predators invading bathroom spaces. But what they found was no empirical evidence that's been gathered to test such laws' effects, and that the study provides evidence that fears of increased safety and privacy violations as a result of non-discrimination laws are not empirically grounded. There's no evidence that these kinds of laws and the fears that they're based off of, that trans predators are going to invade women's spaces and like harass or rape them, there's no evidence to support it, right? Additionally, according to Rain, most rapes and sexual assaults, 8 out of 10, are committed by someone the victim knew, not random men and women claiming to be transgender going to the bathrooms. And additionally, according to a study conducted by the British National Centre for Social Research, a vast majority of cis women are not, in fact, concerned with which facilities transgender people use. They found that 72% of women said that they were either very or quite comfortable with a transgender woman using a female toilet, right? So not only are the fears not validated whatsoever, right? Like we're talking about like one or two crazy one-off instances out of like the vast majority of when trans people use the restrooms. But most people just don't care, right? And the people who say that they care are just like the vast minority. So it's a stupid fear, both because most people don't share it and it's not validated. So yeah, like it's just kind of astounding that I keep hearing the same argument over and over and over again when it's just fear mongering, right? And it's the same thing that we're seeing from here. Like all that this is fear mongering.
As far as I remember reading, the one thing that does increase the chances of people getting assaulted is if you put trans women in men's bathrooms.
Oh shit! You're absolutely right. Also, there have been studies, and I got some in my research document now. I'm working on a new update, but there's actually been studies that, like, if we want to talk about, like, the trans prison argument, that, like, trans women are disproportionately victims of assaults and rapes in prisons, right? Which is just kind of is another statistic that goes to show that, like, not only are trans women and trans people in general not the perpetrators of these kind of crimes, but usually they're the victims of it, right? Which is really sad because, like, this kind of rhetoric being spread around literally goes to, like, harm them more. Harm us more. Rip. All right, we meander. We have to get through. We have to keep a steady time. So let's keep going.
Horrific agenda. This is something perhaps to be aware of rather than to be an open condemnation of trans people if you were to take a charitable reading. And again, that is if what we're being told is actually accurate. But the first review for Troubled Blood describes it as a book whose moral seems to be never trust a man in a dress. What's interesting is the first review is from The Telegraph, and that's where they're getting this from. And The Telegraph is meant to be a conservative publication, or at least not a radical left-wing one. So it's interesting how this is the result. But I read this article, and it's like 4 paragraphs long, and it's a description, and it doesn't actually say this in the article, or at least if it did, I missed it. But this was enough red meat for the LGBT lobby and their activists. And this really did upset a few people on Twitter, as you might imagine. I mean, one of the replies, transphobic Silence of the Lambs tropes, how original.
I think we're just going to go into examples. I'm not sure how much I want to meander on this because we've already kind of talked about like why it's bad. And he's just going to like respond to, I guess, like some one-off instances of why it's not bad. I want to get, so we can listen for like another minute or two, but I really want to get to the, like, we're already like 40 minutes into the hour. So I want to get to the main point that I want to get to is the Blair White video. So we'll listen for about a minute more. And if he's just talking about like responses on Twitter, then I think we've already responded enough to him sufficiently to talk about something else. So yeah, we'll
every
listen
film,
a little bit
like,
more.
I don't recall seeing a film where a man dressed up as a woman to go and kill other women. Like, I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I haven't seen them. And what I'm trying to say when I say that is they don't seem very common to me. This actually seems to be a fairly new trope and a fairly not relevant.
Wait. We're literally, oh my God, this person is literally citing Silence of the Lambs. Holy shit. They say it's not a new trope. Hold on. Hey, actually, people in chat, if you would, for those of you who are not aware, Corviday, another really cool lefty YouTuber, another video essayist, actually made a video about, I believe it's called Jessica Yaniv and the Trans Predator Trope, which goes into the entire history of how this has been peddled by like tons of movies, publications, so on. Like essentially going back to Christine Jorgensen, who kind of like set all of this off initially. The TLDR is that like Christine Jorgensen back in the 50s, first like very public trans woman, did a transition, looked like very beautiful by conventional standards back then. So like society was like largely fine with it. It was kind of like a fascination, like, oh my God, this blonde beauty used to be a guy. Oh my God, it's so cool. But then when people actually realized that this challenged a lot of like conventional norms about like societal views of gender, people got like crazy against it. And she was like very quickly turned from like this national icon into someone like hated by everyone, right? And that's kind of what birthed a lot of the trans predator kind of movies that we've seen ever since then, right? Including probably this. I mean, like this book is kind of the natural culmination of it, right? But yeah, so people who want to know more, because I won't dwell on it too much, but this point is just like wrong. Like this is not a new this is not a new trend, right? But this is like it goes back like all the way into the 50s, you know? Yeah, watch Corviday's video for more information.
Just for what it's worth, there is nothing new in this book. Like everything in it is a very done trope.
Yeah. Actually, so we're 40 minutes in. I feel like that's all I really want to talk about Sargon, because I feel like we've responded to like the substantive arguments. Like the point I want to make is not necessarily to go through and debunk every single little thing that Sargon says, because like, I mean, like I've done it before, right? Like everything that he says is fucking wrong. what I think is more interesting to me is how Blair White's views have like a very stark overlap with someone who, mind you, just made a lot of arguments to delegitimize the idea that trans women are women, that Blair White is in fact a woman, right? And so I kind of want to like explore this idea because I know that Blair White has made the argument before. And mind you, here's the secret intel. All right, here's the secret intel. I cannot say the source, but here's the secret intel. All right, and I am taking this at face value.
Holy shit.
The secret intel is that Blair fundamentally says a lot of things that she does because she has the goal of trying to normalize trans people in society. All right? That's the goal. And she might not necessarily believe all the things that she says. Now, that doesn't really change necessarily like how I respond to it because I don't care so much about what she internally believes because if she's peddling wrong ideas, I'm going to call them out. But in the instance where hypothetically Blair ends up watching this in the future, Blair, we're going to look at your video, all right? There's a chance that you will watch this, as I have been told by, there's a chance that you'll watch this. And I really just want you to consider the fact that literally you are spreading arguments, or you might be spreading arguments either very close or the exact same as someone who is arguing against the validity of your person. And if your goal is to try and normalize trans people in society, spreading these arguments is literally going antithetical to what you're trying to accomplish. All right? Now I'm going to criticize them, and some of them might be really fucking bad, but understand that, like, if what you're trying to do is to help trans people, this is not the way to do it. With that being said, let's go ahead.
Well, what I would like is for people to not buy this book.
You haven't read the book, have you?
No.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. I know the amount of
too fast.
This video is a little bit obnoxious. This is actually post-birthday decorations. I had a surprise party. I turned 27 a few days ago, which is about 80 in tranny years, but we won't talk about that. So I genuinely cannot believe I'm here making a third JK Rowling video. If there's been
I mean, probably because it's a very popular topic. And also because, like, I don't know, JK Rowling, like, side note, just, like, this doesn't really necessarily go to the argument. She's just one of those people that's occupied such a large headspace in me. And some people say, like, she's living in my head rent-free. And I'd be like, well, I mean, like, when she literally, like, goes on a giant tirade about, like, how, you know, trans people, biological sex and all that, and then releases this giant bomb that she's releasing this giant transphobic book, yeah, it's gonna occupy a decent amount of headspace in me, as I think it does for pretty much, like, any trans person who wants to live in, like, a society that doesn't, like, constantly harass them. So I wish that wasn't the case, but no, Blair, it's not surprising.
one
It's
person, I
fascinating,
thought
if nothing else.
It is really fascinating. Yeah, no, I mean, like, again, I've said this before. She could have gone, like, the rest of her life and been beloved by, like, every single person. She could have, like, kept this all to herself and just, like, relied on the fact that she wrote, like, a halfway decent, like, set of books. And a lot of people really, like looked up to her as, like, this goddess for it. And she could have gone the rest of her life and been, like, this beloved character. And probably throughout the rest of the time and, like, this really influential author. And she kind of just blew all of it, right? Like, she just collectively blew all of it. Which is amazing to me, but yeah, I don't know. I am no psychiatrist, so I won't speculate into like her the mental bases for why beyond like what could be reasonably surmised.
pissed off the trans community more than anyone else on the planet. J.K. Rowling has taken that spot. This is the third transphobic controversy that the author has found herself in. This time it's not about any tweets that may or may not be out of context we can go back and forth about. This is not about who she's following on Twitter, as if that's ever a valid reason to cancel someone. Anyways, this time everyone is up in arms about her new book being released called Troubled Blood. And just a heads up, I read the book. I spent the last 12 hours reading it as an ebook. And so the opinions you're going to hear today are from someone who is not just, on Twitter hearing what other people have to say and hopping on a bandwagon. This is because I read the book. Now people are calling the book transphobic because of this, because it has a character who is a cis man who dresses as a woman when killing his victim. So right off the bat, I'm wondering what a cis man wearing a wig has to do with me as a trans woman and why I'm supposed to be outraged by the inclusion of this type of character in the book, but we'll get
Okay, so I won't belabor this point, both because we're going on time and because, we've already talked about it. I refer this back to the earlier conversation. The TLDR, just because it doesn't technically include the term trans, doesn't mean that this isn't like objectively targeted at trans people, right? If what the book is talking about is what other people might perceive as, quote, a man in a dress, then like, especially if we're talking about non-passing trans people, that's going to especially fearmonger against them. But basically, like, most people will not be able to most people who don't know about trans issues aren't going to be able to tell the difference. And so it's going to effectively like negatively harm trans people in the same way that like Silence of the Lambs and a whole bunch of other similar books have, or movies and books have throughout the course of recent history.
Into that. Now, people are up in arms. People are burning the book. Let's start with that.
You're not a dick.
Get out of here, ad.
You're
Fuck
a
you.
man. Most name brand bars and body washes
That's very ironic.
I know. Wait, what did it say? I wasn't paying attention to it.
It just said you're a man.
Wait, are you fucking serious?
Smashing a plate and saying you're a man.
Oh my god, that's actually hilarious. Very ironic.
I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news to those that are going and buying the book and burning it. The money's still in her account. I have never, for the life of me, understood people who...
Actually, I agree with this point. Like, there's really no reason to burn the book. I mean, like, you can symbolically, but, like, it's kind of the same thing as, like, I don't know, if people who have seen, like, H-Bomber Guy's Woke Brands video, where, like, Nike... Or I think there was like some like blender company or some like item company which announced that it had like a woke take, and a bunch of people who were like super reactionary went out and like destroyed their whatevers. What I can't remember like the specific thing. It was like some kind of household appliance, but like people went out and destroyed them. Well, people were likely still gonna go buy another one because they were just like things that either people really wanted or needed. So like yeah. Oh, and the companies already had the money, right? It's not like it was doing anything to them. So like. I don't know. I talked to Vera Wild about this. If you want to enjoy the book, I think that you can. If you want to enjoy the books, I think that you can. I don't know. I don't agree with necessarily burning them, but, you know, do what you want. Just understand that, like, yeah, J.K. Rowling already has your money. Just don't buy any more.
Because they're mad about a product or the creator of a product, go and buy the product just to destroy it on camera for clout. That's a little dumb. A lot of dumb. Also, the irony is not lost on me that I remember growing up when the books were still coming out, her original Harry Potter books, I'm sorry. And it's interesting because people have always burned her books. I am old enough to remember, back to me being old, that about 15 years ago, they were burning Harry Potter books.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it used to be because, like, it was like conservative Christians. Like, I'm familiar with some of the texts. Like, I used to be around a bunch of Christians who, like, really hated, like, J.K. Rowling's books before. It's actually interesting how she's kind of flipped a 180, right? She used to be hated by, like, reactionary Christians who hated it because, like, they're, like, or fundamentalist Christians who focus on, like, there's, like, some passage in the Old Testament, I think in Deuteronomy, that talks about, like, burning witches or killing witches. And basically that's why a lot of them did. We could have a whole talk about, like, how a lot of fundamentalist Christians tend to cherry pick scripture, but, you know, that's not the subject of this. But yeah, it's like, you're talking about, like, a very different group of people before, you know? Like, very different kinds of book burnings.
Now, that was the religious, fundamental people who believed that it was witchcraft and
Oh,
that
shit.
evil and teaching children to be evil.
Hey.
So, the ultimate irony of things being so 180'd in recent
All right, hey, like, credit where credit is due.
years that it's now the woke brigade burning books, it's like, we had to take note of that. Along with burning her books, the hashtag rest in peace J.K. Rowling was trending on Twitter because what way to say, hey, trans people are not violent psychopaths than making a hashtag trend calling for the death of an author. I think that's effective activism, don't you? So honestly, we need to deep dive this one. But first, shout out to the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark. Surfshark,
Nope.
our pictures are
Nope.
this new transphobic book by J.K.
All right.
But on to the video. Okay, I'm gonna keep this super simple about this new transphobic book by J.K. Rowling. And by the way, the book was part of a series. I don't know how many came before it, but yeah. I didn't like the book, but that is not because it has anything to do with being transphobic or anything to do with transgender people in any capacity at all, by the way. If
Again, I refer back to my earlier discussion.
you only pay attention to the mob online and to social media and to people who are so desperate to attack J.K. Rowling, you would think this book is literally like a PSA against trans people, that it's a book that paints trans people as evil, as killers, etc. But no honest person who has actually read the book, I mean really read it, not just reacted to a description or reacted to whatever, if you've actually seen it, there's no way you could feel that way. At the
Hey, Lonerbox, you read the book, right?
Yeah.
So, this might be a good place to talk about. So what are your sort of takes on the book, right? Like, what are, so can you give me like the TLDR? Because she's saying that no person who has read the book, no reasonable person who's read the book, could come away with the perception that it's transphobic. Yeah. So can I get like your TLDR?
Someone who's read the book, Blair White, we can join the book club. Yeah, it's the entire book, like the subtext of it. Like, I think Blair White's about to mention that the whole the actual thing with the killer being a crossdresser and everything, just it comes in like one page at the end. But the whole subtext of the book is about women getting hurt by men. So the main female detective, Robin, is a divorcee because of infidelity. And then she's constantly dealing with unwanted male attention. There's a scene where one of the new recruits to the detective agency sends her a dick pic. There's the male detective who ends up kind of falling for the female detective. He opens up in a bar talking to some misogynist who's rambling about one night stands with women. Like it's all the way throughout. There's this kind of like women getting hurt by men story. And if you're a transphobe, then trans people existing is women getting hurt by men. So
yeah.
I can, I mean,
so basically,
fair,
if
right?
I could understand, right, because the posturing, right, because especially like J.K. Rowling has expressed these views, right, so the understanding, like the subtext of the book is basically, like if you don't hold like the beliefs that J.K. Rowling does, or that a lot of people who might not otherwise know better do, then it might not make the book as bad. But because J.K. Rowling has expressed beliefs similar to, or can, or just to the effect of either A, that trans women are men, or B, or B, that trans men are just women, usually like lesbian women, who have been harmed by like the trans agenda, right? Then basically all of transphobia, especially like TERF kind of transphobia, is baked into this idea of men harming women, right? And so if the subtext of the book is men harming women, then it helps promote those ideas, right? Like those explicitly transphobic ideas. Is that kind of
not
like...
only that, but that's all. Yeah, and J.K. Rowling's done this before. In 2014, in the same series, she wrote a book called what was it, The Silkworm, which is when I think it's a murderer who is dressed as a woman in a burqa, in a full hijab.
Really?
Yeah, and I think something about feeding, like they feed the victim a halal takeaway or something. Yeah, it's like she's done this before, and I think it's either Blair White or Sargon, I can't remember. One of them lies about saying that the killer is only using the dress as a means to sneak into the women's bathroom, and that's it. It's nothing to do with their character. But then throughout, after it skips all the weird wine mum shit about tarot and star signs, that's how they catch the killer. They go into how the killer is basically just this complete stereotype of like an abused boy who started with a habit of watching girls through his bedroom window and then stealing their underwear and using it to get off sexually. So
gotcha.
Yeah, it's not just a cis man dressing up to
it's feeding into like the trans predator trope is what it's doing.
It's completely
yeah, like basically the idea that there are like perverted like crazy cis men who appropriate the label of trans or like this hashtag woke culture to try and like commit these kinds of actions against cis women. But again, like going back to what we were discussing earlier, like these beliefs are so far-fetched, like there's no evidence for them. The best that you will ever find is like one-off pieces of anecdotal evidence. And like, yeah, there's going to be some fucking crazy people out there, right? But what this is doing is it's normalizing the idea that this is a lot bigger of a problem than than it actually is. And it kind of normalizes the belief that there needs to be action taken against them, right? Like this is the reason why a lot of people were able to get support for the trans bathroom bills, a couple of years ago, right? And in the US, a lot of Republicans only moved away after it was leaked that not only did they not have any evidence to be able to back it up, but that they literally just tried spreading it on the basis of fear mongering, right? Like once that came out, they basically just kind of dropped the argument because a lot of people realized that it was just completely full of shit, right? But this is kind of doing the same thing here that Republicans were doing back then. That's been done for like a very long time. Is it's like fear mongering and spreading the idea that this is like a problem when it really just isn't.
True.
Yeah.
I think I've got one more. I think I really hate this thing that she's doing by saying that because it's only mentioned in one passage and all that in a 900-page book.
Yeah.
Then but that's kind of like, I don't know, if Joseph Goebbels did like a speech and it was an hour long and 59 minutes of it was just some boring like Law and Order and I don't know, some shit about like Volkswagens. But then by the end, or like somewhere in the middle, he just says, by the way, there's an unknown international cabal that's meddling with international finances and starting revolutions in Russia and using immigration to outbirth the locals, then yeah, of course you're going to draw attention to that bit, you know. And
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what Joling is doing in this book.
Yeah. So we're coming up on the hour, so I kind of want to like summarize, because I think we've essentially responded to, and like you watch the videos, like the main point that I want to get through, right? Because obviously, like, you know, the criticisms that we've discussed this, you know, so far on the books, and like both Sargon's and Blair's positions on the book, you know, like all of those are incorporated into this idea. But like the main thing that I kind of want to get at, I think that's sort of the takeaway, because I mean, like, JK Rowling transphobic? Yeah, no fucking shit. Like the arguments to defend her just kind of flop on her face. But I think it's really interesting when you have someone like Blair who continuously makes the argument to justify like the kind of content that she puts out on the basis that, oh, well, I'm just trying to help trans people integrate into normal society. But like, she's literally making the same kind of arguments to defend a very blatant transphobic person doing transphobic things as someone who literally continuously argues against her. Even in the video that we just looked again, like today, right? Like, she's making the same kind of arguments that Sargon did. And Sargon in that video argued, like made arguments that would invalidate Blair's identity, right? And I think that like there's I think it's pretty bad when you are like making the same kind of arguments as someone who is like literally in the same breath arguing against the validity of your personhood, you know? Like, it's not exactly a kind of a strategic rhetoric decision to basically be making the same. It would be as if you have like someone, it would be as if you had like a black person trying to argue, who wants to like normalize like black acceptance in society by making the same kind of arguments as like race realists, right? Like, it's completely like, I should say that would be completely unreasonable. But I mean, I don't know. There are plenty of black conservatives who make that kind of an argument. So actually, I'm getting very depressed as I'm trying to make that analogy to point out how absurd the logic is. But yeah, I don't know. Do you have any final thoughts on the book, the videos that we've watched so far?
Yeah, it's obvious, and I think they both know it is.
Yeah,
like there's no, I don't like, yeah. I've noticed in passing, like every now and then, whether it's on Twitter and all that, these people understand dog whistles when it's happening to them, and they'll call it and they'll point it out.
Oh, so, interesting. So like, do you have an example, just off the top of your head?
Well, yeah, personally, because yeah, well, like when I made a video about Count Dankula, and I started it with this little spiel about, I spoke about the British National Party, who are like the most racist party in the country, knowing that they've got nothing to do with him. So I just spoke about them for the beginning, then said, oh, on an unrelated note, we're going to talk about Count Dankula.
I remember that.
That's because I've seen him defending like Sargon's I wouldn't even rape you comment, and saying, oh, well, he's saying he wouldn't, you know, it's an anti-rape joke. And then so I just thought, if I do the same thing to him, is he going to fall for it? And he did. He got like really pissed off. And
he got super pissed off
about why he's actually not a fascist, even though I, you know.
So yeah, so a lot of these people, so a lot of these people like understand dog whistles, right? Like, so they should be able to reasonably look at this and understand, like, it's a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle for transphobia. I don't know. I have to wonder. I'm pretty sure that like I'm almost like, I am basically certain that Sargon is a bad faith actor. Blair, I mean, like, based on, like, again, like, I don't know. Blair, if you happen to watch this in the future, if you ever want to talk to me, let's make it happen, girl. But, like, if you are, like, to understand that if you are saying these things, like, if you're, like, either you're expressing these things and you believe them and you're wrong, for the reasons that we've discussed so far, or you're saying these things and you don't believe them and you're just kind of, like, saying these things to try and further an agenda, I hate to tell you, girl, but that's grifting. That's like definitionally grifting, actually. Like, if you Google grifting right now, I'm pretty sure that the first thing will come up will be maintaining a false belief for the purpose of furthering a personal gain, which is not good. So get your shit together. If you ever want to talk, then I'm open to it. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know. This is very bad. Which is I guess par for the course. But I don't know. I'm here for the Blair redemption arc if it happens. But I don't know.
She also has to stop saying anything at all about modern gender theory until she reads Judith Butler.
Oh shit! Yeah. No, that would be amazing.
That's because she's read it.
Yeah, like, I have to maintain. I don't know. I'm not holding my breath, but hey, you know, I've been surprised before. I have been very surprised before. So I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Thank you so much for coming on, by the way. I think we're at the hour, so I really appreciate it. Do you want to shout yourself out and tell the audience who you are and where to find you and all that good stuff?
Yeah, why not? Thanks a lot for having me, by the way. It's been fun.
Yeah, no problem.
It's Loner Box, YouTube, Twitter, all that shit. If you can't remember it, just think of a loner that's in a box. I don't know.
We got you. All right, we've got you. Yeah, we've got your YouTube in chat. So yeah, all right, awesome. Yeah. I love my community is like on top of this shit. I love it. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll talk to you later. All right.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, see you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. First video done. RGR fixed permissions for the next segment. If you want to try again, I just said to the sharing the browser, and she could hear and see. All right, awesome. It won't be as relevant for the next one, I don't think. But yeah, we are. So listen, we have a lot of guests for tonight, so we gotta keep moving. All right. So basically, the next thing that we're gonna be talking about, right? RJ Icon, you're coming on. Listen, hey, Pixel Hipster, you're coming on at the scheduled time. I have everyone scheduled. See you back in the weekly recruitment chat. All right. Please, I'm kind of drunk. If you're drunk, I'm not letting you on. Or if you're like too drunk to the point where you're inebriated. But yeah, come. You're allowed to come on when we scheduled you to. But like, if you are to the point where you're just gonna like make an ass of yourself on here, then no. So anyway, the next person that we're going to be having on is this is actually a really cool opportunity. For those of you who are not aware, there are a lot of issues happening with trans rights over in the UK. I mean, there are problems everywhere, but over there in particular, I'm gonna not say too much because I'm gonna let our guests introduce a little more on the topic. But essentially, the Tories are, from what I understand, pushing a lot of very anti-trans legislation. The Tories being, from what I understand, the more conservative party. Again, I need to learn more about politics over there. Maybe some of the Brit Bongers in chat could tell me a little bit more, but I believe that's a correct understanding. And yeah, so we're going to be talking to Katy Montgomery, who is a... well, I don't know. I'll join the chat, and I prefer to let people introduce themselves. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and join the call. Hello, Katy.
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
All right, awesome. Here, let me go ahead and I'll turn on my other camera so that you can see me. And hey, there we go.
Hi.
Hello
How
there.
are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. So, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate this. I think this will be a really cool discussion. Before we get too far into it, can you introduce yourself and tell the audience a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, my name is Katy Montgomery. I am a trans woman, and I argue online a lot.
Yeah,
I'm definitely like Twitter's resident dickhead. And I'm also in a metal band. If anyone likes thrash metal, you should check out my band Dehumanot.
Oh wow!
I don't know if I'm stuff. Sorry.
I had no idea about that. That's amazing.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. All right. So, you argue a lot online. So my understanding is that you do a lot, like you write a lot of articles, you do a lot of journalism. So could you tell us a little bit about like some of the work that you've done there before?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Like, I guess you could describe it as journalism. Basically,
yeah, to the extent, however you want to describe it.
Yeah. I guess basically I started on Twitter and like sort of earlier on in transition and just like arguing with people.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of arguing about like atheism and stuff, and I've kind of got back into that. And I also argue about music a lot and other things. Like, you know, I'm just a knobhead who likes to argue. And being on Twitter, obviously you see people just making stuff up about trans people, like, you know, like most ridiculous stuff. And so I just come in and be like, well, that's not true. Like, here's the evidence saying that. Here's another position you hold, which is logically inconsistent with the one you've just said. And then I just carried on doing that. And I think I'm a bit addicted to it, which is a bit rubbish.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Twitter is like designed to be addicting. Trust me, I'm feeling it already.
Yeah. I mean, my personal best / worst is I once sent 595 tweets in one day. But anyway, so I ended up doing the same particular arguments about trans rights, particularly in the UK, like over and over again.
Mhm.
And there'd be the same misconceptions. And it's, usually from like the gender critical movement.
Right.
And so I just thought like some of these things, like one of the ones I've most recently done is people always ask, yeah, but what rights don't trans people have? So I just wanted an answer that I can just give them. So I've just been writing this article, which is literally just a sourced list per country of every country in the world. Not quite done all of them yet, probably done 150 or whatever, where I can just link it to them as an answer, and then I don't have to do that argument again.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's basically what all of my articles are. It's like, here is a topic that comes up which is always wrong. And here's some information. I think the one that's like my most famous one, my greatest hit, is when J.K. Rowling did her like anti-trans manifesto thing.
Yeah.
I assembled like a team of people on Twitter, and we spent like 4 days like pouring a lot of energy into like I slept like 4 hours, 4 nights in a row to write like a response to it and go through every single claim, and here's the evidence, and here's a source backing up my claim, and here's why it doesn't make sense with what she's saying. And so yeah, I guess that's like what my articles are, just an extension of me being a knobhead. But I guess I have also wanted to kind of expand out a bit from just arguing on Twitter, because like the goal obviously is to, well, didn't I say obviously? A goal is to just get rid of ignorance about trans people.
Yeah.
And you can argue one-on-one with people, but that only reaches so many people. You can only have about 3 conversations on the go at once, whatever. Whereas if you write an article and 150,000 people see it, or if you make a video, then hopefully you reach more people. But
yeah,
that's what I'm hoping. I'm just like trial and erroring as I go, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, like that's what we're all doing on here, right? And I think that's the best way.
Yeah.
I mean, like obviously, like if people are able to get educations and able, like like I apply the things I learned from my education, right? But that only takes you so far, right? Like you do learn the best from just like trial and error. I kind of want to get into something that you wrote very recently, right? Like sort of the subject of why we're here. So you recently wrote this article on Medium addressing concerns over GRA reform. So could you give the audience like a basic kind of like overall summary, and then we can go into like the nitty-gritty details of kind of what's happening over in the UK?
So in the UK, you can change your birth certificate basically to say that your sex or gender, or however you want to describe it, is what you've transitioned to. And that is a legal process we have. And basically, like there's a bit of history behind this. So anyway, that process uses a certain law called the Gender Recognition Act of 2004. And the history for that is ages ago, in 50s, 60s, whatever, if a trans person wanted to change their birth certificate, they could just ask the Central Birth Certificate Registry, or however it works, to change it, and they would just change it. And there wasn't any process at all. It would just get changed. And then in the 70s, a rich person, some multimillionaire, married a trans woman and then had a divorce. And she wanted some money from the divorce. And his lawyer argued that because she was technically a man, according to English law, even though she'd updated her birth certificate, that the marriage was actually illegal because we didn't have gay marriage then. So actually, she doesn't get anything, and the whole thing's annulled, and it was all rubbish. So obviously, it's a completely like homophobic bullshit stacked on top of transphobia, stacked on top of screwing a woman out of marriage stuff. But anyway, so that was like the legal precedent set, and then for a while, trans people just were like trans women were legally men, and trans men were legally women. Because that was like the legal precedent set from this one court case.
Right.
But then I think there was a few other stages, there was a few other incidents, and the precedent changed a little bit. But then in 2002, I think 2 trans women sued the UK in the European Court of Human Rights and won over privacy. And the European Court of Human Rights said the UK has to legally have a process for which a trans person can fully legally transition in all cases. So that's what the Gender Recognition Act was. It's literally a result of the European Court of Human Rights saying that the UK was breaking international law. So, like, that's quite high level. It's like above the level of the UK, which is, you know, a good sign because we also inherit all their president from the legal trials and all this kind of stuff. So even if, sorry, actually, I'm getting into something that's not that interesting. But anyway, so that's like,
I appreciate it, right? Like, I mean, like, I'm studying law right now, so I mean, like, a lot of this is right up my alley.
Yeah. So, yeah, so that was kind of like the foundation for it. But the government put in so many stupid caveats and, you know, you must do this, this, and this. And they wanted to make it like prohibitively hard to get, I think.
Sure.
I don't know if they would literally admit to that, but there was lots of extras and people trying to strike off these things. You know, they were trying to make it so religious organizations could overrule it and all this kind of stuff. But anyway, we ended up with the Gender Recognition Act 2004, which was a victory for trans people in the sense that it gave you some kind of pathway to privacy from, you know, people finding out your birth certificate or your medical history, because it provides you something called a gender recognition certificate.
Right.
And if you have one, then legally, like your employer and stuff aren't allowed to spread information about your transition. Like
That's really
the press
nice.
aren't allowed to out you because, like, the British press, which is horrific still today, in the like 70s and 80s, would just like find random trans women and just destroy their lives.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I mean, I know some of my, like, one of my friends who I talk to a lot, she was like working at a school and she came out and then she was like front page headline news, like, you know, tranny is actually a man around your kids and all this kind of stuff. And like another example is Caroline Cozy, who's an actress from the 80s. And she was actually in James Bond and she was in like a few other things. She was in Playboy.
Oh, really?
And then the UK press found her that she was trans and, like, you know, this is a man, like destroyed her career, like destroyed her entire life, like all of her relationships fell apart and everything. So the Gender Recognition Act gave you this like legal privacy protection, which is actually part of Article 8 of the Human Rights Convention, European Human Rights Convention, I think, which is a right to privacy. So it's like that right embodied for trans people. But anyway, so the Gender Recognition Act was pretty good, but had quite a lot of problems, which I guess we'll get into. And recently, 2018, they proposed a reform just to get rid of the problems, which then stirred up basically what the gender critical movement is today, basically off this one thing, which also like coincided with trans people being more visible. And then also like it becoming a political issue rather than just a small, like, you know, trans people issue.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of time, so why don't we? Also, what the hell? Someone linked your music into our chat. Also, completely might have just destroyed the eardrums of some of our viewers. That's pretty heavy.
Yeah, it's like thrash metal, death metal, doom metal, and swing time. There's quite a lot of swing time in it. That's our like angle.
Yeah. All right. But anyway, everyone is dying. But anyway, so we have a decent amount of time, so we can explore some of these. We're not in as much of a rush as I was in my previous segment.
Okay.
Everyone is dying in chat. But anyway, so
no chat.
Anyway, so why don't we start with some of the so the Gender Recognition Act came about as a result of it, as a result of the process that you discussed earlier. You said that it had some problems. So could we talk about like some of the problems that it had up until even 2018?
Yeah, so there's lots of smaller problems, but I think the main issue in the way was, in order to get a gender recognition certificate, which is what you get in order to change your birth certificate and for this like law, is you need a medical diagnosis of gender dysphoria from like an accredited list of practitioners. So not just any doctor, it has to be a specific one in the UK. And in order to do that, you have to go through the NHS system, and the NHS system for trans people is incredibly bad, incredibly slow. So for example, from the moment of me telling my doctor I'm trans and I want to be referred to our specialist system, to my first appointment was 33 months. And in that time, I went private, came out, changed everything, started hormones, like did everything. And I was already had already been living full time, actually for about 3 years at that point.
Right.
Before my first appointment. And then there's 6 months more before your next appointment, and then they have to do a diagnosis. And like even someone like me who was, basically looking like this and living my life as a normal person, I was still years away from being able to get a GRC and a gender recognition certificate. I'm going to call it a GRC from now on.
Yeah.
And like only recently would I have been able to get one. And only that is the point where I can have the things that the certificate provides, which also I think is worth mentioning. Perhaps we'll come on to that next. Because it's not just privacy, there's some other legal bullshit that it does.
So I mean, like the first thought I have is because I'm interested in sort of what it's able to provide people right now, but also like it does sound, because I mean like the bad thing about it, at least as far as I'm hearing right now, is that like I understand that like I think that if we're trying to steel man the rationale for like having such a long waiting time is to make sure, we want to make sure that people are absolutely sure about what they're doing. We want to make sure they have a lot of time to make sure that they're not making any serious life decisions or changes or whatever. The problem is that like it does disadvantage, especially like if we're talking about and maybe you can explain this to me, like being able to get on like gender affirming care, right? Like it does, like having such a long waiting time for something like that or legal recognition, is that it does disadvantage people who need that more than people who either pass pretty easily and so don't have as much of a need for it immediately, or people whose lives or work specifically, or for whatever reason, maybe they're trying to get married, but maybe they're trying to like pay for a house or whatever. Though, like if you're not like if that kind of a waiting time is going to negatively affect people who fall into those kind of categories over people who don't, Yeah,
for sure. So on the waiting times thing, the NHS system was designed to slow people down like that. That's explicitly part of it. Like the first appointment is, hello, we'll see you in 6 months. Like,
wait, really? Are you serious?
So my first appointment, I turned up, didn't see a doctor, talked to like a secretary person. They gave me a form to fill in, which I could have filled in online or anything. And then they were like, cool, yeah, we'll see you in 6 months. And that was literally it. And I had to take a day off work, and I had to travel 3 hours across the country because there's only a certain amount of, there's only like 7 of these facilities in the entire country. And yeah, it's intentionally designed to slow people down, which is part of the problem. But also it was designed in, I don't know, the 90s or something, when only thousands of trans people are out rather than tens of thousands. And so now the waiting queues to even get to the bit where you're being purposefully slowed down are years. And, when I got my first appointment, it was, I don't know, 2 years ago, whatever. And it's just, the queues are even worse now. And so it's not just the system designed to slow people down, which it is. It's also underfunding and just no change in the amount of like space for people to get in the queue and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's definitely part of it. But one thing you brought up, which I think might be worth mentioning, is about marriage and like other things it affects. For me right now, as a like financially secure trans person with a good job, supportive family, supportive friends, supportive colleagues, who passes fairly well. I mean, make up your own mind on that. But like I'm very privileged in my position.
Yeah.
And for me, the GRC won't provide, or I don't consider it to provide that much benefit. There is a few things. And for me, the two major things that it provides for me personally is, if I want to get married, I will have to get married like as a man and be man and wife or man and husband. Be married as like Mr. Montgomery and stuff for the whole process. And my marriage certificate, depending on where I get married, might even mention that on it.
Wait. So you have to get bottom surgery in order to be able to like be qualified as like your gender in a marriage certificate?
No, so you don't need. So this is such a mess. See, like I know in the USA you have like in some things it's like you need this and then you can do this, and then you need this and you can do this. In some places you can't do it. In some places you can do it.
Yeah.
In the UK, it is such a mess. So this might be a bit of a detour, but you can update your driving license and your passport your bank details, your name, like everything you can imagine, you can update already instantly. Just like you can update your passport in like the same week if you want to update
wow.
it. You can like all of those processes you can do already. None of them require surgery. None of them technically require hormones. So I actually updated my passport and my driving license before anything. Like I was pre everything. So you can do all that. So that's why the GRC doesn't quite provide as much value. It's just a few things like if you want to get married, then it's going to affect you. If you want to die, some people apparently do, then when you die, your death certificate is based on your birth certificate rather than on your passport, your legal name or anything like that.
Yeah.
So that can be very upsetting for people who, you know, lose a loved one who then like legally has to be misgendered at the funeral and all this kind of crap.
Yeah.
And there's a few other things like if you're applying for asylum or marriage with an international person, or I think if you want to be barred as a lawyer, and like all there's just a few little things here and there. Basically, for most of the time, you use your passport for anything that actually matters in most people's lives. Like if you want to go to the toilet, if you want to go in the changing room, if you want to use like a women's shelter or anything like the big issues, they use your passport or that's already like self-ID. It's just there's a few corner cases which the GRC covers, which is why like it's quite hard to explain this because it's such a mess. Because it's not like, oh, you need surgery and then you can update your birth certificate. It's like you need to apply to the gender recognition panel, which needs to see evidence from several different things, including a doctor and your spouse and your work, and then they need to consider it. And like it's complete.
It's just a mess.
Junk. Yeah, it was a huge victory at the time compared to what we had, but it's rubbish. So, and it's so bad that there's only something like in the history of it since 2004, we've had something like 5,000 issued. And like the population in the UK is like 67 million.
Right. Like crazy small number.
Yeah, like I don't know what I should actually work it out. Whatever percentage of trans people that's estimated to be, but it's like hardly any. And it's because you have to pay loads of money to do it. You have to get a diagnosis and go through all this ridiculous system. You have to get like a note from your spouse. You have to like do all these other things, and you like have to be in a position where that seems worthwhile.
Yeah.
Which usually it's less worthwhile to the people who get to the point where they can get it. Yeah, so it's a bit of a mess. I do know a few people who have them. Most people I know who get them either get them because they want to get married, which was my big incentive before writing my article and doing all the research, or because they're worried that the UK might turn into some kind of fascist state they have to flee the country from.
Right.
And then you might want your birth certificate saying the right thing so you can go to another country and, you know, just disappear. Which is a serious consideration, or because you just want privacy. Like if you want to go stealth, or you want to move to a new city and you don't want your employer, like, you know, sniffing around or whatever, then
yeah.
Sorry, that was a really
no. I mean, like,
basic-
hey, listen, more information is better than less. All right, I totally appreciate it. So why don't we bring it up? So you said in 2018. They tried to propose like some reform, right? That was largely beneficial for trans people. So could we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So the reform was basically to get rid of all of the crap parts of it. So one would be, so we didn't need a diagnosis from one of these like specialized professionals that you have to queue 5 years in order to see. Another would be it shouldn't have to cost £140 because it's just a piece of paper with your name on it. Another was there's a piece, like a section of the original legislation called spousal veto, which means if you're still in a marriage, like legally, your spouse can deny you from getting one because you have to get written permission from them.
Yeah.
So this only applies in a situation, because obviously if you come out as trans and they're not cool with that, then they'll divorce you, or you can actually annul a marriage if someone gets a gender recognition certificate. But anyway, like I expect that given that the moment you come out to the moment you can get a gender recognition certificate could be like 5 years. probably if your partner isn't chill with that, they're gonna divorce you. Like if I married like a gay man 5 years ago, I would have thought we would have probably broken up by this point.
Right.
But the spousal veto only applies if you haven't had a divorce, so you're still married, and then they can block you. So it's not like they don't, the day you come out, they can say, oh, well, I don't want to be in this marriage anymore. Please, can we get a divorce first? It's like a situation where only if you get to the point where you've been married in a loveless marriage for 5 years, they can then choose to block you from getting your birth certificate changed. So it's kind of a pointless law. The reason it was put in is to do with gay marriage. So basically, it was like so some people didn't want to be in a gay marriage because that's bad, and so they could block you from it being legally a gay marriage. So that's a pointless law. There's a few other things about it which were kind of rubbish, wanted to iron out, but the proposed reform was make it so we don't need a diagnosis from one of these specialized professionals.
Sounds good.
Get rid of the spousal veto, make it cheaper, make it so you don't have to present info to a gender recognition panel of random people who you're never going to meet. Make it so you can appeal when they deny you. I actually know a lady who had GRS and living full time for years and stuff, and applied for one, and they just denied her.
Wow.
So that's it. Well,
that was just it for it's just all that effort for absolutely nothing.
Well, she can reapply, but to reapply, she then obviously something was wrong with it, and so she has to go and get a new doctor to re-diagnose her. Or she's already had surgery. What more information could they possibly need than here is a piece of paper from a surgeon saying? But anyway, that was the proposed reform, but that got spun as trans people want self-ID. And I don't really know who first started this as the what's the word for it? The media face of it. But that soon became a bad thing because this is when
TERF arguments would come up, right? Self-ID, the people would extrapolate self-ID laws to be oh, well, if you allow trans people to do this, well, it introduces the possibility of any of these other things happening.
We've all heard the crappy self-ID things.
Yeah.
But just before we go on to that, did you want to ask more about the reform?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry. I was just I was just commenting on what you're saying right there. But yeah, let's talk. We can talk more about the reform. Yeah. No, we're all good.
So basically, the campaign was, so the government said, right, we're gonna try and update this law, and we're gonna try and do all of these things, and we're gonna have a public consultation. So that's just where members of the public can write in and say, I think this, can you consider this in reforming it? And it was actually targeted mainly at trans people, what do you actually want out of gender recognition reform?
Sure.
But that kicked off, and it was
mainly
so there was a few major groups in the UK who started campaigning hard against this, and it became a mainstream news item, and literally, no exaggeration, every single week for 3 years, I think maybe actually now they did miss 1 week, but there was at least one, often as many as 5, anti-trans articles in one of our mainstream newspapers.
Are you serious?
About this, about just trans people. They made up some story that we have this horrible child murderer in the UK called Ian Huntley. And I think I'm not sure which newspaper, one of the major newspapers just invented that he was trans now. And
with no proof, with no evidence.
Literally no evidence. And it was so bad that this child murderer's lawyer sued the the newspaper or whatever. I don't know if it's sued, but wrote a thing to the newspaper, and they had to post a retraction saying Ian Huntley has never considered transitioning and doesn't want to be known as a woman. And there was loads of stuff like that. There was some both sides opinion pieces, and then there was negative bullshit, and then there was completely fabricated stuff constantly. So on mainstream news, people debating stuff. But the point is that they were always saying self-ID, like we're opposed to self-ID because any old man could say he was a woman, but it was never really communicated to the public what that actually meant. And now, like I posted a tweet about it the other day, and got a ridiculous response. I still think 99% of the people opposed to the reform think self-ID means suddenly trans women will be able to go into the women's toilets. Like that's the main opposition to Gender Recognition Act reform is, oh yeah, but we don't want trans women in the women's toilets, or we don't want them in women's sport, or we don't want them in changing rooms. But the thing is, none of that is related to the Gender Recognition Act. Like none of it.
None.
Because we all trans women have been using the women's toilets in the UK legally specifically since 2010, but legally sort of suggested since 1999, but actually it's never been illegal. Like we've been in women's sports since 2004, maybe.
Oh wow.
Women's shelters have never had a policy against trans women. Every single women's shelter has always been accepting of trans women. There's no actual situation of the things people were worrying about where it actually was relevant. Another one is prison. People are worried that, if any old man can pretend to be a woman, then all of these people like Ian Huntley will be pretending to be women in order to go to women's prisons. And we did actually, in the run-up to this, have a really unfortunate case, which I'm sure everyone's heard of, called of a person called Karen White. And Karen White is a trans woman who's also a rapist. And she then got moved to a women's prison and then sexually assaulted 2 people, I think. And that's obviously terrible. But that was, again, nothing to do with the Gender Recognition Act, because which prison you get put in, you don't need a gender recognition certificate in order to be put in the correct prison. And also, if you do have one, you can still be denied being moved to the correct prison. So it's not actually the thing that makes the difference, because our whole law is a huge mess. And it's not just like we have one central thing. It's like, we've got thousands of years of legal precedent that all overlaps each other and all this kind of rubbish. So, so the whole campaign ended up being an argument about whether trans women should be allowed to go in women's spaces. But that's not what it's about. Like, that's just completely something else. But that just ended up being the argument. And then that's where all the opposition was, which is incredibly frustrating. So what then happened was, so they extended the consultation. They dragged it out for years. And then once they closed the consultation, they were like, oh yeah, we'll come up with a solution to this. And they just left it for a bit.
They shouldn't do anything with
it. Yeah, we had Brexit, and then we had the government changed leader 5 times because it was all a disaster, and Brexit's a complete disaster. And then they just randomly leaked to one of our major newspapers that not only were they going to throw the whole gender recognition reform in the bin, they were also going to introduce a law banning trans women from women's toilets.
Wait, what? Just for no goddamn reason.
Out of nowhere. So this was a pretty shit week. So J.K. Rowling did her big coming out as a transphobe.
Yeah.
Then Trump announced that he was going to make it legal so that you can discriminate against trans people in healthcare. And then
remember that
they released this information that they were going to try and ban trans people from toilets in the UK, all in the same week. I had a bit of a meltdown.
I can imagine. I mean, I was there. I was obviously privy to the first 2 because everyone was talking about J.K. Rowling, and I'm over here dealing with the healthcare situation in the U.S. But with the UK, I didn't there was so much happening. I didn't realize that was being announced that week.
Yeah, so that was all the same thing. And there was a huge outcry because, you've just been asking what improvements can you make for 3 years, and then you're just going to say, oh, well, fuck that, we're actually going to make things worse.
Right.
So there was actually a huge outcry, and it was such an outcry that, even our Prime Minister noticed, and we're not quite sure what happened behind the scenes, but basically they dropped that little plan, which is, I mean,
Well, that's good.
fuck, because it's just barbaric. You know, there was a time where I was seriously thinking, do I need to have a plan to escape like the country? Like, where do I need to go? Should I go to Ireland because I want to be near my parents, or should I go to like Netherlands, or even like somewhere further? It was pretty grim. But so anyway, they finally, after ages and ages and ages, released the consultation results this week and said what they're actually going to do. So basically, they're doing nothing. They've decided to do nothing. They moved the process online. That's their big selling point. Is like, you used to have to fill in a bullshit form, and now you have to do it online. Like, hooray.
Great.
But they also released the results of the consultation, and something like 66% of them were positive and in support of the reform, like in its entirety, and something like 85% were in support of the reform, like at least partially, because there's so many different aspects. You know, we should get rid of spousal veto, we should get rid of the fee, we should get rid of the enforced waiting time, we should get rid of the medical diagnosis and all of this kind of stuff. So almost everyone was in support of it. We also had the British Medical Association. Its like official stance was reform the Gender Recognition Act in its entirety. We also had the Equality and Human Rights Commission, which is like one of our top human rights, or the top one for the UK, said that we should reform it. And the person in charge of it just said, no, we're not going to do it. So there's been a big outcry from it. But obviously the gender critical groups have been selling this as a big win because, I mean, in one sense, it kind of is a win for them because even though most people who cared about it were opposed, were in support of the reform, and like, so was all of the legal opinion, and so was the medical opinion, and like the actual analysis of the situation is all of that opposition is to it is about something else, which is completely unrelated. Like, it didn't make any sense, but they have someone who's sympathetic to them in power, and so that's it. They just throw the whole thing in the bin. So now we've had 3 years of like intense media frenzy over here, which has really drummed up some like proper trans hate. For literally nothing. They've agreed to open some extra gender clinics basically to help people with healthcare. There's 7 at the moment, I think, and they're going to make it 10 by 2025 or something. Kind of crap. Like, it's not really achieved anything.
It's basically just kind of like a hey, we'll give you at least this much, take it or leave it kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of just like, it's like a token gift, you know, to make them. Yeah, so it's like they're doing like they can say that they did something when it's not really like of consequence.
So this is my personal, almost conspiracy theory opinion, I guess, but I feel like the lady in charge of this is called Liz Truss, and she's some government minister, and I think that she's sympathetic to the gender critical position, or is connected with them in some way or something. And when they wanted to see, can we ban trans women from women's toilets, floated that idea, there was a huge outcry, backed off from that, and then just thought, right, we're just going to do nothing then, and we're just going to drop it. But if we just do nothing, like literally say we're throwing it in the bin, then there'll be a huge outcry. So we're going to try and hide that behind, we're also going to open gender clinics, and we're putting online, and we're going to reduce the fee to less than it is now, but still have a fee. And they were trying to like headline those things. But there has been an outcry. So Liz Truss is a Conservative. The Conservatives are in power at the moment. Another Conservative MP said that she shouldn't have that job, which is quite rare for people to do that here, apparently. There's a cross-party. The only cross-party group in the whole country for anything is a cross-party LGBT group, which has members from every single political party in the UK, which is like 7 or 8 of them, of the major ones. And they all wrote a letter saying that this isn't good enough. So it's still kind of ongoing, but I have absolutely no hope. Like, I don't think anything's going to happen for years because of this. So it's pretty wank, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the impression I get. I mean, like right now, like it's a very different issue from what it sounds like we're dealing. I mean, like they're different but similar, right? Like over here in the U.S., we have a lot of like similar rhetoric from people, like especially conservatives, right? Like Trump has continuously gone on and saying, "Oh, you know, we love LGBT. Like I love LGBT people. We're totally like the Republicans here. We're totally LGBT friendly." A great example is like Ariel Scarcella. Oh my God, amazing. I will not. Or hey, listen, caveat: I am not advocating for political violence, but interesting T-shirt. I'll let the audience read it.
I'm strongly advocating for Municipal Waste, which are a very good thrash metal band. Check them out.
Oh my God. But anyway, yeah, so we see a lot of very similar rhetoric from the conservatives over here, right? Like Ariel Scarcella is a great example of someone who basically has just kind of like been tokenizing a lot of minority people on at least YouTube, basically, for the purpose of being like, hey, we're minorities and we're totally for conservatives. They love us. They don't do anything against our interests. And then you have Trump literally this past summer, not only repeal healthcare rights against trans people, something else that he did just this year. There's a ton of other shit, right? But something else that he did just this year, which has gone a little more under the radar, but which I paid attention to because like I work with, like I do a lot of, like even right now, I do work with like people who are homeless in my law school's clinic. But before I came to law school, I was program director for a homeless outreach nonprofit in Memphis. They passed, or they either did pass or they were trying to pass like legislation to the effect that it would give homeless shelters not only the ability to be able to deny trans people from staying at the shelters, right? Like if it's a women's homeless shelter, then it could give the shelter the ability to deny the trans women from being able to go there. And additionally, on top of that, it also would it also gives like these organizations like basically a how-to guide, like a how-to spot a trans woman step-by-step guide.
I saw this because
yeah.
Covered it. She's great for this kind of thing. Yeah, it's like, why not look to see if they're taller than average or if they've got an Adam's apple?
Yeah, exactly. It's basically like it's literally just like a how to clock a trans woman by the Conservative Party, right?
By Donald Trump, yeah.
Yeah. And so it's always crazy to me how you see, and this is why usually I don't necessarily trust like what people say their opinions are, right? Like I always look at objective, like what a party does objectively. I don't really care about the rhetoric that they peddle, right? Like, you know, Trump over here has done irreparable harm to the trans and like the broader LGBT community and many other communities. Like the list is long. But I think but it sounds like your party has like a similar issue where they haven't been necessarily as overt about it because of like a risk of public backlash, but it's a similar kind of thing, right? Where they say that they say, oh, we're so supportive of trans people. Oh, we're going to do all these things. When in fact, the actions pretty clearly speak to the opposite.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, our political system's quite different to yours.
Right. I mean, the analogy will not be perfect, but yeah.
Yeah. But in the Conservative Party, who are in power at the moment, including some MPs who are voted in power, are very pro-trans. Like all the LGBT conservative politicians seem to be on this side, and there are, you know, I say LGBT, all of the gay men politicians.
Yeah.
That we have.
Right. Like that. No, I get it.
Yeah, because they're the only LGBT people who exist. Like there's quite a lot of people who are supportive. All of the like, all of our major opposition party is supportive. Like, they recently had the discussion in the other house. We have the House of Commons and the House of Lords, and in the House of Lords, some women MPs from various parties all spoke up in support of it. So it's not so like Trump like says I love you and then signs an order to literally end your life in the same 5 minutes. Whereas the Conservatives in the UK, I mean, they lie about things all the time, but it's much more blustery and then the result is much more watered down. Like, oh yeah, well, we want to do the best thing for trans people, but we also want to protect women's rights, you know, casually implying that maybe they're opposed to each other. Yeah. And then they'll do something and it won't be terrible. And it's like, we're not in danger of, you know, the NHS is allowed to discriminate against trans people. That's not going to happen here in the next decade because that's just way too extreme for the UK. But then equally, probably nothing positive will happen either. So, like, potentially, you're going to vote in Joe Biden in this year. Good luck.
I mean, that's the hope. we're certainly crossing fingers. Everyone, you better fucking get out there and vote. I swear to God, if you don't, I'm gonna be so fucking livid with you. But yeah,
if that happens, then like you can sign in quite sweeping legislation quite quickly. Like, you know, Trump's doing all these executive orders, like, let's just take away loads of people's rights. Like in the UK, if they were, if the Conservatives were like, oh, we're gonna, like, if they actually tried to ban trans women from women's toilets, they could announce it. Then there'll be a huge argument in Parliament about it. Then someone would inevitably sue them, and it would have to go to the top UK court, and then it would have to go to the European Court of Human Rights, and then like that could take literally years, and it probably would take years, which is why it was quite a scary proposition, because if they did it, there would kind of be this like public aware kind of half ban, which like isn't necessarily legally enforced, but isn't necessarily not legally enforced, and yeah, so that, I mean, that's the difference we have here. So we're like, the UK is quite good for trans rights. I've been going through this list of all the different countries, and you know, some countries are horrific, and the UK is definitely in the top 10%, quarter or something. Like, you have states that are better than the UK, like Colorado, California. I was trying to remember some of the others, but then you have states that are just way worse, like Tennessee. So we're in the middle of where the US is on trans rights. Trans people can serve in the military here, so we've got that.
Yeah, that's nice. I always tell the story about how originally I was going to be a JAG lawyer, because that's a viable dream now. Great. Honestly, I mean, probably for the best. I don't know. I'll go on and I'll do my politics thing. Hopefully, we'll see how that goes over.
Oh, you've got your first ever like trans politicians over there, though. You've got and you've got Sarah McBride. And you've got that trans lady Satanist who just got voted in.
Wait, what?
Oh, I can't remember what it's about. She's like just like a really minor political role. It was in a place where, I can't remember quite what happened, but like some trans lady, explicit Satanist, has just got voted in somewhere doing something, and I thought it was amazing. And she ran
crazy.
on like a policy of like trans rights, fuck God or something, and there was just in a place where there's no opposition. Like someone ran unopposed for years and years, and she just was the first opposition, and everyone voted for her.
All right.
Like you've got that, whereas we do not have any. Like, if I try to run for any political office next year or something, or whenever the next time I could, like, it would ruin my life. And
wait, how did it ruin your life?
It's just
How did it ruin your life? Just because like the press and like
the press would absolutely destroy anyone who. Sorry, I'm pouring enough drink. The press would absolutely destroy anyone who. Oh, sorry, Poppy's fighting with the lid. 1 sec.
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, the press would destroy people. It would just be relentless. You know, but I mean, that'd basically be it.
Right. I mean, I basically get that. You know, like I'm sure that if I don't know, like I'm optimistic and pessimistic at the same time. Like I know that I would like the U.S. press, especially like conservative media, will definitely do like a lot of the similar kinds of things to me. If and when I run in the future, the difference is like, I don't know, like I feel like I also just feel like they're basically just gonna focus on I always say that it's gonna be like two things, right? They're gonna focus on the trans shit. They're just gonna vaguely gesture at me. I don't know. They're gonna accuse me of being like a rapist, pedophile, sexual, whatever. Like they're gonna make me out to be like some kind of sexual deviant. They're just gonna vaguely gesture, and then the other thing is that like they'll look at me and be like, oh, this person is like even somewhat left leaning. Well, that must mean they're basically a communist, right?
It's so funny that if the Democrats ran in the UK, they'd be right of the Conservatives.
Oh no, trust me, I'm fully aware.
Right.
Yeah,
they're too far right for the UK, but they're your left-wing parties. So.
Oh yeah, I know. Trust me, I am fully aware that like the Democratic Party in like terms of like global politics. Oh yeah, they're super conservative, right? It's just that like but it's also hilarious that like by American standards, like Donald Trump literally will like unironically say that Joe Biden is like the head of or is like running like Antifa and the BLM protests, and it's like goddamn, I almost kind of wish that Biden was this person, this super left-leaning person that the conservatives always make him out to be, because then he might actually be able to get something done.
It's so transparent because literally every single thing that they called Bernie Sanders, who was a bit more left, all of it, like, without any restraint at all, they just moved straight on to Biden. Like Biden, who was voted in specifically because he was more right-wing than Bernie Sanders.
No, anything that Bernie ever said, and because I guess everyone thinks, oh, Bernie, he must be communist, then because he belongs to the same party as Biden, that Biden was also by that amazing transitive project. Again, we're talking about like some really high, some galaxy brain logic here, right? That Joe Biden must also therefore be a communist because that's how that works. It's yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, just going back to like you running for office,
sure.
or anyone,
yeah.
in the US and the media, the US media, it's a very different like beast to the UK media, and like you have Fox News and like Breitbart and stuff, which is mental. You also have very like I guess liberal rather than left wing, but you do have like left wing media organizations. And like the stuff coming out the US in support of trans rights compared to the UK, it's incredible. Like there'll be a story like someone like I don't know, Huffington Post, or and I was on NBC the other day. Like they'll do a piece about trans people and it will be either neutral or slightly good. And that just is like, it blows my mind. Like in the UK, none of them, literally not a single news outlet will even do a neutral story on trans people. Like our most left major newspaper is The Guardian, and you have The Guardian in the US, and our Guardian is so transphobic that your Guardian wrote a letter to our Guardian saying The Guardian in the UK is transphobic and we distance ourselves from their views and they need to fix it because it's so bad. Like all of it, every single, from our far right paper to our like middle left paper, all our major ones, they're all like relentlessly transphobic. All of them. I would say The Guardian is actually one of the worst ones because, you know, there's something like the Daily Mail, which is one of our sort of like far right papers that supported the Nazis in 1930s. Like that will be like, oh, this trans person's actually a man, or you know, like, you know, this trans person transitioned and detransitioned, and like that's the only story we're focusing on. The Daily Mail doesn't give a fuck, but The Guardian will be like, this feminist has concerns about the about what
heavy quotations concerns.
Yeah, and so that's presented as like then the left wing view on this, and they always present it as feminists versus trans rights activists.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, and I think that's. Or sorry, go on.
I was just going to say the Daily Mail hates feminists and trans feminists, so they don't care. They'll just screw everyone. But when the Guardian does it, it's specifically trans people. So,
I mean, like, I think that's because there are a lot of like organizations over here. I think that a couple I've talked about them on here. Wolf is an example. The Heritage Foundation is an example. Like there have been like multiple like organizations which have been like there's TERF organizations, right? Like that's what they are. They'll advocate themselves as like radical feminist organizations, but like they're TERF organizations, right? Yeah. And the thing that they do, that they've been doing a lot recently, is like they will tell people who go and speak in like public forums, whether it's like town halls or you know, like other public events where people discuss like political ideas, right? They will tell their members that if they want to advocate against the rights of trans people, that the best strategy for it is to posture it not in terms of trans people bad, but rather in terms of we want to protect women, right? Yeah. Because the latter comes off as a lot more or a lot less inflammatory and seemingly to the person who can't reasonably tell the difference or doesn't know as much about the particular issue, like a lot more benign, right? Like it sounds like, oh, she's just concerned about women. Oh, she's just concerned about herself or her daughters, her precious daughters, you know? When in fact, but like that's almost the more dangerous rhetoric to me, right? Because I think that like any reasonable person, like usually when I make my content, I'm trying to target like what I deem to be like the reasonable person watching. Like I think that most, like I think I think I can get through. What?
I apologize for my t-shirt then.
Oh, you're fine. But I think I can get through. I'm operating on the assumption I can get through to most reasonable people. And so, like, if there's an organization that's just like completely transphobic, like completely mask off or whatever, I don't have to worry as much about them. Usually, I'll just laugh at them and do like a couple dunks and that's it. But like with this kind of rhetoric, it's dangerous because like to someone who doesn't know better, like you have to be able to dissect exactly why it's transphobic. Because like if you don't tell them, then they'll probably just kind of run with it if they don't know any better. You know?
Oh, sure. I like, and that. So the last article I wrote on Medium actually was about like bad faith arguments, and I finished it by pointing out that like, if someone says, like, you're a man in a dress, you're a danger to my children, I think you're a paedophile, like, I hate trans people, like that's horrible because they're a bigot and they want to take away my rights and they're going out the way. But they've said it, like they've said what they think and they're standing for what they believe in, and I can argue against it because it's very easy.
Hello? Hello? You froze. Did I lose my internet? Chat. How's my connection? Oh no. All right, so it's a problem on her end. Chat. Katy. No. Damn, we were just coming up on the end. If we have to end the segment here, I guess that's the end of the segment. RIP. The CIA. Alright, good. Yeah, the CIA is coming for her. Oh no. You look fine. Does she have urgent? Alright. J.K. Rowling did it. Yeah, that's the headcanon. J.K. Rowling heard we were talking shit on her, and actually, oh, you're back.
Sorry, my internet cut out.
Yeah, you're all good. You're all good. Don't worry, I'll edit it after the fact. So we're actually just coming up on the hour.
I was gonna say your time, or should I stop?
Yeah. Do you want to get I don't know. Do you want to give any concluding thoughts? I know it's a little weird of a transition. From like the line that we were talking about. We were talking about like how people can often like how people will rhetorically phrase bad faith arguments, right? We can talk about that more, or you can give some concluding thoughts, whatever you prefer.
I guess I'll just finish the thought I was on, which is the gender critical movement has divorced itself from feminism and has just become about opposing trans people, but using this like turfy language, in order to like hide their actual position, which is just stop trans people. I mean, that's literally it. It's not even a specific law thing. They just say, I hate gender ideology. The general reactionary stuff. But they cloak it in concern for women, which it isn't concern for women because all of their policies actually hurt women. And if they're concerned for women, they'll be opposing sexism, but they're often contributing to the sexism. Anyway, so I think, and that sums up the general opposition to the Gender Recognition Act reform, which is why if you say to someone, like just pick a random English person who is opposing it and say, why don't you like the Gender Recognition Act? Why are you pleased it didn't go through? Absolutely guarantee 9 out of 10 of them will say, I don't want men in the changing room of my daughter. And that's not related. Like trans women already use women's changing rooms. They already use the women's toilets. They're legally protected to do so. All of it is just culture war. And it's all exactly from what you were saying. The like hard right organizations are saying, oh, just cloak it in feminism. So I guess that's my closing thought.
Yeah.
And also my other closing thought is check out my Pikachu earrings.
Oh my god, that is adorable. No, but I really appreciate it. And like the thing is, like I don't know, like I see the UK as like an example of like where the US is probably heading in the future, because I think that right now we have like a lot of very overt transphobia, but I think that like as time goes on, we're probably going to see a lot more of this kind of like cloaking transphobia in the guise of like just concerns for women. I mean, we already sort of have that, right? But my intuition is that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of that kind of rhetoric in the future. So it is good to talk about. Yeah, exactly. So no, I definitely like the trans sports argument, especially right now, since that's something that's being talked about a lot. No, it's definitely something on my mind. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on. Do you want to shout yourself out? Yeah.
I'm Katy Montgomery. Follow me on Twitter if you like to see people arguing relentlessly. Check out my thrash metal band that you all heard earlier, and I hope you like crabs.
Crabs. Wait, those are crabs? I thought they were flowers. Oh my god, that's actually so much better. My favorite food is crab. For people who know me.
No, one of my favorite animals is crab. Don't hurt the crabs.
I'm so sorry. I actually had some of your friends last night for dinner, so I apologize.
I wish I hadn't come on this stupid stream. Fuck you.
Listen. I'm sorry. I guess we can't be friends, but hey, at least we had the chat. It was a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. All right, I'll talk to you later. All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Boop. And then it was just me. I'll leave myself up there for a second. All right. So listen. What are you calling it? Next, we're going to be having on Pixel Hipster. I really need to use the restroom real quick. So, chat, I don't know, entertain yourselves for a second. I'm going to be back in like 2 seconds. All right, so... Oh, the wrong one. There we go. Oh, and let me play like some music. Like, what's some good music to play for a second? And please don't go. We have a lot more to go in the stream. Let's see. Pre-stream. Let's go with. Oh, we'll go. All right. This is bopping. That's good. Listen, I fucking love dancing. The minute that the quarantine lifts, I'm going out dancing like every weekend. Quick, clip it. Oh my god. Y'all can do what you want. Also, all right, I guess we're getting into the next segment. Hey, could you introduce yourself to the audience?
Oh shit, am I live?
Yeah. No, you're all good. You're all good.
A degenerate.
Hey, you're completely fine. You're completely.
It was pretty good.
Oh, nice. Yeah. How you doing?
Right. I'm fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit hungover.
Oh my fucking god. Damn. I am so. Wait a second. So where are you calling in from? Because I actually don't know where in the world you are, or like what time zone you are in.
Australia, Eastern Standard Time. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah,
oh
no.
fuck! I am so goddamn sorry. I should have scheduled you for later. Oh
No,
shit!
no, it's all right. I forgot it was on today. and I woke up because I have work at 3.
Yeah,
I set my alarm to 3 a.m. So I woke up in the middle of the fucking night, and I couldn't go back to sleep. And now I'm just here, and I was like, oh shit, Riley is streaming. And then I was like, hey, gotta get on this. I was like doing pet days in chat. Yeah,
Damn. Nice. Yeah, I saw you earlier. Yeah. So no, I think this should be pretty cool, right? So this is like a pretty like hot. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, it's complicated and it's not, right? So do you mind if I sort of like introduce the subject to the audience?
Oh yeah. But do you want me to like quickly say who I am?
Oh yeah. No, yeah, totally. Who are you? Say what you do. Why you're here? Yeah, all that.
Hey guys. G'day. Nice to meet you. Pixel Hipster. I am the token Asian of BreadTube. that's my entire shtick basically. And yeah, I make videos. I recently finished making a 30-minute video, which was a pain to export about the porn industry and about how the racism in it. And I collabed with do you know who Xander Corvus is?
Xander? No, I do not.
Oh, he's a very famous like porn star, but like he's also like a hardcore like leftist, and he's like
shit. I think I've heard of him. I think I've seen him like on like a panel or two. That's super fucking cool. That's based. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, we did that.
Damn. All right. Hey, someone. Hey, one of my mods. Go ahead and link that in chat because actually that sounds amazing, and people should go definitely watch that. But yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. I think this should be a cool discussion. So yeah, to basically get into the meat and potatoes of it, right? So for people who aren't aware, basically, I'm trying to remember. This came out like September 10th. There was a professor named Jessica Cruz. I don't know how, like I've heard conflicting accounts of how to pronounce her last name. There was a professor at a university who basically pretended or represented to other people and took advantage of programs for a while, which she represented to other people that she was a person of color. All right. And then she eventually and she took advantage of like programs. I believe my understanding is that she took advantage of programs meant to benefit her as a person of color, and then eventually wrote a Medium article, which we can go through. Actually, we can probably start by going through this because there's like a video about this. But we can like glance through this a little bit to start. But basically, wrote a video saying that actually she wasn't a person of color, that she was actually white. Or at least that's what she represents to people, right? So before we get too far into it, I want to ask you: do you have any like preliminary thoughts on this? Like, have you like looked into this at all? Do you know anything? Like, I just want to like gauge where our comparative levels of like opinion or thought or knowledge are on this.
Comparatively speaking, I'm not here fully in the brain department. But
yeah, you're all good. You're all good.
Research beforehand. Nah, so I kind of skimmed through the article a bit beforehand, and I kind of like Googled photos of her. Yeah, she is. I don't know. This is just blackface, just straight up.
Oh fuck, really?
Photos of this woman. It's just. Oh, can I post the photo in chat?
Yeah, go ahead. Either post it in chat or post it in like general, and we'll have like one of the mods take it over to here. But yeah, no, I would really like to. I think I've seen a picture of her. Before, but just so that the audience can have some reference. Or here, let me see if I can also just like Google her.
Oh, sorry. Let me say, Riley, you are looking absolutely lovely today.
Aw, thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know. I always okay. So we got some. All right. So I'm showing some pictures to chat. So yeah, I mean, like basically looking at her, and I mean, we can talk about this because I don't think like I think that this is a little bit of a complicated subject, right? But I think that like looking at her, like yeah, it like, or I don't know. So I'm showing pictures of her to the chat, and I want to reserve my opinions. Like I don't want to like sit here and like she has represented like her opinion is that she's represented to people that she's not black, that she's not a person of color, and that oh yeah, and there's a picture of her. Yeah, obviously it like looks very white in this picture, right? Like very very like pretty clearly, right? Yeah. So just to skim through the article, right? Just to go over a little bit, right? Basically, I'm trying to figure out like which, yeah, like essentially, she goes through and she talks about the fact that like she's been a coward, she believes in restorative justice and she should be canceled, right? Like she essentially is like kind of assuming the position that she is in the wrong. And that she definitely deserves to not be recognized as a person of color. So first I want to pitch this to you, right? Because this is the reason why I think that this is like a bit more of a complicated subject than a lot of people might think. I do think that ultimately, just to put it out there, I think she's in the wrong. All right. Like, I think that that's the conclusion I arrive at, is that I think that she's in the wrong. But I think that like the way that we get to that conclusion is actually a little more complicated. So let me ask you, just to pitch it to you, what is race?
Well, I guess race is an arbitrary social construct that we as a society have like designated to people. So basically, like race is like a tangible race. Race is real, but not in like the Nazi way, like this, not like innate differences we share between it. It's just like genetic characteristics that certain groups have, but like those categories that we assign to people are arbitrary, and we come up with them. So basically, what it means to be white has always like slowly like evolved over the years. So if you look back, and especially in Australia, like Greek people were not considered white. They were like fucking oppressed as fuck. Like they were like the most hated minority here back in the 80s and stuff. But now like Greek people are white. It's basically arbitrary social construct, I guess.
Well, I mean, like,
but, very important.
Yeah, well, I think that like the thing about that is that like I think I half agree, or I don't know, like I'm still trying to figure this out, because like on one hand, I think that there's definitely an element of social construction, right? I recently, actually, let me see if I can pull out, I did a poll on my Twitter about a week or so ago, basically asking people, what is race? And I had like a list of different things, right? Let me pull this up. Yeah. And I asked people, you know, based on like things that I thought were pretty prevailing in considering like what race might be, right? The categories that I chose, and mind you, this isn't like an exhaustive list. It's not like a perfect way to put it. It was just like basically the things that I was thinking off the top of my head, right? You know, the options were having a particular skin color commonly associated with the category, B, coming from a family / lineage of, affiliated with that category, C, how society treats you, or D, a combination of the answers or other. And like, there's not like a clear-cut answer, right? The first one got 7.4. Like, the skin color was the lowest response, right? Coming from a family or lineage, that was the second highest at 11.2%. The third, how society treats you, that was the next highest at 16.2. And then combination of answers / others was the highest at 65.2. And there's not like a lot of responses kind of explaining this. Now, one person I think responded citing me over to Philosophy Tube's video that they put up a while ago. And actually, I think that's probably my favorite, or the one that I tend to believe the most, because I guess that the thing that I want to make sure is, well, here, let me ask you again. I'm pitching you the really hard questions because these are the ones that I've been struggling with, right? If all right. So if we were to assume that race is completely societally constructed, then like, does that mean that there could conceptually be like trans race people? Like, does that open up that possibility that you could, like, if race is completely societally constructed, that people could like identify with a race that they weren't necessarily assigned at birth? Because that's kind of where my mind goes. Because if gender is socially constructed, then I could see an argument. Again, like I'll also put out that I disagree with this, but like I'm kind of like putting it to you to ask the question of like, because I don't think that we can accept that it's just a societal construct because of this kind of a reasoning, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like, here's the thing. Like, I think that's a bit of a false equivalence to kind of like compare it to like gender. But
okay.
If we're comparing those sort of things, you got to remember, like, with gender as well, there's also like gender and sex. So there's like your sex is a bimodal system while gender is performative. So if maybe you can break down race and ethnicity. So race would be what your like skin color or like ethnicity is culturally associated with, while I guess race on a genetic level will be basically your ethnic makeup. So I guess technically, but like I feel like because race in terms of like I guess how we understand it in the very like Eurocentric way nowadays, like it can like the kind of like pseudoscience sort of hierarchical structures bullshit, like that came from like the transatlantic like slave trade, right? So basically race as a concept is quite new, and we didn't really perceive people in terms of race it's not until like the last few centuries, right? But but gender has always been fluid, right? As society has always, so gender has always been something that's like there. But race is kind of more of a recent construct, so I don't see it really being. I don't know. I don't like the idea of someone who's like. I don't know, especially like a lot of like I know I'm like a halfer, so I'm like half Japanese and half white, and there's like a lot of like there's a lot of, I don't know if you know about this, there's like a lot of girls online who are like who like are kind of like fetishize that sort of bullshit, and they like purposely like delete. Yeah, they like, oh yeah, it's so gross. It's yeah, so they basically like make themselves look more Asian, and like if they said, oh yeah, I'm also like mixed race as well, it's like, yeah, but you didn't really grow up the way I did, and you don't. I don't, just because you like wear your hair in like a little fringe and you try and make your eyes more like monolid. It's like, no, I don't know. I don't buy that.
But that's all right. So that's the thing, right? And that's why I tend to buy, because I think that like societal construction is like, maybe if we want to say it, like half the equation. Something along the lines of the distinction that you may possibly like, maybe we want to draw the line down like race and ethnicity. But like the argument that Philosophy Tube that Ali made was essentially, and citing, I'm trying to remember the author. The book was on towards a I can't remember the name of the book either. People go look it up after. All right, you can call me if I'm lying or if I'm misrepresenting anything. All right, but essentially the argument goes that like race is societally constructed, but also like there's more to it than that. But we also don't want to concede that it's just like entirely biologically constructed, because like on one, like for two reasons, right? We don't want to give any there's already like pretty wide consensus against things like, I don't know, like race realism, right? Like the biological differences between people of like quote different races are like basically the pigments of your skin. Realistically, it may be like some other like small secondary features, and that's like basically it. But then like beyond that,
can I throw it?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
There you go, you finish. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I throw a tough question? Can I throw a tough question to you though?
Yeah, go for it. Since we're doing that back and forth, so it's only fair.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you think there's any like credence to any of these race realist arguments? Do you think there are like biological imperatives that certain like distinctions between like races and ethnicities? Do you think like some characteristics are more associated with other people or in some?
Well, I mean, like when you're saying some characteristics, like what are you saying? Like, are you talking about like heritability arguments or whatever?
Heritability, but also like I don't know, like characteristics and skills.
I mean, like a lot of those are usually like a lot of those are generally like learned kind of things, right? Or if there is heritability, I want to be very careful with my wording, because I like on one hand that like people people can very easily misappropriate this, right? Yeah, exactly. But I want to be very careful with my wording, right? Like a lot of those skills are going to be like largely like societally constructed. Like if you grow up in like a village of fishermen, right? And you grow up and you learn how to do fishing, right? Then like a lot of that is going to be societally constructed, right? Like a lot of those skills are going to be gained because you grow up in such an environment or such a culture where that's going to be something that's very prevalent, right? And then similarly, if we want to draw it to like a more modern day example, right? Like a lot of the traits that are commonly associated with like for example, people who are like people of color in impoverished areas of America, right? Like a lot of the traits that people will usually point to as to like for example, like the 1350 kind of an argument, right? That like even though they're only the 13% of the population, they comprise 50% of the crimes, right? And all that. A lot of those are like overwhelmingly caused by like societal factors, right? This is especially observable in like the work that I used to do, where a lot of the people who were homeless overwhelmingly were people who came from like single parent households with terrible educations and like very bad social structures, living in poverty growing up. Like a lot of these are societally constructed. There's not really like a biological basis, right? And so like if there is any heritability, like it's gonna be slight, like you're gonna inherit like the genes of your parents, like you're gonna inherit like the genetic makeup of your parents, right? So like if your mom and dad were like super duper strong, then there's a good chance that you're gonna be strong too, right? Like both of my parents were college athletes. They had me. I was a college athlete, right? Like genes played some part to that, but like it's very far from the entirety of the picture, right? In fact, it's probably largely limited, I guess that's like my basic kind of answer to the question again. Like, I want to be very careful with my wording because, like, if you get like you have to carefully word it because if not, like, race realists are gonna point at you and be like, oh, well, you know, if you're acknowledging some biological basis, then well, and that's when you get the bell curve.
It's like, what? Yeah, why are all the NBA players black if there's no race realism? You know, like that's
Yeah. Right. No, I totally get that. Right. Yeah. So that's always why I try to be very careful with those kind of arguments. But so going back to your original question, right? The answer is probably like yes, but very limited. You know, like a lot like. Whereas race realists are going to make like arguments, especially to something like IQ or something like that, right? Like that's going to be like that, the effect of that is going to be like minimal at best, right? Like, I want to like again, I need to look at the literature, but I want to say it's either non-existent or like so negligible or like basically negligible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, fair enough. Do you think like transracialism will definitely become a thing, or like is it inevitable the way society's going?
So
or do you think cancel it, throw it out?
So basically, here's the take, right? And this is kind of where I was going originally. I think that like the ideal is like the short answer is like eventually I don't think it'll matter, right? Like 100 years down the line, I don't know, there probably will be like enough like, you know, people who are like marrying people of other skin colors or whatnot that we're all going to kind of get to like this kind of like even shade of like exactly, right? Like it'll probably like kind of play out like that, right? But like even beyond that, like the reason why I think race is as important of a category as it is right now, especially with this like with regards to you know, Jessica Krug, I'm gonna say Krug, but I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's different from Krug, but Krug,
Jessica Krug, I'm pretty sure.
Krug, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think that the reason why a lot of people get really infuriated by this is for like two reasons. I think it goes into the like the first is like a good faith reason, right? I think it goes to the idea that like race as it's used nowadays not only is like societally constructed, but it's also been used as a way to signal to other people in society who is deserving of power, right? Like historically, especially when we're talking about race in the US, right? And I think this is true in a lot of areas, right? Like when we were talking about, like when we're having conversations about like Black people, right? Historically, when we're talking about race, we're using it in the context of signaling that those people are by virtue of a series of characteristics, and this is where the race realism argument will come in, right? People will vaguely gesture at like some quality of the Black race and say that by virtue of having those qualities that they are uncivilized and therefore deserving of less power in society, right? And that's kind of like been baked into a lot of American culture, and that's kind of followed us to today. And so I think that like not only is race societally constructed, like it's something which we recognize as like a societal category, but it also has like an objective effect where it will color the way that society treats a lot of people, not only in terms of like that societal category, but in terms of like how much power the society will generally ascribe to those kinds of people, right? And so when you have someone, and this is like kind of the inverse, right? Because you have someone who is identifying with a category that has historically been limited in access to power in an instance where they were able to identify with that category and be the beneficiary of affirmative action, right? Affirmative action being like a systemic solution to historical like systemic oppression, right? And so like it kind of makes sense that there's an outrage as someone kind of like taking advantage of something that wasn't really meant for them because they wouldn't have otherwise been like the victim of like this societal category, subjecting them to like a categorically a lesser position of power in society, right? Like it's kind of like she got like the assist, like she got a benefit that she didn't that was not intended for her.
She's like reaping the benefits of her like manufactured oppression, which is kind of leaves a poor taste in your mouth at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised she got she received like a diversity hire. Was it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Receive benefits.
So we can actually hold on. If you want to, we can watch like there's a short video on it if you want to. It's like 3 minutes. So here
I'm just gonna shut my window real quick.
Yeah, you're all good. All right, so you should be able to see it. Race also signals to others an understanding of their experience, right? Like a black person can look at another black person and see them in the sense that they are both perceived in the same society. I think that's basically getting at the idea of like how people, again, like go watch the Philosophy 2 video. They explain it a lot better than I did. But I really, because I mean, like, yeah, like it acknowledges like both the societal construction that they both have like a similar experience as far as like generally how society treats people of color. But also there's the idea that like people of color are uniquely, in the course of society, subjected to a lesser position of power. I want to be careful with this argument because like a lot of rap M's might misappropriate that and be like, oh, well, women have also been misappropriately subjected to lesser positions of power throughout the course of history, right? But as far as I'm aware, this is an argument that's like very uniquely tailored to race, different racial categories. And I have to think more on that. Football, hockey, lacrosse, baseball, we're just better at sports on this side of the pond, sorry. Rip. God, this is a hard topic to have. Yeah, I mean, like it is, right? Like on it, like again, I think at the end of the day, like by virtue of the fact that she is appropriating benefits which were not really intended for her, right? Or yeah, which weren't necessarily intended for her. And I want to be very careful. I want to be very careful with this wording, right? Because like if I phrase it badly, then people can go and run with it, right? So that's why I think that it's very particular to get the logic down correctly, right? Of how you arrive at the conclusion. Because I think that like it is important to acknowledge that like not only is it wrong, but it is wrong because she was able to effectively reap the benefits of a system without otherwise necessarily experiencing the same kind of power imbalances that were associated with that racialized category.
I have a question. What about for like people, like white people who kind of who are white, but they just kind of look like a certain race? Because some white people kind of look like Latino, and some white people kind of look Asian. Like, do you think in that context would they be experiencing a certain race?
Well, that's the thing, right? That's why I'm struggling, because I think that there is a difference in there, and I think it's historically like this kind of like I don't know, like I think that there is like this kind of power-based argument, right? Because like there are going to be like some people who are like Latina or black or whatever who are very quote unquote like white passing, right? I think that like a lot of the times ultimately like it doesn't really matter what they call themselves now. Like I don't think it's really that big of an issue, right? I think it's an issue here in particular because the person who used the category specifically did it to appropriate the benefits that were intended to a category that she knew that she didn't belong to. And which she knew she didn't really suffer the power imbalance that category was subjected to over the course of her life. I think that that's more what raises like moral culpability here. Otherwise, like for someone, I don't know, I feel like for someone who's like, I don't know, who like you have someone who's born to like a white parent and black parent and who could pass either way, or who could basically go either way. I don't really think at the end of the day it matters all that much which category they go with. Again, at the end, like way down the line, this is kind of why I think that like once we get to a certain point where basically everyone kind of looks the same, then a lot of these categories are just gonna kind of like fall by the wayside. But like not only do we still have the categories nowadays, but like they're also very heavily tied to like the amount of power that people who belong to those categories have in various societies, right? Like it's almost impossible to look at America without looking at it through a lens of like historical oppression of people of color, right? Like I'm taking constitutional law right now, and it's basically baked into like every single conversation that we have, or just about everyone. Like right now we're doing like individual liberties, and it like the entirety of the class so far has been about like civil rights for people of color, right? Like almost the entirety of the class, with like a one-off case here and there about like women's rights or LGBT rights, right? But like vastly, like that's been like one of the core legal issues in our society. And I think that like while we still are in a society which is like dealing with these issues, I feel like it's really hard to say that these categories don't matter at all. But I also don't want to say that they're like essentialist kind of identities, right? Yeah, we all have a base understanding that what she is doing is wrong, but then it's hard to establish a distinction in regards to transracial and what would be appropriation and them celebrating would fall under modern understanding of race. Yeah, so I mean, like, this is, so like that's I think what gives it moral culpability, because like otherwise, like for the person that you're talking about, who could kind of like go either way, I don't really think it matters all that much. if they want to like bring up the fact that they've historically belonged to a category which has been like if they come from a family and have in some way been disparately affected by the fact that they belong to a category which has had disparately less power in society by virtue of belonging to that category, there can be some benefit there. But like, I don't know, there's probably like a sliding scale, you know. It's the same thing as like the people who are like pretty like seemingly white, but then claim the fact that they're 1/14 Cherokee Indian to get like some benefit in society.
Temple does that. Temple does that all the time.
Oh,
Temple
really?
is like one quarter Asian, and he's like, oh yeah, as an Asian person, and I'm like, oh shut up, dude. Like,
Right.
oh my God.
Like at some point,
it makes me want to kill myself.
Yeah. And that's why it's like at some point, like if you technically come from a family which might be like overwhelmingly like a certain racial background, but you otherwise don't look like that's generally speaking why I tend to focus on like the power, because it's not like you're going to go through society and you're going to necessarily be subjected to the same kind of conditions, lived experiences as other people from that category, right? And so that's generally how I tend to think about that. And like you get into a weird kind of situation where people can go either way, because then you have people who probably have like some experiences with being treated differently based on race, but not like as many experiences as someone who looks like more like that race. Again, like these are like I don't want to assume anything, because like I'm about as white as they come, right? It's not like I've had to. Or sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I have a question. Do you think there could be an instance where a person of color imitates a white person and receives the same sort of backlash Jessica Krug did?
I can't conceive of a situation where that would happen. Just because like, again, I'm trying to think of what that would mean, right? Because like in order to be a black person, and then like you'd essentially have to A, pass as white, and B, come from, I guess, such a background where you wouldn't have like I think that the clincher for me is that like, whereas she probably has not historically or like in the course of her life been subjected to like a lesser like a lower position of power in society by virtue of her skin color. Someone like if you try to flip it on its head, it'd be pretty hard to argue the same in that kind of a situation, right? Because like in that instance, I don't know, maybe it's like someone who's a person of color who tries to convince other people that they're white so that they could escape a position of like oppression, right? I mean, like that would be like a much sadder kind of an instance. I'm just trying to imagine like what that would look like, but like it's different. I guess that like it's very hard to get, yeah, but I mean like the answer to that question is like I can't even conceive of what that would look like, right? And I guess like for me, as far as looking at it, and this is the reason why this is such a complicated question, right? But like as I am looking at it, you know, I could definitely see someone who might have some interest in doing that so that they could escape like being treated negatively by virtue of their race in society. But that seems to just reinforce the idea that like, yeah, it's like race generally, like racial categories generally have this basis in the idea of like being categorically treated differently based on whatever race you are.
Fair enough. Because I think the only instance I can think of something like that is like Michael Jackson, where he did like a lot of surgery and stuff, and he like became white. But I feel like that more falls under like internalized racism than
that's generally how I feel about it, right? Yeah. No, that's generally how I feel about it. And like I don't know, at the end of the day, like I don't think that this is like something which like on one hand, I don't think that this is something which matters all that much. Like if someone does that, like I don't look at Michael Jackson, I'm like morally impugning him for that decision, right? I think it's pretty sad because he probably had like a lot of internalized like racism. That's probably one thing that motivated him. But like the thing, I guess that the thing I'm trying to get at here is that like, I think that the reason why, if we're talking about this, because like, if we go through the video, like everyone is like super fucking, disappointed in this professor, right? Like here, I'll stream a little bit of you. I'll stream a little bit of it to you. So we can kind of react to this together.
Needs to know that people of color feel about Jessica Krug, how we feel about her. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but the history department only has, last time I checked, because I don't know the new cohort, 2 African-American PhD students, and I'm one of those 2. So for me not to sign the final statement, would to not have one of those few African-American voices on that statement, making it clear to the history department just how hurtful it is, this entire situation. If they don't understand how we feel about it and the changes we think need to be made, and those changes will never be made. So I needed to sign that statement. I also sent personal emails to some of the faculty, even to the DGS government and to my advisor, Andrew Zimmerman, to let them know how I feel about this entire situation.
She betrayed her students, she betrayed academia, she betrayed the faculty, and she betrayed herself, really. She's made it harder for people to get into academia, if you think about it. There's a stigma now about history and historians and academia that it's racially insensitive, that it's racist. And those feelings are not unfounded. They're feelings that have been around for a long time, but she's made it worse, or worse, I should say. She's created a stigma around people getting into academia. If the one person that Black and brown people can look up to, and I know a lot of people look up to her, is actually a white person, what does that say about academia and the inclusivity of academia? And just on a personal note, I mean, as someone whose identity, is a mixed identity and their identity is questioned constantly, it kind of feels like now we're all going to have to be tested on whether or not we're telling the truth. I'm going to have to speak fluent Polish to prove that I'm Polish. I'm going to have to take some DNA test to prove that I'm half Jamaican. It's something that I didn't bring upon myself and that she's brought upon a lot of other people. It just hurts. It hurts. It's hurtful and upsetting.
I was shocked. I was disappointed. Then I went into a very, very, very angry place in my life for the next 5 days. I saw what happened in that classroom. I know they must be feeling extremely exhausted, disappointed, frustrated right now. So they should first of all address what happened with her, especially the students who have met her or been in her classroom or looked up to her. So they should ask support from psychological services immediately if they have the energy to do so. And they should ask for more classes. They should ask for GW to become a better place when they have the energy to do so.
Yeah, so people are obviously like, and I think that this is a reasonable position to take. I think that a lot of people are like livid about what happened, right? And I think that is fair, right? I guess that the reason why I want to talk about this, right, is because I think that there's a very intuitive sense of being outraged about this, right? Like I think that's very easy to find, like a very intuitive, like people can look at this and know, like it's one of those things where it's like you look at it and you know that it's wrong, you know? But I also think that people aren't able to necessarily articulate exactly why it's wrong. And I think it does kind of go to this idea that like she's basically taking advantage of the fact that not only is she operating in the system where there's not many people of color in academia. That was something that was brought up by people there, right? And that's kind of like a signal of like a lesser degree of power that people of color have in our society, right? But also that she kind of took advantage of like an affirmative action effectively, to be able to benefit herself, even though she wasn't like the intended beneficiary, because she wasn't normally subjected to, the same kind of negative treatment that other people who belong to that category have been subjected to throughout the course of American history. I think that's basically my take. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I couldn't have said it better myself. It's just like, yeah, no, I just think she's kind of a shitty person. She did a shitty thing, and she should be like condoned for what she did. Oh wait, condemned? Well, sorry, brain go bro. Yeah, no, yeah. So it's just I feel like a lot of like, do you feel like reactionaries are going to play devil's advocate here?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think this is something that do you think everyone universally will condone this, or do you think someone would see her in the right? Do you think there's like an argument there?
I think that the best argument is effectively like the objective, like the societal construction argument just on itself, right? I think that if you were to just concede that race is purely societally constructed, I think that then you logically arrive at the conclusion that she didn't do anything wrong. If she was able to, in such a way, like represent herself, like if she represented herself to society that she was Black, and society received that and treated her as if she was Black or otherwise a person of color, right? I think that if you just base your definition of race on that and that alone, that you necessarily arrive at the conclusion that actually she probably wasn't in the wrong, because she would have been treated the way as other people of color would have been, to the extent that she represented herself as such and she was treated as such, right? I think that's why it's like that, plus objectively how she is treated insofar as like how that category is disparately treated as a whole within society, right? And I think that like right now that's because that's the best argument I have. People can like, I don't know, you can get into some weird stuff where people could start making like a biological, like here's the thing that I worry about, right? I don't want to get into a position where you have to concede like a biological essentialist kind of an argument, where it's like, or like a race realist kind of an argument, right? both because like those are not empirically validated, but also because like that might be what some people like. If you have some people, my concern is that there are some people who look at her and say that it's wrong that she did what she did, but intuitively, even if they don't necessarily like fully process it, they're coming from a place of because Black people are biologically Black and you're identifying as something that you weren't born as, right? I want to be very, very careful that we don't fall into that trap, because that comes with a lot of other kind of logical inferences if you follow it far enough, you know? Because then like, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe we tailor the argument just to like skin color and secondary like characteristics, like shape of the eyes or hair, whatever. Maybe we tailor it close to that and that's it. But like, it's definitely like for a lot of these people, I think it's more than societal construction alone, because like there is to some degree, there is some moral culpability here, right? But I think if you concede like the societal construction alone, then you arrive at the conclusion, you likely arrive at the conclusion that she wasn't morally blameworthy. At least that's kind of where I'm at. And then also you kind of concede like transracialism, which is also, and I'll mind you, like I know that most of the time when people like make that kind of criticism, it's usually like bullshit. And we probably are moving to like a race abolitionist kind of model of society after long enough, pursuant to our conversations earlier. I don't know. There's a lot of other distinctions between like trans people and like race and like that kind of an argument, right? Like there's certainly some things which there are certainly some things biologically which go to explain trans people. I want to be very careful with those arguments because I also don't want to fall into the trap of making a transmet argument. But like, you know, there are obviously going to be differences in characterization, like for example, how it's been shown that like the amount of hormones that people are exposed to in the womb will often like correlate with the gender that they grow up with, or the gender that they express later on growing up, right? And that's just something which doesn't exist at all when we're talking about like people in this kind of a situation. I'm
curious.
Mm-hmm.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
So how do you think she should be held accountable for her behavior, then you reckon? How far would you go? Maybe like stripping her from her position and maybe her titles, or go that far, or is that a bit too harsh, you reckon?
I mean, this is a tough situation because I mean, like she has been the beneficiary of things that weren't. I think that to the extent that she's been the beneficiary of things which weren't intended for her, and she also acknowledges that they weren't intended for her, that she probably should not have those things anymore. You know, like losing her job, at least, you know, to the extent that like her race was a consideration in her getting it. That probably is something that she should lose. And that's like really harsh to say. But I mean, like it is hard, right? And I want to make sure it's like heavily caveat that, right? Because when we have someone, like when we're talking about like someone like losing their livelihood, especially, well, I mean, like I think that there's like a weird element of like the fact that this is also happening in academia, and there's like this position where, like one of the people said in the video, that academia has historically been like very overwhelmingly white and cis and straight and all that. And like it's hard when we can't even have a Black woman who's actually Black in academia. You know, it's very discouraging for a lot of people, and I think that there's validity to those kinds of concerns, right? I also don't want to beat her up too much because like she came clean. It seems like she wrote a pretty honest apology, and I don't want to like really beat up someone who has basically already kind of like paid their penance. I mean, like actions do tend to speak louder than words, and like there needs to be some action, but like I don't know, it's probably something that's better left to the people who are much more involved in the situation. Like I don't want to sit here and just like start like ascribing what to do with this person when I'm not really as part of a situation, and I'm also not like of the group that's like most affected by this, right? Let me also be clear, I'm a fucking white ass motherfucker talking about race. You know, I am very self-aware that like, you know,
literally like everyone else on the internet, you're not the only one.
Yeah, I know. So I do want to like, yeah, so I want to like heavily caveat like the things that I'm saying with the understanding that like, you know, obviously like listen to other people, like listen to people of color. They're gonna know like, they're gonna have a much better perspective on this. Like yeah, like obviously that caveat's gonna exist, right? Because I don't have like that same kind of experience or background to be able to caveat the things that I'm saying. or to be able to supplement the things I'm saying, right? Because I haven't been a victim or like a victim. I haven't, been impacted by I haven't been impacted disparately by the color of my skin. It's just hard in this situation because there is some the short answer is there is some moral culpability. There probably there should be some way that she's held accountable, but I probably am not in a position to say what exactly that would look like.
Fair enough. I have another big one.
All right,
do you think racial? Yeah. Do you think so? You talked before about racial abolitionism. Basically, as society progresses, we're all going to live in a multi-culti matriarch and all going to breed into each other and all become like brown, right? Do you think racial abolitionism is the only way to solve racism? Do you think different ethnicities should exist autonomous from each other? It's just that how we understand race will just evolve until to the point we don't see it as we do it today? Or do you think it's just inevitable that we have to all become one blob of people?
Right. I mean, saying that it's I don't see necessarily racial abolitionism as a solution. More so as just kind of a natural. I just kind of see it as the place where society is naturally progressing. Right. I tend to see racism as a system of, and I mean this isn't a super unconventional take on what racism is, right? I think that there's this prevailing understanding that race can be understood as a system of oppression of a particular
it's a
group
hierarchy.
of people. Yeah, essentially, right? It goes back to the conversation that we had earlier, right? Actually, if one aspect of race is how people are treated disparately according to how much power is ascribed to them in society. Racism is the system of where they fit into the hierarchy in society, right? Actually, that flows really well. But yeah, so when we're talking about resolving, actually, if we take that holistic accounting, then I mean, if we're assuming that race is a system based on where in the hierarchy of power that people are placed in society, and then a central component that we're ascribing to race is, how much power people are ascribed in that hierarchy, then yeah, I guess that racial abolitionism seems the best way to do it. Because otherwise, I mean, they're otherwise the categories of race.
Don't you?
Well, I mean, go on. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Don't you think that I guess people have innate human in-group preferences? Do you honestly think it's just inevitable that we're all gonna breed together?
I mean, given enough time. I mean,
how long do you think?
Estimate. I mean, I have no idea, right? I don't want to sit here and be oh, it'll happen 50 or 100 years or 200. I mean, I just, given enough time, I don't know, unless you're gonna actually have an ethno state, and that those are not inclined to work out, right? You basically have in order to have an ethno state, you have to essentially have fascism, right? And that's not exactly a very sustainable political ideology, as we see kind of here in the US with our it's a very depressing time to be alive. No, it's not a sustainable political ideology, and so unless you have an ethno state where you are specifically cutting off people of a particular political ideology or a particular skin color or whatever from other groups of people, then even if you have people of a generation who let's say that you have a person who's white, who's I don't want to date people who are black for whatever reason, right? Maybe they're racist, maybe they're not, but whatever, they don't want to date black people, and they date a white person and they have a baby or 2 or 5 or whatever. I mean, they're that opinion has no guarantee of being translated to those children, right? I mean, it very well might, depends on the parenting, but if you follow that down long enough, it just becomes a pretty high statistic likelihood that eventually somewhere along the line, one of those children will choose to be I'm going to date someone who's not the same skin color as me, right? And that's what we see. That's progressive. That's more and more what we're seeing over here in America, right? I just tend to think that as we become a more unified society, as we progress, that's just going to happen more and more, especially as we get more interconnected throughout the world. Caveat, assuming that the world will still exist in a couple of years. I don't know. Let's hope we aren't the victims of nuclear Armageddon or global warming or pandemics or whatever, right?
Ecological disaster.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Let's hope all of this assumes that we're going to be around long enough for these sort of things to happen, right? But I think it's more likely than not that we're probably just going to end up with a decently homogenous population after a while, I mean, there are going to be some people who are different variations of different, you're going to have some people who are going to be slightly lighter shades of brown than others, but we'll probably arrive at, if you give it enough time, I just don't see it as very likely that we're still gonna have some people who are like, we're only gonna be white. We're purebreds, damn it. We're staying away from everyone else.
No,
Yeah.
but don't you think that, like, homogeneous populations can exist in isolation within nature? Do you think that's a inevitable outcome? Or?
Well, I mean, like they
Or is it
can, but I mean, it depends just for how long, right? Like, you know, if you have the homogenous population, like it'll exist for a time, but like it's very hard to say that that's going to go on indefinitely in the course of the entirety of the human race, right? Like forever is a long time ahead, you know? And I don't know, as we progress, like even if you have like super isolated parts of society in different parts of the world, like those parts of the world are going to get increasingly more integrated into whatever society grows into, you know?
Don't you think it's something? Don't you think it's a little bit sad that, like, if we all become one sort of like mixture of the same thing, we're going to lose a lot of the individual cultures, which, you know, makes us unique? Isn't diversity is our strength there?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't know. Like culture is changing all the time, right? I think that we have like this baked in idea that like culture is like this singularly non-changing thing that people of different backgrounds have. Culture changes like all the time, you know? Like American culture is something that was born purely out of like the mixing of different people of different backgrounds of different cultures, you know? And it's something cool. I mean, like not all of it, you know? But like, you know, they're like we have a culture which was born out of other cultures, and there are probably going to be more cultures in the future born out of different cultures, right? Like that's just how culture works. And if you try to like again, this is like something that fascism tries to do, which is to try and like bottle culture as it is in like one particular time, or how they idealize it to exist in one particular time, and to try and like preserve it, right? And that's just like counterintuitive to how culture works, because like it just kind of naturally develops and changes over time. I don't think that we should try to stifle that. I think that we should allow that to just kind of naturally continue. And I don't know, like that's going to probably mean that like eventually we're going to move away from cultures which are like racially based and more based on like, I don't know, other things, right? We have gamer cultures and we have food cultures and we have like tons of different kinds of cultures, and we'll probably move in direction more in line with those kind of cultures as time goes on. Like it's just in my opinion.
Fair enough. I don't know.
Yeah. And again, like I don't see that, like I don't know, some people might see that as like a sad thing, but like that assumes that like change is a necessarily sad thing, and I don't see it as a sad thing, you know? Like society changes, everyone in their individual lives change, society changes, cultures change, like it's just kind of like a natural progression of humans, like both at the individual and societal level. If you try to fight that, I think you run into a lot of issues, and that's where you tend to see like literally reactionary thought is trying to return to a prior societal state of being, which is usually like an idealized form of a culture, right? Like that's what that's the baseline thought of reactionaries, like for like by and large, you know. And we see all the great takes that come with reactionary thought, right? So I just try to
the left has gone crazy.
Yeah, the left has gone crazy. What you're telling me that they're trying to abolish women because that's such an important part of our culture, that women are only people with vaginas and who can make tons of babies, and who bleed from their holy passage, right? And yeah, like society changes, cultures change as, you know, we learn, you know, as like we as a species learn more about ourselves, or just kind of naturally change, or, you know, like change can happen for any of a number of reasons, right? But like that's a good example of something that's changed that like people try to hold on to irrationally, right? And it obviously has negative effects on people who that rhetoric tends to target, right? Like I have been a victim of that kind of rhetoric, right? Like people target me with that shit. Abolish women, etc. Yeah, exactly. So no, like as far as like the cultures disappearing, that'll probably happen, right? Or at least like cultures will change, you know, and eventually they might look like substantively different from what they did before. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Cultures always change. It's something which people think doesn't happen, but it's like a core tenet of all of like human civilization. And I don't know, I think that we should just kind of go with it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you have to? I feel like.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen, we're coming up on the hour, so I mean, like, yeah, no, I'm pretty. Do you have any like concluding thoughts?
No, I think we did it. Don't do blackface, kids. It's wrong.
Listen, if we want to do like one fucking takeaway, don't do fucking blackface. All right, literally, the private, like the main takeaway, for the love of fucking God, do not do blackface.
Don't do it. It's a bad.
Yeah, it's a bad. All right.
Not too
Hey,
bad.
well, do you hey, you want to shout yourself out?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Hey, it's your boy Pixel Hipster back at it again with the memes, with the fat memes. Hey, come over to my channel. Do you like video essays? I know you like video essays. You should check me out. I got some good ass video essays there. You want me to destroy conservatives with facts and logic? I got you. I got videos about Japan talking about how it's not an ethno state. I have videos talking about creepy white dudes with Asian fetishes. I have videos about memes, about simping. I got videos about alpha gym chads. That's not even a joke. I have a 20-minute video about the intricacies of why I love going to the gym and why men should work out. I have no idea why I made it, but it was fun. So yeah, I don't know. That's my YouTube channel. Do you want me to put my Twitter there?
Yeah. You can put your Twitter. I know that we linked your YouTube. Yeah. So follow him. YouTube, Twitter. All the social medias, and I don't know. This has been a super good chat. No, I really appreciate it. Like again, like I really like I don't know. I don't know how the audience received it or how y'all feel about it, but like I actually like this because like a lot of the things that we talk about on here are honestly like pretty open and shut. This is like a more interesting conversation because I think it's a lot more nuanced than people might want to think. That makes for a good combo. So. Yeah.
Fair enough. I need to go face first down into my pillow and sleep. For 5 hours.
Please
throw up.
go do that. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later. All right. It's been fun.
Bye. This was fun, Riley. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
It's me. All right. It's cool chat. Pixel Riley. Thanks. What about Louisiana Voodoo and stuff? Pretty interesting. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Jangles? How you doing? I was looking at your research doc earlier today. Just like updating mine. God, I swear, eventually it's just gonna become a book. About like I could probably write a fucking book on just like trans issues. Well, beyond like all political issues. With how many sources are in there. It's so much. It's so much. There's so much. Like when people talk about yeah, exactly. When people talk about like, oh, the overwhelming academic consensus is that like trans women are women or whatever, right? Like I cannot understate to people like that, like how fucking true that is. Like there's just so many sources. But yeah, so can some link the doc? Yeah, you can do yeah, there you go. And also a newer version will be coming out pretty soon here. So stay tuned for that. All right, what do we got next on this on the schedule? Oh shit. All right. So, hold on, messages. All right. I have to respond because I believe the next segment that we're having Okay, so let me see. If I remember correctly, Twitter, let me check my schedule. Make sure I have it right. Towards Tacking, Jessica Craig. Okay, cool. Next person we should have. Hey, Miss London. Make your way over into the waiting room. Also, mods and everyone. Please help her. Because I'm not sure how much she has used Discord. I just messaged her on the Twitters. But yeah, go ahead and do that. Lynn, I see you in the waiting or in the verified room. You are the last for the evening. I'm sorry that you're waiting this long. Miss London. Yeah, totally. So that should be a good convo. Let me check my notifications real quick. That was wicked, covered loads of stuff. Oh, cool. Natalie retweeted. Here, I can go through my Twitter for a second with y'all while we are waiting. What's happening on here? Don't at me on Twitter. Don't take advantage of this. We're just passing time for a moment. Also, how are we doing? 217, 222 on YouTube. Pog, that's pretty good. Let's see, 46 on Twitch. Also Pog. Good shit. Good shit. Glad to have y'all here. We have 2 more segments planned for tonight. Are you gonna upload our VOD separately? Yeah, I will. all of the segments that I do on here, like for my Saturday shows, hey, we got to 1400. Nice. Announcement. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Video announcements is misspelled. Hold on. And now. Wait, someone else just changed it. Okay. There we go. No, it's not. Great. Nice. We reached 1400. Pog. I love it. Yeah, what's happening on Twitter right now? It's got like, I like collaborating with people also because I can add more people and get like more like collaboration. If London doesn't yell, hey, yeah, it should be a good time. Let's see. How do I do? All right. Joop. Lucy's great. Aw. Hey y'all. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, talk to me, chat. How y'all doing? How y'all vibing tonight? How you doing? God, I am so tired. I am but I will amazing. I love the listen, for people who don't know, I used to play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! I actually played competitively for a while. Here. The last deck I played competitively was oh god, what did I play? Oh hey, hold on. Miss London. Alright, hold on. Yep, there we go. I'll tell you about that story later. We don't have to waste any more time. So without further ado, let's go ahead and join the call. Hey, how's it going, girl?
Hey, sup? Oh my gosh, sorry. Woo!
Hey, no, listen, you're completely fine. You're 100% fine. How you doing?
I'm just wonderful. How are you?
I am vibing. I say that I'm so fucking tired after this week. This has been like the week from hell. So if you're asking how I'm doing, on one hand, I'm alive. On the other hand, it's just perpetual screaming. But you know, we I don't know. Well, I'll figure out some way to get by.
I really feel that. Wow. Okay. Also, sorry. I'm just wondering, like, is my mic okay? I'm on my shit ass computer, so.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Hey, chat. No, how's she sound? I don't know. Like if there's any kind of problem, you sound fine to me. If there's any kind of issue, then they will overwhelmingly tell me so. So yeah, it's all good. But yeah, so do you mind if I sort of like introduce like what we're talking about? Because I was a little vague when I announced it. Just to give like people an idea of like what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, go for it.
All right. So, for people who aren't aware, on Twitter, this was something that was making its rounds, right? Here, let me share my screen to you in case you can't see it right now. Oh wait, no, I'll screen. Let's see, on Twitter. Wait a second. Yeah, that's right. All right. So let me know if you can see. Let me know if you can see like my screen.
Oh fuck! Should I be on the live stream?
No, you're fine. You're fine. You should be able to see it through Discord. You should be able to see it through Discord. I just shared my screen to you. Can you see it or not?
Okay, so I'm a boomer.
Okay, so the answer is no. Okay, don't worry. I will describe it to you. All right, it's fine. It's fine. We'll make it work. All right, we will make it work. Damn it. So
even though I'm an auditory learner, I'll just have to figure shit out.
Fuck. All right. Yeah. We'll.
It's okay.
Oh my god. All right. So there was a tweet put out for people who aren't aware. Our big girl Natalie, Catra Points, Natalie, cat girl Nya has recently gone on another rounds of being canceled on Twitter. As she does. It's pretty normal at this point. But this time for being racist. 1,000% racist, actually. Now, from what I understand, the claim is that she was, quote, like appropriating cat girl culture, which is quite the claim. which is a very very interesting take. But honestly, like that's I think the thing that hasn't gotten like as much like that's not like that's kind of ridiculous on its own, but like the tweet that put it out, at least when this was like screen capped, got like, you know, like 31 retweets, 136 likes, you know, like a decent amount of coverage, right? But like someone responded to it, and that's kind of what I want to talk about, right? This is like the lead off for it. Someone responded to the initial tweet saying that her video was 1,000% racist, by the way. No explanation, right? Just that was 1,000% racist. Someone else responded, I'm inclined to agree, but I don't really understand how. because yeah, you know, you totally just want to go around accusing people of being racist even though you don't know why. That totally reads, that totally registers. Yeah, so a lot of people basically so basically I even retweeted this. It got so like someone screen capped this and just like didn't even comment on it, right? 54 quote tweets, 294 retweets, 6,700 likes. Like a lot of people recognize like this is pretty fucking ridiculous, you know? And I said, when I retweeted it, when you get to be a certain size, people will literally just try to invent reasons to cancel you. And I got decent, like I got 1,000, like over 1,000 likes, 48 retweets, like, you know, like a decently comparable amount of coverage from that, right? And so what happened was actually as a consequence of this, and this was something I didn't, because mind you, like I saw this and I was like, what the fuck, right? And I think that was a pretty reasonable response, right? Like a lot of people will look at this and intuitively just be like, what the fuck? But what I want to talk about, right? And I think that's something that's actually important to talk about here is basically the ethics of criticism, right? So to summarize, someone, and we're not going to say specifically who, I don't want to like, again, like kind of keeping with the merits of this, right? Someone sent me an email basically talking about the fact that, here, I'll get to the appropriate point. I went to their Twitter to see it. All right, so basically, you know, this person was telling me about kind of why it was a little, why they took issue with me like retweeting this tweet that was put out, right? They said, I went to their Twitter to see if they elucidated further why it was racist. They did, but I still disagree, which is fine. But apparently they said some folks, like I believe Vosh and Zan and others, blocked to keep getting brigaded. Someone in the community took a screenshot and allegedly spread it to them and others with a larger platform, and they say it was affecting them mentally. Also, the other person was getting harassment for their statement. So basically, the allegation, and mind you, I can't validate whether this is true or not, but the allegation is that the person, like, these people were getting harassed by the people retweeting this. And in this case, this would include me, right? And so like the question is, and this is kind of, and maybe I'll use this as like a way to like kick this your way. How do we reconcile with this idea, right? Like, is it like, is like calling out this kind of behavior fine? Is there a right way to go about doing this? Like, what are your thoughts on this?
So I have a couple notes. So I believe it's kind of like a spectrum, and obviously take in consideration that online communication is so different than just normal everyday average communication. So there's a lot of gray areas, but I feel on one side of the spectrum, you have any claim made publicly can be responded to publicly. And then on the other side, you have an audience behind you as a creator. And with that comes a little bit of more of a responsibility to not punch down as, you know, somebody that has a voice, you know, on the online world. Because a lot of the time, I guess, if you're a creator, you're kind of seen as like having an army behind you.
Right.
So it's best to keep that in consideration as well, that you do have people that are very devoted to you.
Yeah.
So I just think it's a little bit of, how to explain this? It's kind of a little bit of a, you know, you have the responsibility as a creator, but you also have a responsibility as an audience member. So just keep in consideration that on one hand, you have a big platform or a platform somewhat, and you can affect someone's life. But on the other hand, you have the right to respond to anything. I just think the limit goes to, you know, ruining someone's life, and there should be a line drawn at, you know, ruining someone's life, because that's just damning and horrible. And I'm not a person that like, I don't know, sees the worst in a person. I believe that everybody's redeemable.
Yeah.
For example, okay, I do have one example. So there was this person recently that I believe is on TikTok that they just said like literally the weirdest thing. So it was bi girls saying they want a GF so bad. Is literally fetishizing a woman-on-woman relationships. Lesbian relationships aren't a fantasy. Stop treating them like it. Which was
what?
Yeah, no.
Holy shit! That's an interesting galaxy brain take there. Fuck
Is
me.
it a spicy take? It's just amazing. But
Yeah.
I responded to that and I was like, what the fuck? Like the biphobia is fucking crazy. And then I tweeted it out. I think that got 500 likes, which I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But apparently the person, changed their mind after realizing what they said was like a big oh shit moment.
Yeah.
So now that I look back on it, even as a creator and somebody who has like, somewhat of a platform, I guess, I kind of look back and I'm like, yeah, I don't think that should be that one sentence that they ended up regretting should be the end all be all to what, their future careers are and everything like that. So, it's something worth putting out as correction in the sense of like, oh, well, this is obviously biphobic because of X, Y, and Z. But overall, I don't think this should be the end of their, life, as in the future jobs they get, the future, any possibility. So it's also worth taking in consideration, looking at their platform and seeing if they change their mind and so forth.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Like, and there, I think that there's an interesting conversation because I mean, like the other day, for example, like I had Calvin on my stream, completely impromptu, by the way. And again, like people can make what they want out of that conversation, but one thing that came out of it that I thought that was really good was the fact that, we talked about how some of his content, some of his videos, especially those like targeting really small creators, had driven a lot of harassment towards those people, right? And he heard that and he was like, oh yeah, no, I totally agree. I think I've sufficiently changed on that. And he like privated those videos like during that conversation, right? And then like I think that was really nice because, and mind you, I haven't checked, but the last time I checked, because Corvidae, another like trans essayist, video essayist here on YouTube, made a video specifically calling out how Calvin was being sort of like a bully towards smaller people, in particular focusing on a much smaller trans YouTuber named Brennan, right? And so like the assumption is because I know that Corvidae tweeted at one point, hey Calvin, if you take down the video about Brennan, I'll take down the video about you, right? There's a handshake there. And so like, like if you're able to call out someone and then like they end up changing their mind and they're like, oh shit, you're right. Then, being able to also uphold the fact that like, oh, you changed your mind, so I'll take down the video criticizing you. I think like that's fair, because like people can change on their positions, right? And I think that's an example of like very positive growth. I suppose here, I think that's an easier example, but I want to throw like some hypotheticals at you just to see how we do this, right? Because I think that like with that kind of with like the situation where you have someone who you otherwise mainly agree with, I think it's pretty easy to say that you should take a lot more tact with it. But like, let's say that we're talking about someone who puts out a tweet like saying something like super fucking, all right, here's an example. All right, here's a good example, like for me personally. All right, this is something that happened in the past couple days. All right, I got a comment on one of my YouTube videos saying something to the effect of, "Why are you yelling so much? Do you want to be taken seriously as a woman?" Because exactly. Because apparently, if I say something like "true," that somehow attacks the validity of whether or not people will treat me as an authentic woman, right? And I have to wonder when I see something like that, which is pretty clearly intended to like, harm me, right? And it's clear it's like bad faith, and I probably don't like this person personally. Like, I have to wonder, are there still those same ethical considerations to treating them negatively? Because basically, like, I kind of use my Twitter to take a shit on them. I did, right? Like, I'm not gonna deny it, right? Like, I pointed my finger at them and I laughed at their stupid opinion. But I have to wonder if we're gonna extend these ideas, right? If like if there are the same kind of considerations for people like that who specifically go out of their way to try and like harm you with their content, that I don't have that, you know, we don't have to like, I guess, hold back, so to say.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like actually like really agree. And there's this saying that we've probably all heard, that's like pick your battles, which is to be selective of your arguments, problems,
Yeah.
confrontation. So, you know, with Twitter, you especially like with somebody that has a big platform, they really have to pick their battles. And I feel like some people are better at it than others. Not saying you, obviously. I think you actually picked your battle particularly well there.
Thank you.
Especially like criticizing a little bit of like a turfy transphobic argument.
Yeah.
Is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, totally. It's like woke transphobia.
Oh, it really
yeah.
is. It's
oh yeah,
like,
totally.
But there is like a way to do it and a way to not. And like even like literally there's the other day that I literally dunked on this fucking transphobe that said trans women are just men with tits. I thought that was
Are you goddamn serious?
Oh yeah, it was like really funny. So I photoshopped I like photoshopped his head. He was a bald dude, so I photoshopped 2 nipples on 2 of his heads, and then replied. So, was that probably the most logical and ethical thing? No. Am I the most logical and ethical person? Also fucking no. But I feel like I could, you know, cut me some slack because it's a transphobe. But had I done that to somebody else that was just like moderately biphobic, for example, or even in the example I gave you, that would be like abuse of like a platform, in my opinion.
Interesting.
That's just, yeah, because like if I were to like Photoshop their face in any like context after they said that, like I feel like that would just be like too far and that would be just too much. You know, a random transphobe that said like 1 sentence and that's and it was almost in a way like a trolling kind of sentence.
Sure.
I'm like, whatever, you know, you're gonna give me, you know, surface level statement that's just incorrect, then I'll Photoshop tits on you or something like that. Like I'll stuff like that. But if it were somebody that was like, you know, for the example of like the biphobic person, I would not do that to them. At least now I wouldn't. Can't say for me back then because I was definitely the edgelord back then. But
yeah, sure.
You know, it's just when they have like a whole, this is like legit what they believe. And like you can, within the confines of like not stepping on anybody's rights, believe what you want. They're allowed to believe that. But I feel like as, you know, somebody that has like just a little bit of a following, you just have to be a little bit more responsible and know to pick your battles kind of thing.
Yeah. No, and I definitely hear that, right? I suppose that for me, and maybe this is where I'll insert sort of like my kind of where I'm at on it. Because like I'm the kind of person, I don't know, I'm a lawyer. I'm going to be a lawyer, right? So I like having kind of like principles or rules I can like reliably go by most of the time, right? And I suppose that like the way I've sort of drawn the line, and again, like there is going to be like some kind of subjective evaluation, I think, right? Like there's not going to be like a cookie cutter way to handle every single person, right? And I want to be like, you like obviously like I can be like sometimes I can be a little edgy on Twitter, and I kind of like being able to because I don't want to just like tiptoe around every single criticism that I get because like that's kind of like I feel like that's like a big flaw with like and I'm not saying anything like particularly personally negative about these people, but people like creators like Riley J. Dennis and other similar kind of like very nice and very kind of like almost pretentious like almost like hashtag woke creators from 2016 who again like are like probably great people. This is only like a criticism of the rhetoric. I feel like it's not effective to like try and respond in good faith to every single criticism that you get. Like sometimes it's good to just kind of laugh at people because like there's no way you're going to be able to convince them. And like, yeah, you know, like if they're trying to hurt you, I don't know. I don't see any necessary, like, you know, you signed up for what you got. You signed up for what you got, kid. Now here's the limitations, right? Because I want to be very careful because like I also don't want to like open the door for like there's a lot of like bad ways, like there's a lot of bad faith ways to interpret that. So here's generally what I think is like the ethical rules, at least for me, for how I like choose who to criticize. Generally speaking, I look at like whether or not I think that they're in good faith. Are they just like trying to troll me? Are they like actually trying to levy like a constructive criticism? in such a way that like should be received by me positively or at least neutrally, right? So are they acting in good faith? And B, do I think that all in all that they're a good person, right? And again, like that's subjective. It's totally subjective, right? But like if you have someone who, I don't know, like is like I guess that for me, right? Like I don't want to, like a lot of my content, right? Because I think like very hard about like who I try to reach, because I try to persuade people, right? Fundamentally, that's what I'm doing on here. I want to persuade people. But I know that I also can't persuade everyone, you know? Like there are some people who I'm going to talk to or who I'm going to like engage with who fundamentally, no matter what I say, cannot be moved on anything. Great example, look at the trans bra argument. That's generally my quick example. There's nothing I could have ever possibly said to that kid to have convinced him otherwise. And there are other examples, like the Ariel Scarcella fan is another probably probably decent example, although I couldn't really tell until like after the fact, right? But like there's some people who you'll never be able to convince no matter what you say. And so I tend to think that like with those kinds of people, especially those who like maintain beliefs that tend to incline you towards thinking that they're like generally bad people, I'm not going to waste my time or my breath trying to like reach them on their level, because a lot of people, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. Like let's say hypothetically, all right, let's take this for hypothetical, right? Based on the principles I've laid out. Let's say that we have someone who genuinely believes in race realism. All right, let's say that we have someone who genuinely believes in race realism and goes into my comment section and makes like a super, like they might like 100% believe it and 100% like believe that they are fundamentally a good person. But like if they are articulating those beliefs, even in like what might be defined as like a good faith sense, I'm still pretty inclined to believe otherwise, that they're a racist motherfucker, you know? And I'm not really going to care all that much if I just like quote tweet and dunk on them and be like, all right, yeah, fuck this person, or whatever, right? So I guess that like what I'm trying to say is that like, let me out. All right, so let me bring this in. All right, back to the original question, because I've talked about like I've talked a little bit and I want to bring this back in. Do you think, and again, like I'm asking you to be completely honest, do you think that like quote tweeting this and giving it more coverage was an ethically right thing to do?
The I'm inclined to agree part, or like this is 1000% racist.
Like quote tweet, like this is a whole picture, like quote tweeting all of this.
Okay.
And again, like I'm not like looking, like I think I've got a decent answer, but I just want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, totally. So I think so first of all, just to, give some background. So basically, if you're going to call ContraPoints racist for, anything like that, the least you can do is some research. So
yeah,
basically I was looking into what her fashion was called in preparation for this. And basically, let me see on my notes here. So Contra's style in that video is called Harajuku, apparently, which is a mix of Japanese sub-styles that are mixed within traditional Japanese garments. And that can, it kind of covers a plethora of styles, which is apparently called Sweet Lolita, Gothic Lolita, cosplay, decora, punk rock. All these things are covered under this Harajuku style. Now, this person, just seeing her in this garment and this look and just saying that's 1000% racist, that's their opinion. But who's not to say that that opinion can be challenged and disproven, which it's the consensus of the whole Harajuku community is apparently it started out in the 90s as an act of rebellion against traditional Japanese norms. And basically with that, anything that goes beyond that norm, whether it be a certain thing you tack on or your whole race, that is pretty much anti-traditionalism of Japanese culture, or the traditional Japanese culture that they were enforcing at the time.
Yeah.
So that is also covered under race. Anybody of any race or ethnicity, I should say, more accurately, any ethnicity can really do this style, because that's kind of the whole point. And You know, I wish that they did that research and not probably just listen to another person that was just like Harajuku is like like just straight up a cultural appropriation, because you know it's the consensus of that community even in and of itself says it's not racist to be a different ethnicity and do Harajuku. So I wish that that was looked more into. Do they have like the right to say that? Obviously they do, but it's I guess we're not talking about rights. Was it morally in their best interest, or was it morally correct to tweet this before realizing that it's not really racist? In my opinion, no, it wasn't in the best faith, and it wasn't really the best thing to do.
Yeah. No, I think, and I think I agree with that, especially like the person who said, I'm inclined to agree, but I don't understand how, right? Like, I think that that's right. I guess that, all right, so maybe if we take the principles earlier, right? Because I do want to acknowledge that, like, I don't know. I want to extend this idea of like, all right, so let's say that they are morally in the, so like at this point where we're at is that they are morally in the wrong. And so like the person that this is targeting, or people who want to defend the person that this is targeting, might have moral justification to be able to respond. Do we kind of agree on that, at least up until this point?
We're talking about the I'm inclined person, right? That
Yeah,
for sure.
Okay. So I think that maybe it probably like there's probably like an additional consideration going back to our discussion earlier on the idea of like people with larger platforms responding to people with smaller ones. Because right now, I think like maintaining the first two premises, like, is this a person acting in good faith, and are like, is it a person who tried to make a good faith criticism, and is this someone who's all in all like probably a decent person based on what evidence is available? I think that those are true for like anyone criticizing anyone, but it seems like there's also something unique to larger creators criticizing people who are smaller. So I think that a good example is actually something I saw the other day. You know Shu, right? Like Shu on Head?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she quote tweeted, like she did actually something very similar, right? She quote tweeted a couple of people on Twitter who basically, like I'll read it to you. Now, mind you, all of the names for all of these tweets, like all these screenshots, are blurred out, right? But basically, so the first one is, what did she do? She used an app that does digital blackface. And then the next one is, I don't really have a problem with it, honestly. That's just my opinion. And then the next response is, okay, bye. And then I didn't realize he was actually black. So like so like she didn't actually use a digital app for blackface. It was just a lie. I have a shitty vision and hadn't looked at his profile. I guess my response was insensitive. Forgive me. I am not here to tell black people how to feel about racism. Right. So literally just like on one hand, like saying something, like making a criticism basically of racism against someone without actually doing further research. And then there's another one where it's again like a tweet from someone else with the name blocked out. Right. You don't even have to scroll that far down for reactionary content. Yikes. And it's like a video of Arthur gets woke, gay rat wedding, and then another Rocco's modern life goes woke, right? And then it's like how Rocco was trans. And then the response to that was people really surprised that Shu on Head is a white supremacist. Come on, y'all didn't even read the lore. And then someone responded, wait, what happened, lol? And she said, IDK LMAO, but apparently she's getting canceled. Like, literally, it's just like, she's a white supremacist. Why? Oh, I don't fucking know.
I don't know. Oh my god.
Yeah. So and then she responded and then she like tweeted all this out saying they're not sending their best, right? Kind of like gesturing that like, okay, yeah, all of these people are basically like making these crazy claims about me. That they even acknowledge they can't substantiate on their own, right? So like it's a very analogous situation. I think that one thing that she does here that actually was really good was blocking out everyone's names, right? I think that was probably like a good, like an ethical thing to do, right? Just so that people couldn't go out and like harass these people in particular. So I think, yeah. So I think that was good on her part, especially because like, fuck, how many followers does she have at this point? 372.5K. Fuck me. Yeah, she got a lot of clout, so she got to be super careful. And I think that she does try. Like I've seen she, and like it does seem like she's trying her best. But also, so I think that like, all right, so if we have like this exceptional rule for like larger content creators, I think that like one way to like be careful when you're criticizing smaller people, or to do things like not say their name, but basically just to do whatever you can to make sure that your followers don't like go out and harass this person, right? I think there's a difference between like criticizing someone, right? And like proving why someone's criticism of you is wrong or challenging it. I think there's a difference between that and like sending your fans to harass that person, right? I think one is entirely fair and the other one is like unjustified, right? I don't think that anyone should be harassed. Like, I think I'll defend this claim. Some people might think it's a little radical. I think I can defend this claim. I don't think that anyone should be like personally harassed for having like a particular political view, right? I think I can extend, I understand that might be uncharitably extended, like people of like really yikesy political opinions. But I tend to be of the belief that like we want to be very careful when we are like extending beyond just criticizing someone's ideas and like going even further to like harm a person. I have to think about how far I would extend that, but I think I can extend that pretty far, right? And so, like, that's why I say to my fans all the time. Like, a really good example was I had a debate with Janae Rose. She's a super small YouTuber, complete grifter, liar, all that. It's a really fun debate. If you want, you can watch it sometime. But basically, like, I affirmed to, like, in the video description, I put, like, giant bold letters, very first thing, hey, disclaimer, do not anyone in any way go out and harass anyone mentioned in this video. If you do, you will be automatically banned from my community. I will like completely admonish you. I will do everything I can to distance you from me because I do not want to condone that in my community, right? And so I think that that's basically like something that might be ethical to expect from a lot of creators, right? Like I think that creators are definitely in these kind of situations, I want to be able to defend the right of people to be able to like respond to criticism, especially if it gets like a large like following. But like also to make sure that we don't like just harass people because like, fuck, I don't want to like cause I don't want to like cause harm, you know? I want to show why an opinion is wrong. I don't want to like personally attack that person. Does that make sense?
No, that makes totally sense, and that's a very like empathetic way of going about it, which I like really admire a lot. Honestly, like in research for all this, I could probably personally be doing even better. Like I could probably block out people's names more. I could just like whole ass not respond to anything at all.
Yeah.
Although it is tempting to respond to every transphobe I see. But you know, I probably could do way more.
Oh yeah, this isn't me like necessarily criticizing anyone, right? I don't think that anyone is like I wouldn't hold it against people. Like I don't hold it against like the person necessarily who tweeted out this. I don't necessarily hold it against this person because like these are like super like high, like these are super nuanced conversations, right? Like these are things that like most people don't necessarily consider because like let's also face it. It's not like Twitter exactly incentivizes more nuanced thought, right? Like Twitter is a hell site designed to, like it's not like people who have like super nuanced views are going to get promoted a lot on twitter.com. No, it's the people who have the most entertaining views, which usually means it's the people who have like the most inflammatory and incendiary things to say as possible, right? So this is complete like hold on, let's look at like the person who tweeted that out. Oh, actually, like 1,000 followers. All right, so it's not like nothing. But like normally, in order to like get a lot of coverage for like tweets from smaller accounts, you kind of have to be more inflammatory, right? Like that's how you get people to look at you. Because because unfortunately, social media cares most about whether or not you entertain people, which is not great, but it's the world that we live in. So yeah, I mean, like, so I don't necessarily hold it against people for not doing these sorts of things already. I just think that there are things that, like, as we go forward, that are probably good to do, and that's why actually, where is it? I'm gonna delete my original tweet. I said I was going to yesterday, so there, it's canceled, or it's canceled. It's deleted, just because, like, going forward, I do want to try and like extend that same kind of courtesy to people. Or not that same kind of courtesy. I do want to be as ethical as I can be in how I do criticism. Like I still want to be inflammatory. Like, believe me, I swear like a sailor. I call out dumbass people like I do. But I also essentially like, I just don't want to harm people who all in all, like don't deserve it, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. That's like, honestly, people like you, very empathetic people, and keeping in mind, you know, they're a living person as well, is just such a good thing to like just think about always, because I feel like empathy is something that the internet really lacks.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, I just feel like we could all as maybe even creators, do better to like, keep that in mind. But all at the same time, like I'm the type of person, at least online, not as much in real life because I'm very socially anxious in real life, but at least online, I kind of promote, like, not even promote, but I kind of think that you put out the same energy that they're giving you. So if they're giving you surface level, you're a man kind of shit, then you can give surface level roasts back. And if they're giving you a whole paragraph on why you're a man, then you can give a whole paragraph back on how you're not, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I also do keep that in mind of, give out the energy that they give you and
yeah,
stick it to them back. I totally admire people that defend themselves. And at least if somebody is going to roast you or say anything like invalidating towards you, or if they're trying to invalidate you, do something creative, like do a creative roast back, like really get into it. I want to see some creative ass roasts.
Oh yeah, no, believe me. Listen, like this is how I entertain myself nowadays. Which I'm not sure if it says something good about my mental health. I don't know. It probably says that there's something wrong with me. But yeah, no, I mean, like I fucking love roasting people. All right, like don't get me wrong. Like I do try to be as empathetic and understanding as possible. But like this is like, yeah, I love like fucking tearing into people. Are you kidding me? But that's why I guess I think about it a lot, right? Is because I can be a little spicy and I can like tear into people sometimes if I really get into it. And I just want to make sure I don't do it to people who don't deserve it, Exactly. And that's essentially, that's essentially it.
Yeah. So I have a question for you.
Okay. Oh shit. All right. Yeah. Let's hear it.
I know. Fuck. So what do you think though about the person that was just saying, I'm inclined to believe that? Like, obviously there's the tweet at hand, but then the person that was just saying, I'm inclined to believe this, and just off seeing this and nothing else, like, what do you think, like, to dive more, I know we a little bit surface level dove into it, but what do you think about people that just cling on to this one tweet and it goes even further? Like this is like such a thing, like especially when it comes to cases like with James Charles, for example, Benji Carroll. Let me see if I have anybody else written. No, I don't. Them, for example, what do you think about people that just kind of latch on to things without doing either further research or waiting to see what else, comes forth, I guess?
Yeah. So no, I think that I think that's 100% morally in the wrong, right? This is my message, and this is, hey, listen, chat, my audience, I'm looking at you. All right, this is directed straight at you. All right, I expect highly of you, as my audience, as people in my community. No, you shouldn't just like believe things blanketly because it's what other people believe, right? Like that's completely blameworthy. Now I understand that it's easy to fall into that kind of propensity, and like sometimes it can be an effective shorthand, right? Like obviously not we can't just like fact check every single thing that we hear all the time. We would basically all be like completely like mentally debilitated if we did that for like every single thing in our life. Sometimes we have to be able to trust other people. When we are talking about something as serious, like whether or not someone is like racist or like a pedophile or what, like something like a really fucking serious claim that could like ruin someone's life, that's when you need to have some more culpability, all right? You need to do your fucking homework, because if you don't, you have the chance of ruining someone's life. And like, I've fucking seen this shit, right? We don't have to get into like specifics, right? But like that, like it has a high chance of actually ruining someone's life. And if you're doing it just on the basis of like, oh, you heard it from someone else and you're going to parrot that same belief, even though it has like the prospect of like actually ruining someone's life, that is terrible. Now what I will say is like the only reason that I deleted the tweet earlier from that person, who I think is morally in the wrong, mind you, is because, like, for me, I think that because I am larger than that person, that I should have blocked out their name, right? I would have been able to, like just as effectively admonish the idea without, like, contributing to harm being sent to that person, I guess that's, like, the line for me, and that's, like, the only reason that I deleted it. But otherwise, no, the criticism is completely valid. Like, yeah, like, literally, like, if you are just agreeing with a crazy claim that like that Natalie is racist without like looking into it whatsoever, that's morally blameworthy. I think that's 100% morally blameworthy. And if you're the same size as that person, hey, go nuts, criticize them as much as you want, right? But like for me, there's probably, and like for someone like you, I'm talking to you, London, not you, the audience. Like there are probably, like for us, there are other considerations that normal people probably don't have to deal with, That's sort of like my take on it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I 100% agree. It's just people do have to do the homework, and it's sad that especially today, and like I don't want to go into the whole oh my god cancel culture is so bad because like we've
Oh my god, it's a whole fuck. I swear, like I always imagine, like every time I talk to someone about cancel culture, I'm like, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the last conversation on cancel culture, and then it fucking sneaks up on me again, like a week or so later. Like it's just never going away.
It's never gonna go away. It's just like it's just like gender dysphoria. It follows you wherever you go.
Fuck! Oh my god, girl, you're fucking all right. You're making this surreal. All right, don't even. Oh fuck, don't even go there. God damn it.
Sorry.
Listen, you're fine, but you made it way too real, like a degree. Oh my god. But yeah. Like it's probably never gonna go away, at least for as pervasive as it is in our society. And I mean, like broadly speaking, I don't know if we want to be like super reductive about it. Like it's basically just like ascribing like a label to what is like criticism online in mass numbers. You know, like it's like usually that's kind of how it manifests, right? It's just like a problem because like the way that a lot of online means of like protesting someone or something, like a way that a lot of those things are set up is like geared towards like these kind of like mental shortcuts, right? Like if you try to quote unquote cancel someone on Twitter, like the site is built to spread misinformation, you know? Like it is inherently like back to what we were talking about earlier, like because the most inflammatory, the most crazy or quote unquote entertaining kind of tweets are usually the ones which get the most attention. Like saying that like there's a very different thing. Like I could perceive of like two very different tweets, right? On one hand, you could have someone tweeting about how Natalie relied on some premises that may or may not have been that may or may not have some overlap with like different kind of cultural presentations that are prevalent in like Japan or like certain parts of Japan, and maybe she needs to be able to like reanalyze it and put out a statement just acknowledging that she may have done something wrong, or that, you know, she may have to like there could have been like a super good faith nuanced take on that. I can guarantee unless someone with like a pretty big following said that, it wouldn't get any it wouldn't get any traction, right? Like it would get absolutely nothing. And then you have someone compare that to the tweet that says that just like quote tweets the video and says this is 1,000% racist. I think it's pretty easy, like for anyone who's familiar with Twitter, to know which is going to get the more engagement, right? Like yeah, like people aren't really. I don't know, maybe I'm being a little cynical, but like unfortunately most people don't want to like necessarily think like a whole lot about the criticisms that they apply, right? Yeah, I like that's it's unfortunate. But I think that's probably pretty true broadly speaking, right? Like most people won't think like a very similar thing happened recently. And actually I came under a little fire for saying this too, right? But you know, it like if you're familiar with the streamer Destiny, and being so basically the TLDR, if you're not familiar, was that there was a clip from a stream of his where he said something to the effect of he wanted the riots to fucking stop, and if that meant white something militiamen, I think it's like white redneck militiamen mowing down protesters who are burning down buildings, then he would be fine with that, right? Like very blatant disregard for human life, very rhetorically bad, could have been said in a number of better ways. But like also clipped out of, well, I mean, like some people argue clipped out of context, right? Now, whether or not you argue that it was clipped out of context, I'm willing to bet most people retweeted that clip without actually looking into what the context was, because I did that. I was guilty of that, and I apologize for it in the video that I put out later, right? Twitter is not built, like most people are not inclined to like go and fact check these sorts of things, right? Like you kind of just like see something that's so crazy that you're like, oh my God, this is crazy. I have to retweet this and share it with everyone. And it's because like people usually rely on this kind of like gut feeling of like wanting, like reacting to something so viscerally presented to you, that most people don't end up actually looking more into it, right? Because if we did, then the world would be a very different place, and we probably wouldn't have nearly as much misinformation. Like QAnon probably just wouldn't be a fucking thing, but you know, here we are.
Yeah. It's very true, but like what also I don't also just hold, what am I trying to say? I don't just blame it on the people themselves. I also do blame it on Twitter culture, because there also is a trend that I have to and I feel like we all have to acknowledge where people
Hmm.
will guilt other people into believing surface level what was said. So if you say, well, let's look at the evidence a little more, let's just wait for the context to come out, you will be villainized for that. You
Oh
will be
yeah.
like,
Oh, for sure.
coming for you. And in my opinion, that is a pretty logical, stance, unless if
Yeah.
it's something where a situation has fully developed, all the evidence has come out, and then you're still sitting there on your ass like, well, let's wait a little longer. I'm still going to believe no. Like, that's different than a developing situation in, starting and just saying that let's just wait for, a couple days or something like that, just to see what happens, or let's look at the stream itself, or just let's look at something, because people like to be outraged. I think we both know this. Like, people just love to be angry, love to be outraged, and to say the most outrageous stuff out of the outrage. It's just like a big outrage fire.
Now, well, one thing I will say, because I want to caveat this, right? I've actually, like, this has been pretty common for a lot of things I've said tonight, right? Because I agree with that 100%. I do want to make a caveat that I think that, like, we just also have to recognize that is an argument which can be taken in bad faith, because I'm not sure if you've been following the situation with, like, police brutality, but, like, there have been a couple of videos that have come out, like, pretty recently, like within the past couple days. I'm just gonna play it. There's one that's like 15 seconds, right? And I'm playing it on my stream, where basically a cop, for like, there are two people who are literally just backing up, and the cop just like comes up and shoves someone onto the ground for no fucking reason, right? Literally no reason. Just like blatant instance of police brutality. There's another one. Actually, this is probably the much more blatant one. So this is also good at looking at, right? Where you have an instance where there are police walking down the street, and then someone is walking a bike, and literally there's a protester lying on the ground, and the police officer just rolls it over the guy's head. Just rolls it over the guy's head. Like, doesn't try to avoid him, just like completely rolls a bike over a guy's head, and it looks pretty bad. It looks pretty bad.
Horrible. I mean, like, Quincy and Shion Head's video and Hell World one.
Oh yeah.
Many examples of like just the horrible shit they do, and it's like at this point that is the context. Like, that is fully context. That is a situation that has happened right before the camera. So it's like saying, oh, well, let's wait for the context. And that, like, that is the literal context. So I definitely 100% agree that, like, it can be that little sentiment, that broad sentiment can be used in like shit ways, especially, with that video. I know some people have like said, oh, well, let's just see the context, and it's like right there. He didn't, engage beforehand. And even if he did, like, I feel like there is a little bit of a difference between just yelling at someone's face and then
like having a bike like ridden over your head, probably doing like pretty serious damage, right?
It didn't look like the fucking dude was like attacked him beforehand. I think there would be a lot bigger of a scuffle beforehand, and a lot more people crowding if he just punched the guy before it and then he got shoved. Like, that shit's just like fucking horrible. But for another example of like how the people just kind of complying with little to no context. I don't know too much about this situation. I don't know the ins and outs, but there was this TikToker that is named Benji Carroll or some shit like that.
Okay.
Where he and his boyfriend got into a huge like scandal around pedophilia. And basically this anonymous account on Twitter just like came out and said, Benji did this, Benji did that, Benji and his boyfriend did these horrible acts to me and stuff like that. And everyone would go and say, to Benji and his boyfriend that they were like pedophiles and like, all that really serious shit. And to be fair, to everybody's credit online that jumped on the pedophilia train, their responses weren't great at all to the situation. It was like really weird. It was more they were kind of just in shock and just like, I'm sorry if I did anything kind of deal. But then at the same time they did, or at least Benji said that I think some things are being taken out of context, and I think some things are just blatant lies. So now, like a month or months later, I'll just say weeks later, Benji comes out with a video that says they lied about their age, which Benji, I think, was either in or from Spain, which the age of consent in Spain is like 16. And this person claimed they were 16 when they were 15, allegedly. So that was a lie on that hand. And then the anonymous Twitter account came out and said, I'm sorry for lying. I lied about this whole thing. And, I'm just sorry. I shouldn't have done this. I was pressured by my friends and it did this whole thing, they basically admitted that they were lying, and they did admit they were lying. And then everyone now is like, well, fuck, like I have to refollow him and I have to shit, I really did that. And, you can see similarities with James Charles and everything. And, to be fair with James Charles, he also responded badly at first with these kind of things. So,
Sure.
I don't blame it on the people, per se, because it's also, or I don't blame it fully on the people per se. But, I do think that looking at the context of something that you don't fully understand or don't fully see what's going on is important, and listening to the other side is important as well. Of course, don't take that too extreme. If you see police brutality and it obviously is blatantly happening right in front of you, just like in the shoe on head video or the video that you saw, that's where I draw a line, because I can see the context right there. You shouldn't gas innocent people. You shouldn't just push people for no reason and just be horrible to innocent people for no reason. So definitely there's limits, but I also, like you said earlier, people to better the internet, one person at a time, do your homework, look into things as much as you can. And it's fun, I guess, to be a part of an outrage train. And it's also a little bit of a controversial take on the internet to say, hey, let me just look at this a little bit more before I say something. And better yet, don't say anything until you are very fully aware of what's going on. But I just do not pressure, but I do enforce people to look at a situation in full, I guess.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
Sorry,
we have about, you're totally fine. You're 100% fine. You were on fire. I love it. So we have about 10 minutes left in the hour. So there's one more kind of way I want to look at this. And it's with a very particular type of people on the internet. And I kind of want to get your take on them. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with different factions or whatever you want to call them here on sort of more left-leaning YouTube. But there's been one, and mind you, the name of the I don't love the name, but just by virtue of the fact that there's not a better name, maybe Purist is a better one, but these are people who are who are mainly called woke scolds, right? And effectively, I guess if we want to call them purists, that's another word for it. But essentially, there are people who occupy, arguably, some people will dispute who is defined as a woke scold, right? Corvidae is an example of someone we mentioned earlier who some people might define as a woke scold, and other people might say, oh, that was inappropriately applied to this person, right? Because this person was literally just calling out. Corvidae would argue that they were just calling out behavior that they viewed to be wrong. But aside from that, essentially the best faith criticism of what this category of person is someone who purity tests people, who categorically precludes people from being able to enter quote unquote left-leaning discussion by virtue of the fact that they aren't pure leftists or pure enough on the ideological scale or in their beliefs or whatever, or in their background, right? Often background is a big part of it. For example, a lot of people will categorically preclude people who have previously been more right-leaning, or even sometimes even further than that, from being able to enter these sorts of discussions, even if they've overwhelmingly moved or revealed that they have different positions on these ideas compared to where they were before, right? So my question to you is, because I think that if we followed the logic that we laid out earlier, I think that they genuinely, well, I don't know, maybe the good faith is being disputed, right? But I think that they genuinely believe the things that they are criticizing, and they probably, I don't know, maybe they're not good people. But how do you think is the best way for at least me to be able to respond to them, right? Because I'm always very active in saying that we should let people come over here, people change, people grow. We want to incentivize growth and change, right? We don't want to categorically preclude people from these kinds of political views and discussions just because they have like a particular kind of history or past, even if they've otherwise changed as a person. So like, I don't know, do you have any thoughts on how to be able to like talk to or engage with these sorts of people?
Yeah, for sure. So, oh my God, I have like so much to talk about, but
Oh my God.
basically, so I want to just start this off with, I don't know this man's particular name. I have a TikTok of somebody who covered this exactly right, and I do want to put out there his actions. I don't know his name, but I'm going to share his name later for
Okay.
you. But there is a man who converted people from the KKK to no racism at all, really, or
Oh, wow.
racial bias, which he converted about 200 members of the KKK in Maryland alone to being less or not racist at all, and
Fuck
a
yeah.
lot of he became friends with, and so I believe that changing your mind is definitely a thing. And as a person who was like very, I don't know how far right I was, but I was definitely further right back then.
Mhm.
The only way that I went from like right leaning to now either free thinker or just more left actually
Yeah.
was from compassion and was from people trying to understand my view and then countering that exact thing. So personally, I don't want to like I don't know. Okay, I'll just say it anyway. I love your channel so much. I love what you do so much, specifically because you're such an empathetic person and you really get down to their level and you really try to understand people. And like, I literally love that about your channel so much. And I think that's just really, really, really needed right now. And so what you're
Thank you.
doing is literally so amazing to me in every way because you're coming at it and you come at everything with knowledge and good faith, and that's just kind of the best thing to do. Because personally, as somebody who was right leaning before, that's what I needed somebody just to be like, hey, I get it, like I get what you're coming at with, but let me just show you this really quick.
Mhm.
And I feel like that's what a lot of people need, and a lot of people I believe can change their views. And obviously some people might not like the fact that, you know, others can change views and others can change minds, but like literally that's the only way to change people's minds, is to come at it with compassion, and over time hopefully they can you know, correct their views and hopefully have a better view on in the world. And obviously, as we said before, there are some people that just can't be corrected and they just decide not to be, and that's definitely a thing. And not everybody can be, you know, enlightened in that kind of way. But I feel personally with my political, I guess, journey, coming
Sure.
at it through more compassionate and not fighting fire with fire kind of view really helped me. And I'm so glad I learned a lot at a younger age. Like I'm only 20 and I'm glad I learned a
Mhm.
lot. So I'm just glad that happened. And obviously I wish, you know, I could have had this, you know, I could have converted like hopefully earlier, you know, to a better ideology, but I'm glad that it happened now. And just through the ways of compassion and understanding, I got
Mhm.
there. So literally, I think what you're doing is like perfectly fine. And I just think you should keep doing what you're doing. And keep dunking on transphobes as well, because I love it.
Damn right. But damn, oh my God, I'm gonna fucking cry.
Don't let the ethnicism take over.
All right. But yeah, thank you. I don't know, like that means the world to me. Like I do fundamentally all I want to do is to, I don't know, I just want to help people. And I feel like this is, you know, I feel like, I don't know, there's a lot of opportunity to be able to do that on this platform. I don't think that everyone can be reached. Or, you know, I think that people require different kinds of rhetoric or different strategies to be reached. You know, like there are different ways to reach different people. But these are the things I'm always thinking about, right? So it means a lot that, I don't know, I appreciate the compliment, right? Because it's, I definitely, I don't know, I try.
Succeed.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, I think that we're at the hour. Do you want to shout yourself out? Do you have any concluding thoughts? Do you have any, you can have the last word.
Well, I don't know. I just want to say that I love your channel a lot. And if I find, you know, that you did tweet something, I guess, 1,000 years ago, I'm inclined to believe whatever people have to say about you, whether it be right or wrong. So, oh, well, I'm kidding.
Rip. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Well, hey, yeah, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I thought this was super chill, and super productive. Do you want to tell the audience who you are, where to find you, all that good stuff?
Yeah, sure. So I'm London, Miss London on YouTube. I'm a total bitch that dunks on transphobes. So if you like that, then
damn right. I love it. I fucking love it. It's absolutely great. Yeah, go follow her. Go subscribe, follow, all the good shit. All right, go do that. Go do the. Hey, you people watching, what the fuck are you doing? Go do the subscribe. Go do the follow on Twitter. Go fucking do that right now. All right, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
For having me as well. It was so amazing and fun.
All right. Hey, I'll talk to you later. All right.
Yeah. See you later.
All right. Bye. Boop. Nice. Chill. Pog. Or I guess we could put her in verified until she hangs up. That was a good chat. Listen, fam. All right, how are we doing? We have 193 on YouTube. That's still pretty good, considering that I think Vosh is going right now. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm very happy. And 51 on Twitch. Honestly, that's great. We've been basically like sailing at 50 like the entirety of the evening. So like that's super consistent. I've already been subscribed for months. Listen, Miss London is great. Yeah, good shit. So yeah, I don't know. Like that's been super awesome. Yeah, I don't know. That's just like a really good talk. I've also been wanting to talk to her for a while just because I felt like that would be a really good conversation, and it turned out to be right. So yeah, Vosh and Zan, they're both streaming right now. Listen, all right, I don't know how to get like I stream. It's literally 5 p.m. EST every Saturday. That's when I do politics. I do politics one day a week. All right, I do it one day a week because I want to prepare. I want to have guests on. And I want to do some research. Yeah. Oh, hey, Lynn. Yeah. Last one. So this should be fun. So let me just like take a break and I don't know. Let me talk to chat. How are you doing, chat? I'm sorry, I haven't been talking to you that much, but I don't know, Lynn. I'll bring you on in about like 2 seconds. I just need to take a break before we get into this last segment. It should be fun. It should be fun. I don't know. I purposefully, intentionally put like someone who should be. I'm out of tea. Shit. I can't spill the tea anymore. Oh no. Only 2 chuds that I've seen so far. Wait, only 2. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh shit. Hey, giveaway bot. Hey people, get into the Discord. We're doing a giveaway for 1 month of Nitro. Go do that. Go react. Go do this right now. What are you waiting for? Do you want free Discord Nitro for a month? Click on that and get in here and you might win a free month of Nitro. And also get into the 1400 users Pog. Yeah, we hit that earlier. That was really fucking chill. How do you take part? Rose, we set up, did you see, like it's in the weekly recruitment. Yeah, like it's in the weekly recruitment. If you want to take part, then I solicit people to be on segments like up to the week, right? So Lynn is going to be up next. Hold on, let me check my text real quick. My God, fucking. Okay. Stop fucking up the odds, Riley. What do you mean stop fucking up the odds? Sorry, see it not. Yeah, you're all good. You're fine. Just like, yeah, like just, I don't know. Like people, like, listen, chat. We're going to need to get better on this. And this is why also for people who are watching right now, I do like casual streams Tuesdays and Thursdays evenings where I don't like, I'll talk like casual politics. I'll just talk like whatever y'all want to talk about, right? Like I don't have planned segments, so I could just like chill with chat more, right? But this is like the importance of like figuring out like getting to be a better chat. You have to work together, right? You have to understand like what kind of messages to send, like keep them, like if you want me to read them, like, especially if you at me, here are the 2 rules. Do not at me a lot unless you, like, it's, like, unless you really want me to see it, right? And then even then, like, make sure it's something that I would want to see, right? Don't just at me for something that you would want to see, that you want me to see. Also make sure it's something that I want to see, all right? And you got to just get to know me to know when that's the right time, all right? So that's the first thing. Secondly, keep messages brief, all right? Don't write out like paragraph essays. Like don't do that. It clutters up the entire, like, there's only so much space in this box. I've given y'all as much as I can, all right? This is a lot of space on the screen. I give y'all a lot more space than most streamers, all right? That's intentional. Don't take up like a giant amount of it with like a paragraph essay, all right? It's cringe, and it just looks bad, and there's no way that anyone will be able to read all of it, right? Keep things short, keep things punchy, keep things to the point. You will become a much better you will become a paragraph. All right, fuck you. You will become a much better like stream chatter, right? And then like lastly, and this will be like something that y'all have to figure out. Y'all have to like figure out how to collaborate with like, do we still have combo bot? We have to be able to make sure that people know how to do combos good, right? We need to make sure that like, so y'all will have to like set this up on your own. I can't control it all the time. But you need to be able to like basically collaborate when you do a combo, right? Yeah, we still have combo bot. Yeah. So like right now, for example, all right, we got to like a 4 times combo, right? You need to be able to like collaborate and like line up when you do a combo so you can get like crazy high combos, you know? Because it's just cool. But it means that y'all are kind of like on the same page, and that's what I want to get. I want to make sure that all of us are on the same page whenever we're talking about something. All right? That's my goal. I want to make sure that you always know as an audience member what is going on inside my head. All right? That's the goal here. I want you and me to be on the same page. And part of that is getting to be on the same page as the rest of chat, because we should all be in this shit together. All this together. But that's basically the idea, right? This is something we'll work on more in like the casual streams. We're gonna get into our next segment right now. But yeah, that's the like, as far as like being a good chatter, being like a good chatter. Just think about those things, right? Like probably at most 4 lines of dialogue. 3 is fine. I think that 3 is fine. I can usually like, if I really want to read something, 3 is usually fine for me to read. Any more than that and it just becomes like a lot. Nice. Hold on, what is this? Okay, good. It's not porn. I was about to say, oh wait, hold on. On this together. I was talking about the giveaway, not actually the show. I was following your recruitment page, but I was busy. Sorry, I love you. Yeah, you're all good. Yeah, so, all right. Well, we have one more guest to bring on. I guess, like, because I also just, oh, hold on. Oh, fuck. Hold on, this is actually super important. Yep. Fuck yeah. Hey, update. I might be moderating a debate between Calvin Garra and Buck Angel. That might be happening. Tentatively at Tuesday at 7 p.m. EST. So, that's possibly happening. Yeah. Yeah, big hype. I know, right? Listen, so this is why I gotta check my text, right? Because sometimes it's important. I talk to so many people now. Y'all don't understand like how many connections I have at this point. Like I know, like I think that there's like very few people on like left YouTube that I don't know. Like basically it's like some of the big people, and like it's only a matter of time. Like fuck, I know, like I'm this close to Natalie. Like it's only a matter of time before I start, because like everyone, like she's like the largest, you know. It's like the hardest person to get in touch, and like believe me, with like how fucking much she deals with it, it's not a surprise that it's hard to get in touch with her. But like fuck, you know, like I can't imagine it'll be too long before I'll probably meet like Philosophy Tube or Sean or whoever. Who are like the big one? H-Bomb. H-Bomb is, from what I heard, is like supposed to be like pretty cool in person. I feel like that'd be cool. I don't know what Sean would be like in person. They're kind of like back and forth on Twitter. Philosophy Tube, they seem like pretty cool. They seem pretty cool. I feel like that would be really cool. Riley's the best mod. other left tubers and taking their vow like Mega Man until eventually. But I wouldn't fight Dr. Vosh. Are you kidding me? No, Vosh is. But we're on good terms. No, Vosh and I, we're all listen. Even if he doesn't believe in it, what I am trying to do here, like this is the RGR Roundtable Discord. Damn it, we are working together towards progressive causes, right? And that's why I don't focus on economic policies, because honestly, it seems like most major divisions on the left come down to economic issues, and that's why I focus on social ones, baby. Because I think that it's pretty universal to say trans rights across like any faction of the left. So hey, I'll hold on to that. It was a video game joke. Okay, all good. The Surfs and Vadim are super chill. Yeah, they're great. Okay, so without further ado, I'm sorry, I've been belaboring the point. I don't know. I like talking. Don't hold it against me. I like talking to people. It's almost like I'm a streamer or something. I guess that with that, we should probably actually first what I'll do is I'll frame the issue, right? Because I think it's better if I frame it a little bit and then join the call. Gender reveal parties. Hey, can I get some there? We have an emote for that. Can I get some gender reveal parties in chat? As it turns out, gender reveal parties are now shown to have more confirmed deaths than Antifa, which is kind of amazing. Oh, hold on. Yeah, gender reveal parties. Y'all have seen the memes. Y'all have seen the stories. This isn't necessarily talking about all of that, right? Like it's been pretty funny. Where I don't know, like death isn't inherently funny, but like it is funny, like how like something so particular as gender reveal parties have had like such crazy kind of things like giant fires or explosions happening at them. I mean, it's an internet meme, right? I originally wasn't going to talk about them because I didn't know what to talk about them. Like there wasn't really an argument to be made. But our buddy pal friendo, someone who I haven't covered yet, no bullshit, has made a video about it. I haven't watched the video. I think I went through like just like a little bit to see if there are actually any arguments, and I think that there are in here. But also knowing it's no bullshit, this should be a fun ride. This should be fun. Because as far as like reactionary arguments on the internet are concerned, it's not like this is some high tier shit. Also, can we just point out 637k subscribers, and this video only has like 7,000 views. I have videos up from like this week or the week prior that either have more views or close to this many views. And hold on, let's just do a vibe check. Like how many subscribers do I have? How many subscribers do I have? Almost 9k. So that should tell you something. That should tell you something. I invited a friend of mine onto the stream. Yeah, so without further ado,
you're not a dish.
Hold on, let me skip the.
You're a man. Most
fuck you.
Name brand bars and body washes.
Can't tell me what I am. Fuck you. So without further ado, let's go ahead and have our guest join the call. Hello, Lynn. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hey,
hello there. Hey. What's happening? How are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm watching the stream too. So
oh, chill. Yeah. Okay, so I should be able to. So let me go ahead and share the video. Now tell me if this is sharing to you correctly.
All right.
Are you able to like join my live stream that I did in Discord?
It says watch stream, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me. Yep, I can see it.
All right, now I'm gonna play it for 2 seconds. Tell me if you can hear sound.
All right.
Hello,
yep,
and
I can hear sound.
You can? All right, cool. So yeah, the cringy intro aside, so we're all good. Thank you, mods. We figured it out. So yeah, before we go on, can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Sure. My name is Lynn. I go by she, her, and I'm 20 years old, and I'm a girl who likes fries.
Hey, chill. So what kind of could you tell everyone like a little bit about like what content that you make nowadays, or like what you're kind of doing here on the internet?
So the content that I'm making, I mostly make like leftist content, like just talking about a variety of topics. I've even done like call out videos and stuff.
Mhm.
I want to do one on no bullshit, but honestly, it's not even worth it.
Yeah,
but
yeah, no, I get it. I mean, for reasons that we will surely get into.
yeah, but yeah, I just make like a variety of videos, from uh call outs to videos on like topics that I really want to talk about and that affect me. So one of the videos that I made recently, not too long ago, was about black identity and like the different about the different types of like ways how it's expressed.
Mhm.
That was one, and I've also done a few streams as well, a few discussions with people, whether they're like debates or just talking to a friend.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm kind of like, I guess you could say, a oh, what's the word? The jack of all trades. Although I don't like Jack, I might say the Jacqueline of all trades. Let's just go
Hey,
with that.
there you go. No, I vibe with it. I vibe with it pretty hard. So, all right, awesome. Well, hey, to introduce the subject that we're going to be looking at. So we got this fine video from our buddy pal No Bullshit, called "Gender Reveal Parties Go Too Far," all caps, sparks fires in CA and more. So I don't know what to expect going in here. This is it'll be a ride, and we're strapping in together. But hey, whatever we have to deal with, I believe in us. I believe in our ability to deal with, contrary to what the name might suggest, like all the bullshit we're gonna have to deal with. So without further ado,
Yeah, the girl power.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I did watch the video just to get like, because I did take some notes on some of the things
Oh,
that he noted.
okay.
Yeah, don't worry. Like I'm not gonna like spoil the video or anything, but I did take some notes to try to like dispute some of the shit that he said, because it is like it's kind of cringe. That's all I can
Oh
say.
shit. All right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Then it would be totally cool. So yeah, let's talk about this as we go through the video, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Welcome back to No BS. Today we turn
Also,
to
I'm
talking
turning
about
up the
two
speed
big topics that
because
are
I can't
hitting
listen
the
to them at
scene in
one
the
or
past
at
week,
regular.
Yeah.
specifically coming out of California. Recently, there's been a slew of wildfires over there that have gotten really, really out of hand. And one of the
I need to go
incidents that
faster.
caused the fires initially is something rather trivial, actually. I mean, these things are getting really popular, and I'm sure they're important to the parents throwing these kinds of parties, but they've certainly gone too far, and that's what we're here to talk about today. Today, we're talking about gender reveal parties. For those who don't know, when people have a baby, they get pregnant at some point along the way, they take a test, find out what the gender is, and then they have this big party to surprise everyone. They essentially get
Amazing.
the doctor to put the results in an envelope, and then they pick some way to reveal it to them and their friends at a big event. Usually it's just maybe a few people, a few friends from your close family. Sometimes it's even a big party. It just depends on how far you want to go, and clearly things have been going really far. This is a big trend recently that's actually caused this new
I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not sure if we needed like a in-depth discussion of what a gender reveal party is, but all right, I don't know. I'm not gonna pick any battles here.
controversy. You see, originally the gender reveal parties were just simple things like, oh, you open a box and it has a bunch of balloons. If the balloons are blue, it's a boy. If the balloons are pink, it's a girl. Pretty simple. And other things have happened like that too. Like sometimes they give you like a black balloon or like a neutral color balloon, and when you pop it, confetti pops out with the right color for the right baby. Now, this is a fun thing on its own.
Oh my
What's
god.
happened
Okay.
recently is they've gone.
I kind of want to talk about that, the right color for the right baby.
Oh shit! Yeah. I'm sorry. I completely. Yeah, I was listening for like an argument that completely went over my head. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. It just sounds weird because it's like the right color for the right baby. It's like the baby, like the whole concept of the gender reveal party. It's like he said, like basically like reveal the child's or like the baby's gender. And it's like gender is like what if the baby decides that later on in life, like, hey, I'm not
Oh
this,
yeah.
I'm this,
Oh yeah.
right?
No, I mean like it's totally like I think that like gender reveal parties are like not only like kind of cringe, like I think that they're just inherently kind of cringe. But like it's pretty shitty, right? Because like you do end up in a lot of situations, especially with trans people, where it's like you will have people who, even though like the vast majority of the time, like people who are assigned the gender at birth will probably identify it with it, right? Like, you know, most people are cis, right? Like statistically speaking.
Right.
But like you're gonna have a lot of situations where that's not the case, right? You're gonna have situations where you're gonna have someone who was I guess assigned a specific gender at birth, right? And then they grow up and they decide later on after they've been like basically like forced into like trying to conform to this thing that they were assigned at birth, they're going to realize, actually, fuck this shit. I want to be something different, right? Or rather,
Right.
I don't want to say it like that, right? Because it makes it sound like a choice. It's more like I am something different, and I'm realizing this, and I was kind of forced to be something that I'm not, you know? And so like with this kind of situation, yeah, it is really weird saying that like the right kind of color balloon for the right kind of baby, because it assumes that like a baby is born with a gender. And I mean, like, maybe that's true. I don't know. Like, like very young children can realize that they're trans. Like, there's enough studies to say that, but that's not what he's saying, right? Like, he's saying basically, like,
Right,
you
right.
know, if a doctor tells you that's going to be a boy, then that's what the gender is, and that's what the balloon is, right? Like, that's what he's saying, right? He's not making an argument that like, you know, oh, people might realize like he's not making any other kind of argument here, you
Mhm.
know. So yeah, no, I think that's a good thing to point out, right? Like it just kind of shows that he doesn't really know. Like he's very like thoughtlessly kind of going about phrasing what he's saying right now.
Too far, and they've turned these events into like big fireworks exhibits. They've decided to up the ante from balloons and confetti to shooting off fireworks, and naturally that's a bad idea in a very dry, very ready to burn place like California. California is super hot. It's basically halfway in the desert, and it has lots of things to catch on fire because, for one, they're not managing their forests properly. We're going to get more to that soon. We're going to get into more details, and also how these fires are even getting blamed on a very, very nefarious term and concept called climate change. Of course, we're not denying that exists.
Wait, what?
What? Yeah.
Are you wait, hold on. I didn't see this coming. I didn't see this coming. Are you telling me that this is a fucking like climate denialism kind of an argument? Where is this
See,
coming
no,
from?
His thing is, I'm not denying that climate change doesn't exist. I just don't think it has anything to do with the fires that's going
Are
on.
you fucking serious? Are you goddamn serious? I mean, literally, like the question. All right, so like even if I could go off of what he just said, and we'll get more into it as he's talking about it, right? But he's like, yeah, you know, like these areas where they're setting off the fireworks, they're super dry, they're super easily flammable, and it's like, well, how do you think it fucking got that way? No bullshit. How do you think it got that way in the first place? And it's like,
And it's
fuck.
like he also brought up forest mismanagement, and the thing about that is that according to the New York Times article from 2018, of the state's 33 million acres of forest, federal agencies, including the Forest Service and the Interior Department, own and manage 57%. 40% are owned by families, Native American tribes, or companies, which includes like industrial timber companies.
Sure.
And just 3% of the forests in California are owned and managed by the state and local agencies there. And also, like and I think he's playing off what Trump said about it too, like about the fires in the past that happened there, where he's like, yeah, it's forest mismanagement, like they're not managing their forests properly.
Mhm.
Trump never mentioned like where the funds were being like allocated, and it turns out that about $256 million worth of the funds were towards lowering wildfire risk, and that came from California itself, the state itself. So the state pretty much allocated $256 million dollars in forest and like lowering wildfire risk in the forest.
So what you're saying is that like I just want to make sure I get this. I just want to make sure I get the argument right. So basically, there was a funding that the state of California was using for a long time to be able to like mitigate the risk of forest fires, or to be able to like combat those harms, and those were allocated away from those kind of efforts.
How do I put this? I think that they were funding towards lowering the wildfire risk. The problem is the way how they've been doing it. They've been trying to do controlled burns, so that's like, you know, you kind of burn the forest so that like dead trees and like plants and vegetation can die.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that due to climate change, that might be a bit more difficult.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and not only that, like timber companies, like although they take away like dead trees, they don't clean up the like twigs and the brushes and stuff. And actually, they also let cheatgrass grow. And what cheatgrass is, it's like a weed that's like highly combustible. So it's kind of like it fuels the fire more, basically.
Interesting. No, I mean, like that's really interesting to think about, right? The fact that like they may be like they may be trying to allocate funds towards trying to combat forest fires to the best effect that they're able to, but like even like for example with the state of California, like using controlled fires, the fact that climate change has such affected like a lot of the state of California and similar areas, made it a lot drier, a lot easier for flames to, as like for massive forest fires to be able to catch there and spread. It's interesting how those efforts can sort of backfire, and like it definitely ties in here, right? Like, yeah, there are a lot of people who set off fireworks that end up like causing, like at these gender reveal parties that end up causing like these massive like forest fires. Like, yeah, there's some culpability in the people who are doing that, but also like, let's be clear, it's largely because of like how climate change has made it much more possible for those kind of forest fires to happen in the first place and to spread as a consequence. So yeah, let's keep. This was not the take I was expecting, but let's keep going.
But the left certainly likes to use climate change and global warming as an excuse to enact their own policies, and today is another example.
Holy shit! Oh fuck me! This is gonna be a ride. I swear I wasn't expecting I was not expecting this morning. I thought this was gonna be like an anti I thought this was gonna be like a gender argument, but fuck me. All right, hey, listen, we're here for it. We're vibing with that.
That we're going to talk about the reveal parties, the fires, and the spin real soon. But first, let's take a quick moment to check out our sponsor. In this day and age,
nope.
This happen even in California, and the other ones, the far.
I'm not looking at the sponsor. I'm not looking at. Is it like worth looking at? Is it like that funny?
It was like shilling for the police, and it was like some sort of special police coin.
Are you goddamn serious? Yeah. Oh my god, it's so fucking cringe.
Wait, then he calls the cops like the true heroes of our day and age.
I don't expect. I mean, like I feel like I should be surprised, but knowing who we're talking about, I'm actually not surprised in the slightest. I mean, like fuck, we're talking about like someone who's like a quote unquote skeptic who's wearing like a mega hat on his avatar, right? Like this is not in any way surprising. It's cringe as fuck, and wow, is he wrong? But I don't know. Like I'm just kind of desensitized at this point. I feel like I should be more surprised than I am, but I just can't express. I cannot perform any more expression than what I can do right now. So yeah, very cringe. Let's go on.
Now that that's out of the way, let's turn to this first story. This one comes from CNN. It says, a pyrotechnic device at a gender reveal party sparked one of the California wildfires, burning over 8,000 acres. That's terrible. We don't want this to happen. Even in California, say what you want about these other states. You might not like the left ones. The far West Coast left-wingers are some of the worst out there, but you don't want this in any part of the country, any part of the world. Fires are bad. They're dangerous. They're killing nature, possibly, ruining property and hurting people and stuff like that too. So this is a bad case of just a party gone wrong. And the other part about the story before we get to this new one is this actually happened before. This happened a year or two ago with another gender reveal party. These things are clearly getting out of hand. I don't know how they can lock this.
He is, he is right about one thing. The gender reveal parties are getting out of hand, damn it.
Yeah.
The one take of no bullshit I'll ever fucking agree with. Yeah, no, they're totally getting out of it.
I was surprised I found myself agreeing with him.
Yeah, amazing. We're about to have an ad. Fuck me.
Some more rules about fireworks in certain areas.
Get out of here. Don't care.
Specifically, but regardless, this has happened before. This is happening again, and this is just the beginning of the story. These gender reveal parties are getting out of hand left and right. We have another one we're going to get to soon, and it's just essentially this kind of trend. I mean, this is something that's happened before, but there used to just be things like baby.
Let's show gender reveal parties using water and scent. Let's just not have them. I really don't care about them.
Yeah,
pursuant to our discussion earlier. Listen, hey, if gender reveal parties have gone too far, then let's just get rid of them. I mean, fuck it. I think in an ideal world that we wouldn't try to push so much gender onto children as they're growing up. It's funny because there's a lot of this kind of cultural, there's this giant conservative movement or this giant conservative narrative that especially with trans youth, that parents are trying to push gender ideology onto trans kids. And then they'll literally turn around and do something like children's beauty pageants. Which is literally which is literally the definition of definition to shove gender onto children who don't fully understand what they're doing, right? It's just kind of a pretty laughably hypocritic kind of a criticism because on principle, I agree that we shouldn't force gender onto any children, and we should let them just kind of figure that out on their own because figuring out what your gender is, it's a very personal kind of journey and experience, and we shouldn't be pushed into something that we're not. I totally agree with that, but I know that's what I know that's not what he's saying. There's no fucking way in hell.
be showers, you might have a celebration announcement that you're pregnant or something like that. But the reveal thing is becoming a big trend, and it's actually getting some pushback, as you might imagine. I mean, here's the problem. You got to remember, the left doesn't even believe in gender anymore. They don't even believe in these concepts. They've totally gone anti-science and anti, rationality. And that's why it's like,
what?
Yeah, I wanted to mention this one too.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
He
Can I
goes
just talk about the amazing hilarity of this that we've already established that he's that like based on like the climate science denialism alone that he's already anti-science, and now he's both strawmanning the left and taking a fundamentally anti-science position in regards to gender. Like, holy fucking shit. Hold on.
Yeah.
This is a super quick dunk. This is a super fucking quick dunk. Let's see. I'm actually going to use Vosh's outline for this because like it's a lot quicker. Let's see. Oh shit. All right, let's see. Just to very quickly talk, we're talking about like broad, like anti-science or scientific positions. Like, okay, bud, let's just take a really quick check. All right, so here's an incomplete list of the reputable scientific and social organizations which affirm the validity of trans people, that trans is not an illness, that trans people are deserving of respect and equal rights. This also serves as the list of institutions which recognize the difference between sex and gender: the American Psychological Association, the American Medical Association, the American Psychoanalytic Association, the Human Rights Campaign, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Osteopathic Pediatricians, the United Nations, and the United Kingdom's National Health Service. All right, so let's be clear. All that we're doing, like literally all that we do is just argue from like the vast, overwhelming majority scientific consensus. All right. Like literally, like not only is it a straw man because no one is saying that gender doesn't exist, just that it's societally constructed, which is the scientific consensus. And B, like not only is he straw manning, but he's also just like wrong. Because like, yeah, we're just arguing the overwhelming empirically supported position. That's it. So wow, I don't really, I'm not surprised, but like I didn't I've heard about like how fucking I've heard about how fucking dumb someone like no bullshit is, but like I haven't covered him yet, so I haven't like experienced it myself until now. But like holy shit, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts or before we go on? I mean, I think I basically have said everything I want to at this point.
Yeah, I just want to like give out a quick definition from the World Health Organization because like it's
go
funny
for it.
how he says it's anti-science, but he was unironically being anti-science himself. So basically the definition the World Health Organization gives is gender refers to the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. This includes norms, behaviors, and roles associated with being a woman, man, girl, or boy, as well as relationships with each other. As a social construct, gender varies from society to society and can change over time. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just like that's all gender is. I don't understand like this whole big thing about like gender, like, oh yeah, it's like it's two genders. Like no, like there's literally like before it was even like noted in recent times, like in Western society about gender, like there were Asian and African societies and cultures that like acknowledged the idea of there being a third gender, like or even more genders, like long before like Western, I guess, society did.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. I think that basically what he's getting at is, and again, I'm trying to peer into the mind of no bullshit, which is a hard thing to do. But I think that essentially what he's trying to say is that the left is arguing that gender is not defined by sex. And that's what he's saying and that is what he's trying to suggest by saying that the left is arguing that gender isn't real. He's like misappropriate, or he might be like misidentifying. Otherwise, I have no, like, it's a complete straw man because there's no one who's arguing that. But that's most likely, yeah. But like that's most likely what he's arguing. That gender isn't determined by like by what is necessarily assigned at birth, or by like someone's, again, I'm using heavy quotations by by someone's biological sex. But like that's just the majority. Like we've already talked about like the both the definition of gender from the World Health Organization and like all the other organizations which affirm that, right? All the reputable scientific and social organizations that affirm that. So yeah, I mean, like, it's wrong because it's straw manning, and it's wrong because it's on its face wrong, and it's also wrong if it's like trying to make a different argument, which itself would be wrong. Yeah, it's just like wrong every single way that you look at it. But yeah. RGR, I've seen no bullshit before. He turned a cartoon that had a transpositive point, and he had a transpositive point, and he turned it into "This is why trans people aren't valid." What the fuck?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking at someone who added me in chat. Yeah, I mean, like, I probably, yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less. All right, but we have to get through this. We're a third of the way through, and yeah, I don't want to waste. I don't want to belabor the point too much.
Actually becoming a thing. Another side note on this story. There's a lot of angles here, and one I want to mention before we get to this article, it was Trevor Noah made a very, very funny take on this. He's the very, very terrible comedian, like who doesn't make people laugh anymore. That's the thing. He took over the Daily Show about 5 years ago, and he's completely ruined it. He's turned it into this total political woke fest, and it's super, super lame because he.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna sit here and defend Trevor Noah. I don't know. Do you watch like the Daily Show? I know I see like clips from them.
No, I don't watch it.
I mean, it sounds kind of just like, I don't know. He's about to like make a critique of like kind of like liberal establishment, kind of like left leaning media. So I'm not sure if I really have a dog to fight in there. But I mean, like, yeah, like side note here for people who are watching. I mean, like, it's pretty common conservative talking point to basically attribute anything even remotely left of center to be the thing that the entirety of the left believes, right? And we're talking about like something like. That gets to be a really big issue when you're basically saying, oh, well, everything that the Democratic Party believes, well, that must be what everyone on the left believes. And it's like, fucking no. Yeah, just like in the broad sense. I don't know. I'm probably like, if he's about to talk about Trevor Noah, I probably won't have too much to say about it, unless it's like blatantly, like, obviously wrong.
Goes full anti-America like most Democrats, and that's to be expected. But what sucks about Trevor Noah is he's not even an American. He's from South Africa. He's like this mixed guy from South Africa who tries to act woke and super.
Wait, what? What the fuck does that matter? What the fuck does that matter? Why does it matter where he grew up? Why does it matter? It literally, it doesn't. Is this like him trying to be like subtly racist? Like, why the fuck does it matter that he's not from America and he's
some mixed guy from South Africa? Like, what?
But like, why does it matter? It's completely irrelevant. It's like there's no relevance to him being like on a political pundit show. Like, yeah, criticize him for his ideas, but this is just like a complete ad hom. And I don't even know what the ad hom is supposed to do. Like, what is it? Just like, oh, well, people who aren't from the U.S. can't have jobs in the U.S. Talking about politics. Like, what the fuck? Like, I am like overwhelmingly convinced. Like, this feels like very subtle racism because otherwise, I don't understand. Like, there's no like validity to the criticism. Like, yeah, people who aren't from the U.S. can have jobs in the U.S. Like, that's that. I certainly hope that's the point. I certainly hope that people who come over to the U.S. are able to like work here. That's kind of the point of immigration, right? Like that's kind of the whole point.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's it's just very weird.
Super black, and he bashes the United States, and it's just super cringe. And the quote that he said regarding this was, oh, something like, oh, how do we have a gender reveal party when the kid hasn't even grown up and decided what their gender is? Like,
all right, you know what? Fucking Trevor Noah, I support that. That is a base ass take. All right, I rescind. I don't rescind everything actually, but like. That's a good take. That is a great fucking take. All right, you know what? Given our conversation, yeah, fucking 10 out of 10. I love it. All right, what's the response? Let's get into it.
Totally caving into this left-wing idea that everything's fluid and you can transition openly and freely. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with people that want to do that, but there's still a gender for your baby. People still want to know. It's like, yeah, we know that's going on in these far left places especially, but for Trevor Noah to push that nonsense and to take that kind of stance was really extreme and lame.
Holy fuck. Oh my god, we have so much to go over. Okay. First off, the easy one. Parents deserve to know what gender their baby is. No, they don't. I mean, like, I'm sorry. Like, the importance of being able to determine what gender your child is not dependent on, like, how much you want to be able to know what gender your child is, right? Like, I'm sorry. Like, right. Yeah. That's just not a relevant consideration. And now, all right, we have to talk about some consensus. All right. So, it's like the children... It's a lot of like children trans arguments. All right. So first, let's start with the basic idea. So first, can children and adolescents know that they're transgender? So let's talk about some studies, right? I'm gonna go over some consensus here. So first, according to the American Psychological Association, whereas, quote, some children and adolescents may experience a long period of questioning their sexual orientations or gender identities, experiencing stress, confusion, validity, or complexity in their feelings and social identities, a person's gender identity develops in early childhood, and some young children may not identify with the gender assigned to them at birth, right? Like, yeah, some young children, like gender develops in early childhood, and there are going to be some children who just don't identify with the gender that was assigned to them. Like, that's like regularly documented. They also say that this is true concerning sexuality. Here's a quote from here. It's not relevant to this consideration, but it also rings true. Additionally, according to a study investigating, quote, whether 5 to 12-year-old prepubescent children who were presenting themselves according to their gender identity in everyday life showed patterns of gender cognition more consistent with their expressed gender or their natal sex, or instead appeared to be confused about their gender identity. This was published in Psychological Science in 2015, and researchers found that, quote, transgender children showed a clear pattern. They viewed themselves in terms of their expressed gender and showed preferences for their expressed gender, with response patterns mirroring those of 2 cisgender non-transgender control groups. These results provide evidence that early in development, transgender youths are statistically indistinguishable from cisgender children of the same gender identity. And the analysis is that there is academic consensus that a person's gender identity develops in early childhood, as early as 5, or perhaps even younger, and children can become aware of intra early childhood as well, right? So yeah, like children can totally know if they're trans, right? It's totally possible. It's totally documented. As to other discussions, I'm not sure if he got into like whether or not gender affirmation helps. If people want to read more in my research document, there's overwhelming evidence that gender affirmation like demonstrably helps trans youth. And there's also overwhelming evidence that like puberty blockers, like if they do have any harm, it's extremely small. And most evidence suggests that like the harm is like absolutely minimal for like something like puberty blockers for like trans youth, right? So yeah, like this is also in the raw, God, fucking everything that he says. We've been on this guy for like 40 minutes. And just like everything that he said has been like categorically wrong, right? So first, like, yeah, it probably would be ethical to like not try to force a gender on a child when like they can know from early childhood like what gender they are, if it is something that they're not assigned at birth. And then secondly, like whether or not parents, like the concern of whether or not parents are entitled, like parents aren't entitled to know the gender of their child like whenever they want to, or when the child is born, right? Like that's just not something that they're entitled to, right? Like a person's gender is an intrinsic part of their identity, right? And something that everyone figures out in their own time, right? And it's not something that we should be shoving on people categorically at a young age. Like we shouldn't, because if we try to force that onto the children, then like you might be accurate a lot of the time, but like there are going to be some times where you're going to force something on a child that's not actually reflective of who the child is, right? And that's the danger that we want to avoid. And that's all empirically validated. Like there's no ideological basis in any of this. There's no like politics in this. It's just doing what is medically best practice. And it's just like following the science to its logical conclusions, right? Like that's all that it is. So I hate that like he's like, not only is he wrong, but he is also like trying to frame this as a political issue when like the fact of the matter is it really shouldn't be. Like it shouldn't be a political issue. And it sucks that it is.
It just shows how lame and far gone this whole story has become. One of the multiple wildfires burning in California was started during a gender reveal party, officials said. A smoke-generating pyrotechnic device used at the party sparked the El Dorado fire in San Bernardino County, California. Cal Fire said in a press release. The fire started on Saturday at the El Dorado Ranch Park and spread from the park north to the ridge, and according to the release. The fire has since grown to 8,000 acres as of Monday and is just 7% contained, according to the San Bernardino National Forest. So this is something that's still going on. I'm not sure, this article might be a few days late too. I believe this happened some point last week, but it's still something worth catching up on. Specifically, the reason I want to catch up on it is not just the Trevor Noah and the gender reveal side, but also the wildfire side. Like as you can see by this picture, as you can see by the news lately, like there's a lot of wildfires in California for a couple weeks now. And
all right, I'm gonna skip ahead because he's not making like any main arguments.
It's pretty obvious. We're just in a very dry, very hot time of year. The end of August, beginning of September tends to be some of the hot.
Why do you think it's so dry? Why do you think it's so dry? No bullshit. Why do you think it's so dry right now? Why do you think we're experiencing disproportionately more wildfires now compared to other points in history? Why do you think we're so dry? Because I mean, if you're saying that it's not because of global warming, well, then you got to be able to explain it. Or it's just that we're in a dry time of year. Oh, it's just that. Okay, well then, like, explain how we're like so disproportionately different from like other points in history where we haven't had like this amount, like over like. If you look over just in California, like people are unable to leave their homes because of how prevalent there are wildfires and how like contaminated the air has become. Like that hasn't happened at any point in recent human history. It's so bad. Explain why it's so bad. Explain like why it's this bad now, but not in previous years if the only thing that was causing it was just by virtue of like the time of year, right? Like it's ridiculous to say that climate change has no effect on this. I don't know. What do you think? You were gonna say something. I apologize for cutting you off.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah. I was just gonna cite like an article that I found earlier.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Researchers found that in 40 years, from 1979 to 2019, weather conditions that foster wildfires have increased by a total of 8 days on average across the world. However, in California, the number of autumn days with extreme wildfire conditions have doubled in that period. They concluded that climate change is bringing hotter and drier weather to the western United States, exposing the region to more fire risk. And the researchers also acknowledged that the fire management practices in the U.S. have also contributed to the buildup of fuel. Fire authorities normally do control burning to reduce the amount of fuel available when a wildfire starts, but this has been altered by the rising temperatures. So it's kind of becoming more harder and harder to do controlled burns because of climate change. Like it's having an impact on the one practice that they said could actually reduce that risk.
Amazing. Yeah. No, that totally makes sense. And yeah, so I don't know. Like I feel like based on that, I mean like that's pretty clear evidence that like yeah, like it's largely caused by climate change, right? So I don't know. At this point it's kind of getting boring. Like everything that he's saying is just like so apparently wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know why he keeps blaming on California specifically. Like, if they only own 3% of the forest and the federal government there owns 57%, what, like, shouldn't the blame, oh my God, shouldn't the blame be on the
federal government?
The federal government, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that would make total sense, right? But no, I mean, like that would be, but no, you can't blame the government because it's a Republican government. Because he's wearing where's the MAGA hat that he was wearing? He was wearing it earlier, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
653.
Nah.
God damn it. Yeah,
I mean, well, he
people.
is showing
Yeah,
for the
people.
cops, so yeah, that's kind of a Republican thing.
Yeah, I mean, like he's super. Like I don't know what you want me to say. Like, yeah, of course he's gonna not like lay blame with the Republican government. Like, yeah, it's not surprising whatsoever. The poor forest management is exacerbated by climate change, forcing control burns to be almost impossible to do. Yeah, that's basically what we were talking about.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
Be even hotter in the middle of the summer. But, you know, regardless of titles, it's a big phenomenon. And one of the worst parts is the left-wing spin and them trying to turn to climate change and say, hey, this is because of climate change. This is because, oh, the global warming. And now we need to vote in more Democrats so that we can have this Green New Deal stuff and save the environment. You know, there's a very, very clear line of logic there that they try to just lightly play up in the beginning saying, oh, this is because of climate change. But they don't know that. They don't have the facts on that. They're just guessing. They're just trying to use like faux common sense is what I call it sometimes, just like anti-pseudo-intellectual stuff. Like they kind of...
Holy shit! They don't have the facts. They don't have the data. They're using faux pseudo-intellectualism. We literally just read from a study.
We went over like articles and studies and everything.
Like we are citing everything that we are saying here. And mind you, has he cited anything to disprove that like climate? Has he cited anything to like show that climate change is a hoax or that climate change is like not what's causing this? Nope, not a single goddamn thing. He's literally like he is doing the thing that he is accusing himself of doing. Like he is literally sitting here unironically saying that like, oh, well, the left is being all pseudo-intellectual, just vaguely gesturing at scientific authority as like the basis for their conclusions, when he's literally sitting here pseudo-intellectually just vaguely gesturing at what he calls scientific authority to like justify his conclusions.
Kind of basically just use the idea that, oh, the fires are happening because it's hot.
I didn't mean to start it, but holy shit. I can't understand how he can't even perceive of like the irony of the situation that he can sit here and so confidently say, oh, the left isn't using science, but no, I am. While literally we are like everything that we are saying, citing something, and he hasn't cited one goddamn authority. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Riley and Lynn lays out a shit ton of science that supports their arguments. No bullshit. Complete bullshit. Oh my god, true. All right, yeah, you get a true for that. Congratulations. All right, come on. We only have like about 10 more minutes in the hour, so let's get through this. I believe in us.
There's global warming, so that's what's causing the fires, ipso facto. But that's not really how you directly prove that. And as far as global warming, I mean, the world's temperature has changed drastically over many millions of years. It happens for a variety of reasons. And the implication with the modern...
He's making like the vague, oh shit, hey, Ghost of Harry Houdini, thanks for boosting the server. But yeah, he's making the vague gesturing at, oh yeah, global climate change has like global, temperatures have increased over the vast, majority of human history. Hold on, do people have like I know that if people are able to find it in chat, because I don't have it on me right now, like there's actually been like some charts going around recently of like how climate change or how like global temperatures have changed over the past 100 years, and it's basically like it goes like it's a pretty consistent graph. It goes up and up and up and up and up and up, and then it gets like the past 20 years or like the past 100 years, and it's like boop, straight up, immediate lineup, right? It's like, yeah, you're technically right in saying that like climate change or like global temperatures have like steadily increased for like a variety of reasons, but like it's so overwhelmingly increased since like, especially since like the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, that like it is impossible for anyone to be able to look that data square in the face and to say that it's not a result of global warming, right? Like it is pure anti-science, but like that's the reason why the vast overwhelming scientific consensus is that global warming is real. Like it's not a debated issue in the scientific, like in the scientific community. It's open and shut. Oh, hold on. You better.
Oh, there we go.
Let's see, 1990 to 20. Average temperatures. Yeah, 1990. Yeah, we're just going. Well, there's a different one. I mean, like that's decent. Like it definitely shows like a really big increase. But there's one that shows like over the broad course of history, right? But yeah, 1880s. Like over here, you have like pretty consistent. It goes down a little bit and then goes up. And then like right when we hit like 1960, 1970, zoom straight up.
Shoot. Yeah.
Yeah. No, so, I mean, like that's not surprising. There's another graph that like shows it better that I was thinking of. But I mean, like it gets the job done.
Left-wing attack on it is that it's because of fossil fuels and because of cow farts and other man-made reasons, and that's really the
cow farts is a complete straw man that actually came from like a piece of legislation that's I'm trying to remember, but like I don't know, no one argues that it's like the result of cow farts. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like all of this is like straw man and in GameCube and before. Yeah, like all this is just like being like wrong and straw manning. I don't know, I'm getting a little bored. Maybe it's also because it's coming at the end of the stream, but like shit, he hasn't made like any substantive argument. At least earlier today, I was engaging with like decently like complex ideas, but like this is just, it's just wrong. It's like arguing against someone who's like 2 + 2 = 5, and it's like no, actually it's 4. It's demonstrably 4. I can prove it to you. I have sites, and I can walk you through it. It's really easy, actually. They're like, no, it's 5. You're denying science. The facts over feelings. You leftists get triggered. And that's all that they do. Yeah.
I was actually I actually wanted to debate him once, not about this, but it was about the LGBTQ plus community, because he had like a whole video about pride, and
oh really?
Was, like, yeah, it was a disaster. But I DM'd him, and basically he wouldn't debate me because at the time I had 217 subs. So
he responded to you. He responded to you though.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm not gonna debate you because you have like a low sub count. There's nothing in it for me. And I was like,
shit, interesting. I'll have to remember that for when I get a little bit bigger. That he actually responds to DMs. I will remember that. That could be fun. Debate no bullshit. That could be a fun time. Hey, no bullshit. If you happen to watch this later, I think that would be fun. Like we could have a fun debate. Ignore everything that I've said up until now because it makes me sound like I kind of like would shit on you. But I think it would be a super fun conversation. So yeah, hit me up. Yeah, I don't know. Let's fucking finish this.
The debate on it. It's not like people are saying it's a total hoax, at least not people that I follow or talk about or the way I feel about it. I'm not saying it's not possibly happening. I'm just saying we don't know why it's happening and we don't know the solutions clearly.
No, we do know why it's happening, and we know the solutions.
Know why it's happening.
Yeah, we know exactly why it's happening.
What's the reasons?
Yeah.
Minus the cow farts, but like man-made reasons, yes.
Okay, this is okay, this is all right, this is a better one. Yeah, so let's see. Can I make this a little bit smaller? Zoom. There we go. So yeah, basically you got years starting at like 0. So you got 200. Everything is pretty consistent. Medieval, warm period, and then it goes down. Little ice age, and then hit 2000. Shoom, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. Steadily changes over time. It happens all throughout history. This does not happen throughout the course of all of history, right? To look at this square in the face and to say that this is normal, this is not normal. All right, this is fucking not normal. No bullshit, talks over people in debate, constantly interrupts, constantly insults. I mean, like, I know how to deal with people like that. Can we appreciate the fact that his rant is literally a part of a large global warming? Cow farts. Oh yeah, no, his cow farts are contributing to global warming. Yep, he is contributing to global warming. Amazing.
Either. Like, they pretend if we all drive electric cars, that's going to save everything. But I really don't think that would have stopped these fires. Particularly, this one was started by a gender reveal party, started by like fireworks and people playing with fire, literally. And the other thing is, the other reason for a lot of these fires that people don't really want to admit is poor management of the forest. And that comes down to bad democratic leadership in places.
Oh
Wait,
my
whoa,
God.
whoa,
It's
whoa, whoa,
owned
whoa,
by
whoa.
the federal government.
They're run by the fucking federal government. They're run by Republicans. You dumb. Oh my God. I'm about to lose my shit. Everything he said, like every single argument he has conceivably made has all been wrong. It's all wrong.
Like,
It's
okay,
all bullshit.
I can understand the like timber industry and like
Mhm.
you know how they don't like clean up after like the twigs and the brush and stuff, but like 57% of the forest are owned by the federal government, and he's just sitting here. He keeps saying it's California's fault when California literally gave like 265 million to try to like manage like the forest fires. And it's like another thing that I did want to point out was like most of the like they have been trying to like budget things to like fight the fires, but most of the budget is going to firefighting and not so like forest management. So that's another problem, right? Like it's
Mhm.
not going to like you know, like, oh yeah, we need to like come up with ways to like stop this. It's more so going to ways about fighting the fires. Yeah. So
Mm.
that's another thing. That's another factor as well.
We're coming up in the hour, and honestly, like, fucking every single thing he said has been wrong. I'm not too worried about any other arguments he's gonna make.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does make another argument about why
Mhm.
like Canada's not getting the fires, and it's like because Canada and Canada is like because I also saw another article. This guy Mike Flanagan, he's a professor with the Department of Renewable Resources at the University of Alberta,
Mhm.
and he explained that it has to do with the jet stream air currents that led to dry weather in the western United States,
Interesting.
and also in Siberia as well. And also Canada had a soggier summer, so like it was a bit more like wet and cool there rather than here where it was warm. And weather has a major factor in these wildfires, and also like the COVID-19 pandemic. In Alberta, for example, the busiest time for fires are in May, and it's mainly started because of human activity. But
Mhm.
fire bans in Alberta and British Columbia, and off-highway vehicle bans in Alberta during the COVID lockdowns help reduce the human element. So that's really why you're not seeing a lot of fires in Canada. And also, he also points out the whole some fires were started by Antifa, but he has no evidence because liberal outlets are not going to let him post it because he's afraid of being censored.
Are
And
you
I'm like,
goddamn serious? I'm done.
yes, no, he
I can
makes no
cover. I think
coherent
I think I can handle one no bullshit video like a year, because I have lost so many brain cells having to process all of these so fucking terrible arguments. I mean, like, we've done a pretty good job dealing with them. Like, we've gone through basically we've gone through every single bad argument, and like completely utterly debunked them. But like, God, it's one of those people where
Oh,
literally
God.
they say so many bad things in the course of literally, mind you, only 12 minutes and 52 seconds, that it takes like an entire hour to debunk all of it at minimum. Like, holy shit. Like, some people, I can appreciate people who at least get some things right because it makes it a little easier because they don't have to talk about like every single argument that they make. But literally with no bullshit, he says so, like, he's not no bullshit. He's all bullshit.
All
Like, I
bullshit, yeah,
I cannot
yeah.
exaggerate. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It's literally all bullshit. And so, like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm glad that I don't know that we covered him. This is the first time that I covered him on this channel, so we've gone through this rite of passage together.
Yeah.
We've paid this penance. I really appreciate your help. Lynn,
Thank
do you want to
thank
do you want to shout yourself out? You've been awesome. You've been really like you did a lot of really good research and effort. You put a lot of really good effort into this, and I really appreciate it. You want to shout yourself out and say where people can find you?
Yeah. Well, Shelly did an amazing
Hey,
job.
yeah, Shelly. I love it.
But yeah, Shelly. Yeah, I'm on Twitter. My @ is OreoTix, which is just a unique, like not very creative, but unique. A for effort, but it's just a mix between Oreo and politics. That's all. But I'm on Twitter. My @ is OreoTix, and I'm on YouTube. My channel's name is Lindy Oreo. I basically just do leftist content on a variety of topics in a variety of ways. So yeah, that's basically what I do.
Nice. Everyone watching should definitely go follow her and get some awesome base leftist takes. So yeah, all right. I really appreciate you. Sorry, here like a little bit of feedback. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I think it's been it's been productive. Like heavy quotations, but you know, we did good. We did good job. We did good work. So I really appreciate you volunteering your time and helping me out with this. It's been good.
No problem. Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, no problem. All right, I'll talk to you later. All right.
All right. See ya.
Bye. Boop. And with that, we come to the end of our evening. I'm surprised I did lots of self-hate. Oh, I don't know where the chat. I don't know what you're going on about there. I am so tired. How are we doing? 48 viewers on Twitch, 156 on YouTube. Pog, we've been really consistent tonight. I'm proud of all of you. We got through it. Listen, it's been a good stream. Also, I'm really glad. Thank you again to everyone who joined and who helped. It actually was really 5-hour power stream. Hey, listen, that's basically what we do every Saturday. Like this is not abnormal. For better or for worse. But yeah, I really appreciate everyone helping. I was talking about my anti-SJW phase. I used to unironically agree with no bullshit. Fuck. Well, you're in the right place now, friend. And yeah, so thanks for joining. Let me get like a good I think I know what I want to use. I use this like pretty regularly for my outros. But I like it. It's probably like my favorite outro song. Oh hey, I see myself on YouTube. Interesting. I can see myself listed. That's so cool. All right, let's see. Pre-stream. I'm gonna make sure that this isn't on. Okay, playback speed is normal. All right. Well, hey everyone. It's been fun, and I hope that you've learned something. I hope that you've had a good night. And with that, I will talk to y'all later.
I don't need you to respect me, I respect me. I don't need you to love me, I love me. But I want you to know you could know me if you change your mind. If you change your mind. If you change your mind. I don't need you to help me, I'll help me. I don't want you to say that you're sorry, but I want you to see you could see me if you change your mind. If you change your mind. Yeah. If you change your mind. If If you change your mind, if you change your mind.